Unfortunately for Chamber, the chrono shift drained his demonic energy far faster than anticipated. Only 5 minutes had passed from his perspective, yet half of his reserves were already gone. Probably because I activated it at full capacity, he muttered, trying to make sense of the rapid depletion. According to the knowledge embedded in his mind when he inherited Chronos Requiem, he could control the time flow of his own body. He'd cranked it up to 100%, which explained the absurd energy cost. No wonder even a high-class vampire needed 30 seconds to react. Realizing the strain, Chamber dialed it down to just 10%. Immediately, the drain on his energy slowed to a trickle, one drop at a time. The vampires around him seemed to speed up, no longer frozen, but still slower than average. "Why, you're not human," gasped one of the remaining vampires. Their numbers had dropped from thousands to mere hundreds, and now fear painted their faces. They looked at him like he was a nightmare born real. "Who said I was?" Chamber replied, genuinely confused by the question. "That move must have eaten up all his mana." "Get him!" one of the smarter vampires shouted, noticing Chamber had paused instead of continuing his rampage. And the vampire was right. "That's right. Finish him. I want him crawling," barked the cowardly leader, emerging from behind Alaric like he'd figured it all out himself. Whether the others noticed or just didn't care, they charged anyway. To Chamber, their movements were sluggish, like humans try to sprint through molasses. He dodged easily inside. "I really need more disciples. I can't keep cleaning up this kind of mess alone." With a flick of his wrist, a Tau mandala sliced cleanly through a vampire's neck. But numbers, even reduced, still mattered. 100 vampires weren't few, unless the person facing them was a one-man army. Which, unfortunately for them, Chamber was. Seeing the tide turn against them, Alaric, the strongest vampire present, finally stepped in. His presence alone boosted morale. If anyone could shift the battle, it was him. "Lord Dracula, stay back. I'll deal with him." Without waiting for Damien's reply, Alaric leaped into the fray and landed before Chamber. "Alaric, don't leave me. You're supposed to protect me," Damien cried from a window, visibly panicking at the thought of being targeted like Chamber did earlier. And rightly so. In war, taking out the leader is often the smartest move. Chamber, meanwhile, continued his carnage, until he finally faced someone different. Not Damien, who was now hiding inside a house. No, this was someone far more dangerous. Alaric. "He's stronger than the elder I fought before," Chamber assessed. It was clear now. Alaric had been holding back. "It's Alaric." The vampires cheered, renewed by the presence of their mightiest warrior. "Now the wizard is doomed," one vampire grinned, licking his lips. "Silence, fools," Alaric snarled, baring his fangs. The cheer died instantly. Turning back to Chamber, Alaric raised his hands peacefully. "I'm not here to fight. I want to resolve this misunderstanding." Both Chamber and the vampires blinked in surprise. "Seriously?" Chamber's expression said it all. "Alaric, what are you doing?" "I said destroy him." Damien screeched from inside the house. Alaric's brows twitched, but he kept his composure, locking eyes with Chamber. Though old, Alaric's mind remained sharp. Centuries of experience had honed his wisdom, and he knew their race stood at a crossroads. If bloodshed could be avoided, it should be. And looking at Chamber's power, he knew this young man was someone worth allying with. "We admit our fault. Let us end this here," Alaric said solemnly. But Chamber wasn't easily convinced. "And how do I know you won't just regroup and attack me later? It'd be smarter to eliminate all of you now." Alaric began to sweat. Thankfully, Chamber offered a solution. "I possess a spell, contract magic. With it, we can bind our agreement. Both sides protected, bound by magic." "Contract magic?" Alaric's eyes narrowed. He remembered something similar, blood contracts from the days of Dracula. Used between humans and vampires, they exchanged blood for power, often turning humans into ghouls. Chamber continued, carefully omitting the fact that he was a devil, not a wizard. After a moment, Alaric nodded. "Very well. I accept. My terms," Chamber began, "are simple. Vampires will never interfere with me unless I act against them first. Vampires shall cease feeding on humans and find an alternative. No vampire will touch my allies. Alaric thought deeply before replying. I must revise a few points. I can't speak for all vampires, only those under the Teeps faction. Let the contract reflect that. Chamber nodded. Then my terms. A peace treaty between Sir Chamber and the Teeps faction. Chamber and his allies shall not harm any vampire under the Teeps banner. Chamber agreed. Good. The punishment for breaking this contract will be the loss of magic, memory, and strength. Alaric exhaled in relief. Chamber? He simply smiled. Why was he so calm? Because he wasn't a fool. The contract magic he used wasn't entirely genuine. Though it seemed binding, Chamber had rigged it. Only Alaric was affected by the consequences. The penalties were real, but selective. Then let this be the beginning of peace. Alaric bowed respectfully. Chamber smiled in return, cold, calm, and dangerous. Call him manipulative, even evil, but everything he did was for one reason. For humanity, not the other races. Once the contract was sealed in blood between Chamber and Alaric, the vampires, though visibly hesitant, began stepping through the portal Chamber had created, vanishing one by one. But, as always, there was that one who had to make a scene. I don't accept this. Damien finally snapped, emerging from the sidelines. How can a mere servant initiate a contract in my place? The rightful leader of the Teeps faction. Alaric turned to him with a stern gaze. Lord Damien, now is not the time for theatrics. We'll discuss this later. That single glare was enough to silence Damien. For perhaps the first time in his own life, he had been scolded by someone he deemed beneath him. From the side, Chamber observed the exchange with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Looks like that was his first dose of humility. Why you? Damien stammered, pointing at Alaric, unable to form a proper retort. Alaric didn't care for titles or pride in that moment. He knew the importance of what had just transpired. This contract, deceptive or not, had preserved the dignity of their race. Let him be mad. I'm doing this for the face of all vampires. We'll talk later, Lord Damien, Alaric said again, putting emphasis on the title this time before turning back to Chamber with a respectful nod. We'll be on our way now. Sorcerer Supreme. Alaric used the title Chamber had introduced himself with earlier, treating it with reverence. Chamber said nothing, watching as Alaric seized the furious Damien by the collar and disappeared through the portal with the last of their kin. There was a reason Chamber had chosen diplomacy, however one-sided, over continuing the slaughter. His energy reserves were already halved. There were still hundreds of vampires left, and more importantly, he had misjudged Alaric. The Elder wasn't just a high-class vampire. He was far stronger. But beyond tactics, Chamber had a plan. A long-term strategy that needed time. He knew the flaw in the contract would eventually be discovered, that the punishment applied only to Alaric. But by then, it would be too late. Should Alaric die, whether by natural causes or otherwise, the contract would dissolve. And Chamber was betting on that. He wasn't aiming for mere victory. He wanted something bigger. A reputation, one that would echo through the supernatural realms like the ancient ones once did. A name that would serve as a shield, not just for himself, but for humanity. Let the vampires plot if they must. By the time they moved again, the masters of the mystic arts would have grown strong enough to defend mankind without his direct intervention. Once the last vampire vanished, Chamber lingered in the mirror dimension, reflecting on the battle. His first mistake? Using Chrono Shift at full power in a real battle without first testing it. By the time he realized he had been using 100% of its capacity, more than half of his reserves were already gone. His second mistake? Underestimating Alaric. If he had known the vampire's true strength, he would have targeted him first, ending the fight before the tide could shift. I could have handled that better, Chamber muttered. It's not always the ones hiding their power who are dangerous, so don't even bother hiding it. With that final thought, he stepped out of the mirror dimension and returned to the real world. As he appeared in the center of the village, a few heads turned briefly before the bustle resumed. The villagers were already used to strange things surrounding their protector. Thanks to both his heroic acts and Old Man Rad's drunken tales, Chamber's presence had become something of a local legend. If he wanted to, he could declare himself village chief, and nobody, including the current chief, would protest. They might even celebrate. But titles never interested him. Power brought problems, and he already had enough of those. Master, Bell and Tam rushed to his side. You were gone for almost an hour. We were about to evacuate the village. I'm fine, my students. Chamber smiled, ruffling their hair. It takes more than a few bloodsuckers to trouble me. As a precaution, Chamber had instructed them beforehand. If he didn't return in an hour, they were to use their newly learned portal spells to start evacuating the villagers. Let's head back and celebrate surviving an entire vampire clan, he said warmly. But just as they turned, Chamber's senses tingled. He picked up on several new presences approaching, each radiating a strength between low and mid-class, with one standing out as high class. Seriously? What now? He grumbled. He opened a portal and slipped through without another word, telling the siblings to stay inside. Elsewhere. Are you sure this is the place? Remus? Lucian? Wallace, the alpha of the remaining werewolf pack, questioned his twin scouts. They nodded in perfect sync. Good. Now let's find this human who killed Lazarus and see if an alliance is possible. Behind him were the last surviving warriors of their kind. As they neared the village gates, their appearance, naked and rugged, drew wary looks from the locals. Shouldn't we blend in first? Whispered Lupus from behind, nervously tugging at Wallace's arm. Pointless. We're not here for humans, Wallace replied. We're here for the wizard. As he stepped forward, a golden translucent barrier shimmered into view and instantly repelled him, sending him flying. He would have landed hard, if not for his comrades catching him. Gasps and startled murmurs rippled through the village. In a panic, the twin werewolves shifted into their beast forms, drawing more screams. But before chaos could unfold, the entire group was swallowed by a rift in space, gone in an instant. From a nearby rooftop, Chamber lowered his hand and nodded in approval. The defensive barrier rune had worked perfectly. However, seeing their aggression, he wasted no time. Another cast, another mirror dimension enveloped the werewolves. Ugh, not again. My reserves aren't full yet. Why am I jumping into another fight? He grumbled. He paused mid-step. Wait, why am I rushing? I could just wait 2 hours and be at full strength. Laughing at himself, Chamber portaled back home and slumped onto the couch, letting his body relax. Thanks to his unique demonic physiology, his recovery rate was 10 times faster than average. In just 2 hours, he would be fully recharged, mind, body, and soul. Opening a small portal to peer into the mirror dimension, Chamber entered quietly to assess the werewolves. Inside, he found the illusionary version of the village partially in ruins, flames licking the rubble. At the center, the 5 werewolves stood tense, confused, and alarmed. Since his mirror dimension wasn't unlimited in scope, going beyond a certain point felt like hitting an invisible wall, just like old video games with lock map areas. We're trapped. Forever. Lupus cried out, clutching his head as fear overtook him. The twins fared better, though anxiety was clear on their faces. Only Wallace, their alpha, stood calm, his eyes focused and calculating. As Chamber entered, Wallace sniffed the air and narrowed his gaze. The wizard is here, he announced. The others fell into silence, standing alert. From above, Chamber's voice echoed. Quite the mess you made in my village, didn't you? Before the others could react, Wallace stepped forward. But this isn't the real world, is it? He said confidently, locking eyes with Chamber. Chamber tilted his head, intrigued. Oh, how did you figure that out? Wallace gestured toward a nearby tavern. The sign above, it looked normal, until one realized the letters were mirrored. The name flipped as though seen through glass. The words give it away. Chamber grinned. Smart Alpha.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It seemed like you're looking for me. What is it you need from me that requires you to harm the innocents? Although Chambers spoke calmly, pressure erupted from him which caused the werewolves to start straining just from trying to maintain balance. The only one who remained standing still was their alpha, Wallace, who kept staring directly at Chamber's eyes without any fear. "We've heard of what you did to Lazarus and his son. We came looking for you in hopes of an alliance to take down the vampires." Instead of Wallace, it was Lupus who answered. "Alliance against vampires? What made you think I'll agree?" Chamber crossed his arms, amused by their attempt to ally with him. "Because you killed Lazarus, and the entire Teeps faction will be hunting for your blood. We may be small in population, but we're inherently stronger than the vampires. Their only advantage is their numbers." One of the twins, Remus, was the one who spoke this time, stating plausible reasons. "Unfortunately, you guys are a step too late. The Teeps faction has already arrived earlier, and I've already dealt with them. You killed them." Surprisingly, it was the Alpha who spoke, his tone mixed with surprise and excitement. "No," Chamber replied, pouring cold water on the werewolf's head. "Instead, I made a deal with them. As long as they stop feeding on humans, I won't disturb them or whatever their business is." As soon as Chamber finished his words, it didn't take long for the werewolves to complain. "You're wrong. Vampires will never stoop to such conditions. Sooner or later, they'll break this deal, and it would be too late for you to act against them. If I were you, I would have killed them on the spot. Vampires cannot be trusted." Wallace chimed in, expressing his personal opinion against the vampires. "I know that. However," Chamber's answer made them drop their jaws. "Then why'd you dash?" "Because as I am now, it would be impossible to fully eradicate the entire vampire race. There are thousands of them, and not every vampire belongs to the Teeps faction." Chamber slowly floated down to the ground, causing the werewolves to slightly back away. "Even if I dedicate myself to killing all the vampires, it would be impossible for me to do it." Chamber finished, and soon noticed Lupus's eyes shining in excitement. "Then if you allied with us, why dash? Just because vampires are my enemies doesn't mean I'm automatically an ally of yours. My help isn't for free, and even if your enemy is my enemy, I don't need any help. I have everything planned out." Chamber smirked, which for some reason caused a reaction from Lupus. "Are you looking down on us? Werewolves, huh? Human?" Lupus growled. His brown hair started growing from his face, slowly covering his facial features. The twins, taking this as a sign that a battle would ensue, slowly started taking their werewolf forms. Meanwhile, Chamber calmly lifted his hand, and the surroundings started to fold and turn like mere papers, catching the werewolves by surprise. Fortunately for them, their reaction and reflex are inhumane, which allowed them to hold onto a structure that saved their lives. What's going on?" Lupus panicked. He could see the surroundings suddenly taking a different appearance, into weird shapes and dizzying images. "Make sure to hold tight. You're in for a ride." Grinning, Chamber kept manipulating the surroundings all while watching over his reserves to make sure to stop when he's about to run out. After all, he hasn't fully recovered his demonic energy from his fight with the vampires yet. So what he's trying to do now isn't to fully commit to the fight, but to intimidate them and pretend their life is at his mercy. That way, their retreat would be guaranteed. "Do you yield?" Chamber asked them, staying afloat, all while the chaos surrounding him stayed still as if waiting for the command of their master. Wallace, in his werewolf form, gritted his teeth, his sharp claws cutting through the weirdly shaped circle he was holding onto as if it was butter. Only then did Wallace that having sharp claws also had its disadvantages. "Wallace, what do we do? Let's just surrender. This isn't worth it." Lupus's voice shivered. "Also barely hanging on?" asked the Alpha. "The circle they're hanging on looks like a ring with an extended body, and it's floating in midair like a cylinder. So even if they pull themselves, they would still fall to their deaths." "Why?" "Because looking down, even with his sharp eyes, he's unable to see the end of their fall. As if there is no ground at all. He, Lupus the Great, who has slain vampires more than his own age, is actually scared of heights. This is a secret he's been keeping even from the Alpha, Wallace. Let me think about it." Instead of outright surrendering, Wallace muttered, his pride making him unwilling to surrender. How could he, An alpha werewolf that struck fear to vampires, be bested by a mere human. No, his pride tells him he won't go down this way. However, while his pride is taking control of his thoughts, his heart says otherwise. He can see his companies struggling to hold on, their claws almost slipping away. If they slipped and die because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. Any minute now, as if to mock them, Chamber floated in front of them and pretended to look at his wristwatch. Oh wait, watches don't exist here yet. I probably look dumb. Resisting his blush from creeping up to his cheeks, Chamber dispelled his embarrassment by clearing his throat. Ahem. If my eyes are telling me the truth, I can see that you guys can barely hold on. Surrender and admit defeat, and I'll let you all go off at once. I know you're different from vampires and don't feed on humans like it's necessary, so I'm willing to let you guys go, Chamber suggested, which Lupus excitedly looked at Wallace as if urging him to accept Chamber's mercy. Wallace begrudgingly accepted by reluctantly nodding his head. This, however, was ignored by Lupus, who sighed in relief. Chamber smirked and finally waved his hands, resuming the surroundings to their previous appearance. Since they're technically in the middle of the village, instead of directly breaking the mirror dimension, he opened a portal instead, a few kilometers away from the village. You may now leave, gentlemen. Smiling, Chamber gestured for the portal. Wallace and the others gulped their salivas and started walking. Before crossing the portal, Chamber continued. Oh, and even though I said earlier that you guys don't need humans to feed on since it isn't necessary, if I learned that you guys touched one without any valid reason, trust me, I'm not someone you'd like to make an enemy with. With a cold smile, Chamber waved his hand and willed the portal to move and swallow them whole. As for Chamber, he broke the mirror dimension and ran back to the farmhouse. Werewolves are way more easy to deal with compared to vampires. The latter can fly, but the former cannot. What a glaring weakness. While walking, Chamber muttered under his breath, smirking in the process. Sure, werewolves are stronger than vampires strength-wise, but when it comes to convenience, vampires take the cake. Those blood-sucking creatures have many abilities up their sleeves. All in all, this day is great for him. Not only he earned experience from fighting two supernatural races, but he managed to instill fear to the two, to make sure they wouldn't harm humans. It's just temporary, though, at least until he's strong enough. So it's already helpful that there are now fewer problems on his plate. A few kilometers away from the village, the werewolves were left standing still, their eyes staring down on the ground as their minds were registering what just transpired. They were utterly defeated, by a human nonetheless. It was so humiliating that even Lupus, who was scared for his life earlier, started to regret not trying to fight the human wizard, and instead, he just tucked his tail and hoped for the human to show mercy. Werewolves are prideful creatures, and this event just struck a blow on it. WL, think of the bright side. At least we survived, right? Lupus tried to cheer his companions. But to no avail, he simply doesn't have knack in becoming an alpha, as alphas are supposed to be charming and could sway his fellow werewolves with words. Lupus is right. Let's consider ourselves lucky that the wizard is a kind one. I've heard of some dark wizards who uses our kind as part of their experiments and rituals. With that man's strength, if he wanted to harm us, it would be too late, and we'll find ourselves strapped to a table. Taking Lupus's words as a cue, Wallace lifted the spirits of his companions. So what's our plan now? Lucius, who has been quiet all this time, asked. Since the wizard isn't someone we can afford to offend, we'll look for other ways that would help us kill those vampires, to avenge our ancestral werewolf. Wallace gripped his fists until it bled due to his sharp nails. The alpha's right. Come on, we can't let one failure put us all down. While the werewolves were busy with a new plan on their minds, Chamber got back to the farmhouse and has been studying in his room since. I feel like I'm close. Sitting on a meditative position, Chamber with his clothes were trying to complete his magic circle. The process is intricate, and it took him so many months just to get to this level. With the upcoming ending of the Great War coming in just a month, the pressure might have taken its toll on him, but it also served as a fuel that combusted his will to grow strong. As long as his magic circle is completed, he would no longer have to worry about the consumption of his demonic energy. with his rare capability of having not only rapid regeneration of energy, but he could also recover even during battle or using it. Normally, when using demonic energy, it would stop recovering, and only when the pool has calmed down will it resume recovering. Take a calm ocean, for example. If you drop a boulder, it would ripple across the surface of the ocean like waves. Now picture the ocean as your demonic energy, and, if used, would cause ripples, and the said ripples would halt the recovery until the ripple stops. That's how it is supposed to work. But for some reason, or maybe because he's just unique, he can bypass this restriction and continue recovering while using demonic energy. A few hours have passed, and Chamber finally opened his eyes, excitement evident on his face expression that is smiling widely. I did it. I did it. I finally fucking did it. Immediately standing up, I landed on both my feet and quickly cast a spell. This time, instead of casually casting one, I made sure to implement my magic circle. Soon enough, an orange circle with an intricate design manifested in front of my hand. The magic circle contains several runic languages that only those who have knowledge about runes would understand. The circle itself was also layered by several more circles with more runic languages between the gaps. The most distinct about the appearance of the magic circle is a majestic star surrounded by smaller stars, making seem as if you're looking at the space itself. Unlike other magic circles whose purpose is to reduce the cost of magical energy when casting spells, mine is more than that, hence also the reason why it took me this long. If I were to settle with an average magic circle, I could have finished it months ago. But since I decided I wanted to be the strongest sorcerer supreme, why would I create an average one? So, with my knowledge of Elfheim runes, I upgraded my magic circle. Now not only it can reduce the consumption by tenfold, but it increases the effectiveness of the spell. So let's say, for example, if I were to cast a fireball without a magic circle, the size, radius, distance, and heat would be average, but if I use my magic circle, it would double. Only my magic circle has this function. Maybe there are others too that I don't know yet, but nonetheless, I'm proud of my creation. Last but not least that I added to the magic circle is that it cannot be deciphered by others. According to the magical books I read in Citri's library, there are some people in the universe who can decipher the spell that the spellcaster will cast through the magic circle, allowing them to predict what they'll cast ahead of time. I can't wait to test it out in a real battle. Unbeknownst to myself, a grin was forming on my face. At the same time as these thoughts formed on my face, a magic circle appeared on my ears. Instead of panicking, I willed my demonic energy to accept the said magic circle. It's an audio-visual communication spell. A fun fact about such a spell is that it works similarly to phones. Although you can use the spell on someone, you need to make them accept the call in order to form the connection. The only downside of the spell is that, unlike phones, the audio-visual communication spell doesn't let you know who's calling you. The only hint you'll get is the magic circle of the person calling you that appears near your ear. So at least you know from which devil clan is calling you. Good evening, Sir Chamber. Hearing the familiar voice of Bale, I furrowed my eyebrows and politely replied, "To what do I owe the pleasure of your call?" "I have some good news today, and I think you'll like it. Go ahead. I always welcome good news." I chuckled. The Satans have called all of their trusted aides, which includes me, for a meeting tomorrow. I wonder if Sir Chamber would be interested in joining me. Once the contract was sealed in blood between Chamber and Alaric, the vampires, though visibly hesitant, began stepping through the portal Chamber had created, vanishing one by one. But, as always, there was that one who had to make a scene. "I don't accept this." Damien finally snapped, emerging from the sidelines. "How can a mere servant initiate a contract in my place? The rightful leader of the Teeps faction." Alaric turned to him with a stern gaze. "Lord Damien, now is not the time for theatrics. We'll discuss this later." That single glare was enough to silence Damien. For perhaps the first time in his own life, he had been scolded by someone he deemed beneath him. From the side, Chamber observed the exchange with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Looks like that was his first dose of humility. "Why you?" Damien stammered, pointing at Alaric, unable to form a proper retort. Alaric didn't care for titles or pride in that moment. He knew the importance of what had just transpired. This contract, deceptive or not, had preserved the dignity of their race. Let him be mad. I'm doing this for the face of all vampires. We'll talk later, Lord Damien, Alaric said again, putting emphasis on the title this time before turning back to Chamber with a respectful nod. We'll be on our way now. Sorcerer Supreme. Alaric used the title Chamber had introduced himself with earlier, treating it with reverence. Chamber said nothing, watching as Alaric seized the furious Damien by the collar and disappeared through the portal with the last of their kin. There was a reason Chamber had chosen diplomacy, however one-sided, over continuing the slaughter. His energy reserves were already halved. There were still hundreds of vampires left, and more importantly, he had misjudged Alaric. The Elder wasn't just a high-class vampire. He was far stronger. But beyond tactics, Chamber had a plan. A long-term strategy that needed time. He knew the flaw in the contract would eventually be discovered, that the punishment applied only to Alaric. But by then, it would be too late. Should Alaric die, whether by natural causes or otherwise, the contract would dissolve. And Chamber was betting on that. He wasn't aiming for mere victory. He wanted something bigger, a reputation, one that would echo through the supernatural realms like the ancient ones once did. A name that would serve as a shield, not just for himself, but for humanity. Let the vampires plot if they must. By the time they moved again, the masters of the mystic arts would have grown strong enough to defend mankind without his direct intervention. Once the last vampire vanished, Chamber lingered in the mirror dimension, reflecting on the battle. His first mistake? Using chrono shift at full power in a real battle without first testing it. By the time he realized he had been using 100% of its capacity, more than half of his reserves were already gone. His second mistake? Underestimating Alaric. If he had known the vampire's true strength, he would have targeted him first, ending the fight before the tide could shift. I could have handled that better, Chamber muttered. It's not always the ones hiding their power who are dangerous, some don't even bother hiding it. With that final thought, he stepped out of the mirror dimension and returned to the real world. As he appeared in the center of the village, a few heads turned briefly before the bustle resumed. The villagers were already used to strange things surrounding their protector. Thanks to both his heroic acts and Old Man Rad's drunken tales, Chamber's presence had become something of a local legend. If he wanted to, he could declare himself village chief, and nobody, including the current chief, would protest. They might even celebrate. But titles never interested him. Power brought problems, and he already had enough of those. Master, Bell and Tam rushed to his side. You were gone for almost an hour. We were about to evacuate the village. I'm fine, my students. Chamber smiled, ruffling their hair. It takes more than a few bloodsuckers to trouble me. As a precaution, Chamber had instructed them beforehand. If he didn't return in an hour, they were to use their newly learned portal spells to start evacuating the villagers. Let's head back and celebrate surviving an entire vampire clan, he said warmly. But just as they turned, Chamber's senses tingled. He picked up on several new presences approaching, each radiating a strength between low and mid-class, with one standing out as high class. Seriously? What now? He grumbled. He opened a portal and slipped through without another word, telling the siblings to stay inside. Elsewhere. Are you sure this is the place? Remus? Lucian? Wallace, the alpha of the remaining werewolf pack, questioned his twin scouts. They nodded in perfect sync. Good. Now let's find this human who killed Lazarus and see if an alliance is possible. Behind him were the last surviving warriors of their kind. As they neared the village gates, their appearance, naked and rugged, drew wary looks from the locals. Shouldn't we blend in first? Whispered Lupus from behind, nervously tugging at Wallace's arm. Pointless. We're not here for humans, Wallace replied. We're here for the wizard. As he stepped forward, a golden translucent barrier shimmered into view and instantly repelled him, sending him flying. He would have landed hard, if not for his comrades catching him. Gasps and startled murmurs rippled through the village. In a panic, the twin werewolves shifted into their beast forms, drawing more screams. But before chaos could unfold, the entire group was swallowed by a rift in space, gone in an instant. From a nearby rooftop, Chamber lowered his hand and nodded in approval. The defensive barrier rune had worked perfectly. However, seeing their aggression, he wasted no time. Another cast, another mirror dimension enveloped the werewolves. Ugh, not again. My reserves aren't full yet. Why am I jumping into another fight? He grumbled. He paused mid-step. Wait, why am I rushing? I could just wait 2 hours and be at full strength. Laughing at himself, Chamber portaled back home and slumped onto the couch, letting his body relax. Thanks to his unique demonic physiology, his recovery rate was 10 times faster than average. In just 2 hours, he would be fully recharged, mind, body, and soul. Opening a small portal to peer into the mirror dimension, Chamber entered quietly to assess the werewolves. Inside, he found the illusionary version of the village partially in ruins, flames licking the rubble. At the center, the 5 werewolves stood tense, confused, and alarmed. Since his mirror dimension wasn't unlimited in scope, going beyond a certain point felt like hitting an invisible wall, just like old video games with lock map areas. We're trapped. Forever. Lupus cried out, clutching his head as fear overtook him. Okay, what is this lunatic planning now? I grumbled mentally, but on the outside, I maintained politeness. Oh, but are you sure it's wise to have me, Zekrom? After all, like you said, only the Satan's trusted aides. I'm not sure if I could call myself one. Don't worry, Sir Chamber. I have arranged your identity, and they'll know you as my most trusted companion. This guy is definitely hiding something. My mouth twitched several times, but still, meeting with the Satans? I haven't seen their faces yet, not to mention gauge how strong they truly are. Would they be similar to God? Whose aura is enough to cause pain to others? But from the stories that I read from the books, along with how Zekrom and the others describe them, the Satans doesn't seem to be that strong. Maybe stronger than an ultimate class, but not as strong as God himself. After all, if they are, then there's no point in prolonging the Great War. Also, God doesn't seem to care that much about the war, as if he's treating the Satans like some sort of children in their rebellious phases. So I hope Sir Chamber will spend some time to think about this. This meeting will be beneficial to the both of us and the entire anti-Satan faction. Just a short question. Why me? I'm sure the others would be more than happy to be included in this meeting. Why you choose me? I was hoping to build trust. I know this may sound absurd, but I have a feeling that you're unique, someone incredible. So I was hoping that by giving you opportunities and giving you a hand, I'm making myself a very worthy ally. I wasn't expecting him to actually tell the truth. I mentally chuckled inside. Still, calling me unique and someone incredible? It's so scary because he's right. I am unique because I don't belong to this world, but how is he so sure about it? He's not some kind of seer who can see the future, is he? Unfortunately, as much as I want to ask more questions to know more about his hidden agenda, it would be a bit rude to keep him waiting for my answer. Your words are very kind and noble, Zekrom. Fine, I agree. I'll join this meeting. Wonderful. Here's the location of the meeting place. See you there, Sir Chamber. And with that, the call disconnected. Lucifad City, huh? I muttered under my breath after receiving the information about the place of the meeting. The main capital of the underworld and the city where the Satan Lucifer himself rules over. I continued. Now, this should be interesting. On the other side, after disconnecting the audio-visual communication spell, Zekrom leaned back to his chair and fell into deep thought. A crow then manifested out of a dark swirl before perching on his shoulders. The crow then, surprisingly, started speaking. What's our next move? You've already invited the human, and by the looks of it, it'll be hard for you to gain his trust. I'm not sure, Percival, but from the info you gave me these past few days, Chamber looks suspicious. His weird spells, such as those portals with high potential, orange whips and magic circles that aren't magic circles, and now, the ability to create his own dimension in a whim. That is something not even gods can easily do. Zekrom sighed as he massaged his temples. The crow, now known as Percival, is his familiar that he recruited from the familiar forest. What's interesting about Percival is his capability to manipulate darkness in a limited manner, but still, Percival, with his years of trying to survive in the harsh familiar forest, made a technique that could coat himself with darkness and freely merge with other people's shadows. Thanks to this, Zekrom was able to get a daily report from Percival about Chamber, though there are times when Percival would suddenly lose consciousness, only to wake up a few hours later without any recollection about what happened to him. This thing is something that made Zekrom from making a move against Chamber and forcefully pry open his secrets. Someone out there is protecting Chamber, and he doesn't know who. This has been bugging him off since then, and hence why he wanted to win Chamber's trust. Through this method, he was hoping the devil former human would open up to him. I don't like it when things aren't in my control, Zekrom growled, clenching the armrest of his fancy cushioned chair. Percival watched as the armrest disintegrated into ashes upon the use of the power of destruction. The trait of the Bale clan, the power to destroy anything and everything. This is the reason why, aside from the four Satans, Bale clan is the most powerful clan in the entire devil race. No one wanted to mess with people who can erase you in a matter of seconds. What's unique about clan traits is that unlike the magic spells that normally requires a magic circle to cast fully, clan traits require no such things. Clan traits are only held back by the user's talent and demonic energy resolves. Using them is like having another set of limbs. So what's your plan? Should I resume watching over that human? Percival, after seeing that Zekrom has slightly calmed down, asked. No need. That boy is growing strong, and sooner or later, he might discover you, and that would jeopardize everything. Zekrom quickly disagreed, afraid of any accidents that might happen. Just keep investigating about the reason why you're falling unconscious in random times whenever you're watching over Chamber. Make sure you don't expose yourself. Don't look down on me, Zekrom. There's a reason why not even one of the 5 great dragons, Tiamat, could catch me. Percival said with a hint of pride in his tone. Yeah, you've been telling me that since day one. Now just go and do your job. Zekrom rolled his eyes and waved his hand in dismissal. You should appreciate me more, Zekrom. My skills are very strong, and I can even spy on the Satans themselves if you ask. Without waiting for Zekrom's reply, Percival disappeared when a swirl of darkness appeared near him and swallowed him whole. Straw my ass. If you wouldn't have been caught by me. Zekrom snorted and dipped on his red wine. While Zekrom was busy formulating plans that would benefit not only himself, but also the entire devil race, our dear main character of the story was busy instructing Tam and Belle, who were sparring with nothing but their physical bodies. As sorcerers, they should not only rely on their mystic arts and instead focus more on their physical capabilities. After all, in this line of work, sorcerers mostly use their bodies when fighting, with the mystic arts and magic spells serving as nothing but mere tools that provide power. Watching Tam struggle against Belle, I smirked. Sure, Tam is a low-class devil and talented, but it turns out Belle is more talented than him. Although Tam would surely win the spar, no doubt, if it weren't for the gravity runes that he applied on Tam, increasing the pull of gravity by tenfold, making it slightly hard for him to move his body. Let's just hope that devils have some sort of Zenkai boost so I could maximize this kind of training regime. While thinking about this, the spar finally ended with Tam making a daring and reckless move by throwing himself and tackling his sister, and with the help of the gravity rune. The pull of the gravity now included Belle. Why you're cheating? Belle snarled, having a hard time breathing from the effects of the gravity rune. Unlike Tam, Belle is just a normal human, and if the gravity were to be stronger than this, Belle would have been crushed on the ground. Okay, that's enough. The fight's over and Tam wins. Approaching them, I dispelled the gravity rune and pulled the twins back to their feet. It's time to give them my advice. Belle, good job on your side, but you should be more wary. You might think it's cheating, but when it comes to real battle, the enemy would use underhanded tactics that is much worse than what your little brother did to you. Then I shifted my attention to Tam, who looked at me proudly. You're proud of winning by luck? Without hesitation, I harshly pulled him back to the ground. I don't like my students getting prideful over something like this. Just to inform you, you're losing, and if it weren't for the reckless move you just did, you would have lost. Finishing my words, Tam simply looked down on the ground. That's right, pride will kill you someday. But still, good job. I smiled and patted both of their heads, much to their enjoyment. I should probably try and take in more students. I don't want them to be bored with just each other's company. Now the question is, which people should I take in as my student? As I only have mostly a month before the Satans would try to end the war, I need to make the most of this time to recruit students to further empower my mystic society. This will be the first time I'm actually going to go around the world, as the only places I've visited since arriving in this world aside from the village is Jerusalem, the place where I appeared first as I crossed to this universe. 14th century. Are there any notable person out there during this time? I muttered to myself, scouring through my mind to see if I can recall anyone from the history books I used to read. Is Merlin already born during this era? Not to mention, is he even real? Only one way to find out. I guess the Great Britain will be my first destination. With nothing to pack for the long journey, I went outside to inform my two students and Old Man Rad. Can I join? As soon as I told them about my plan, Tam wasted no time asking me. And me too. Not wanting to be left behind, Belle stepped forward and raised her hand. I refuse. I cut in with a sharp tone before continuing. You two need to focus on your studies, and by the time I'm finished, I want to see the whip, Talmundalas, and portal already mastered by the two of you, understood? I crossed my arms and said, not taking a no as an answer. Yes, master. Both of them nodded their heads in disappointment. Watching this, I couldn't help but sigh and finally said, okay, how about this? If those three I mentioned are mastered, I'll take you two along with Grandpa Rad out of this village. Then I smiled after seeing them perk up at my words. Pinky promise. Sometimes I forget that Tam is just a little child. I chuckled and crossed his pinky with mine, officially sealing the deal. Softly ruffling their heads, then I spread my senses throughout the entire village, locating Old Man Rad, once again wasting himself in the tavern. Did he already finish with his business? From what I remember, Rad went out of the village to go and sell one of his horses to a neighboring village. Don't tell me he used those money he got to get himself drunk. Shaking my head, I sauntered towards the tavern. On my way there, I received a bunch of respectful looks and polite greetings, which I responded in kind. It is almost official that I am this village's guardian. Everyone already knows that I'm a sorcerer and I protect them from the outside world. Hopefully, by the time the Great War is finished, they forget about me and think of me as a mere legend in the village. Why, you might ask, sorcerers are supposed to live in secrecy, silently protecting the human world without exposing themselves, not even to the government themselves. One of the best reasons behind this is about the witch hunt that happened in the early 15th century. Back in the Marvel Universe, I read the history of Camartage and discovered the revelation that sorcerers were actually the center of the infamous witch hunt that happened across the entire Europe. Humans hate the unknown, and if they don't fear it, they try to control it, and if they can't control it, they butcher it. That is the reason why masters of the mystic arts live in secrecy and can only be discovered through mouth-to-mouth from the sorcerer themselves. Of course, Camartage have strict rules about this, as sorcerers aren't actually supposed to spread a word about their existence. Doing so would meet a severe punishment. The only way can sorcerers tell someone is if they're taking them as their student, such as my case with Kaecilius. Instead of me finding Camartage, it was Kaecilius who found me instead. Shaking my head from these thoughts, I finally arrived at the tavern, and as soon as I went in, everyone inside turned silent. As you were, I said, and the chatters resumed, all while I marched towards Old Man Rad's table full of empty beer mugs. The old man himself was head butting against the table while murmuring unintelligible words. Come on, old man, let's get you home. Patting his shoulders, I hoisted him on my shoulders and walked out of the tavern. On my way back, my ears were finally able to understand what he's saying. Oh, Danny Hick, when did you come back? Hick, your mom and I were so worried about you. Hick, where were you? Well, that's new. He never mentioned this Danny to me. Is that his son? I miss you, Danny. Are you finally going to stay now? At this point, I can sense Old Man Rad choking in his tears as my back felt wet from it. I didn't mind, because I know that this old man, who has always put a tough front to me, turns out to be hiding a painful past. As I got back to the farmhouse, it was already nighttime, and the two siblings cast a worried glance towards Old Man Rad. What happened to him? Did someone in the tavern mess with him? Tam, flared up, asked with anger in his tone. He looks like he's ready to smash inside the tavern to find the perpetrator. Bonk. Karate, chopping his head, in which he painfully massaged the top of his head, I replied, "No, you idiot. He's just drunk." Then I went inside. After taking him to his bed, I went out and saw the siblings cooking in the kitchen. Thankfully, Belle knows how to cook, and I didn't have to resort to plain food, as I'm just mediocre when it comes to the kitchen. "This looks delicious," I praised as I sat on the table, while Belle brought the bowl of soup on the table. "It's our mom's special dish. She used to teach me how to cook it back then." Belle replied with a soft smile, with a hint of sadness in her tone. The same goes to her brother, who nodded his head solemnly. "She must have been a good mom if she managed to raise someone like you both." Comforting them, I patted their heads and continued, "All right, let's eat. But first, you two know the drill." Sending a gesture towards Tam, he nodded his head and started praying. "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." What can I say? With God being confirmed to be existing, I started to send my prayers to him. Thankfully, praying doesn't give me any pain. Even Tam said he doesn't feel one, which I assumed that God must have given him the same exclusive G-pass as me. Once outside, I gave bid them farewell again and unfurled my wings before taking into the sky, casting an illusion on myself so no normal human would be able to see me. I took out my map from my storage spell and marked my destination. "Let's see. I guess I'll be flying to the north," I muttered while scanning the map on my hand. Closing the map, I unleashed my full speed and burst out in the sky, leaving the flying birds flabbergasted when I flew past them, all while humming to myself, "If there's a place you gotta go, I'm the one you need to know. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map." The next day, I found myself in an unknown, bustling town, laying down on the bed of the room I rented. Obviously, I can't cross thousands of miles overnight, so thankfully, I managed to find a town and an inn to stay at last night. Today's the meeting. Conjuring water out of air, I used it to wash my face and tidy myself. With a little bit of transfiguration trick, I turned my orange robe into a fancy dark-themed one with gold linings, making me look majestic. This should be how dark sorcerers look like. I chuckled while looking at myself in an ice mirror. Then doesn't have one, unfortunately. Using the teleportation circle to teleport at the designated meetup place with Zekrom, I vanished from the room and reappeared at another. This time, the place doesn't look like it came out of a dark fantasy novel. Instead, it looks like a cozy living room. Standing near the fireplace is Zekrom. His outfit was also regal and reeks of wealth and royalty. Well, he's the head of one of the most prestigious clans in the underworld. I mentally shrugged my shoulders and proceeded to greet the man. Instead of complimenting each other's outfits, we both just nodded our heads at each other before Zekrom spoke. "Let's go." Almost everyone is there. Without further ado, Zekrom initiated another teleportation circle and brought us to the meeting place. "Just stick close to me, and people won't question you," Zekrom silently whispered as I nodded my head. For some reason, I feel excited at the thought of what I'm doing. I feel like those spies in movies that I've always dreamed of, sneaking into high-security places and gathering information that could be used against the enemies, etc. Which boy and man didn't dream of becoming a spy agent? Looking around me, I saw several old faces that spoke of thousands of years of experience and wisdom, all standing in front of the very long table. Even though there are chairs behind them, the old devils weren't taking a seat, as if they were waiting for someone. At the same time as I noticed 4 huge thrones in the meeting room, for teleportation circles appeared and lit up the entire room. It quickly took the attention of everyone, including me, and soon, the teleportation circles died down and 4 figures were left standing on the same spot. There were 3 men and 1 woman standing in front of the thrones. Coincidentally, each have their thrones behind them, with the biggest one belonging to the man in the middle. Looking at this man, I couldn't help myself from holding my breath. How could someone be so handsome and majestic? No, I'm not gay. This man is just too handsome. I feel like my eyes are burning just by looking at him. As if sensing my predicament, Zekrom leaned towards me and whispered in my ear, "That man is Lucifer Morningstar, the king of the devils. That man is Lucifer Morningstar, the king of the devils." These same words resonated within me as my eyes were glued to the man himself. His aura radiated so much that I knew I couldn't afford to take a peek at his demonic energy. If I did, I might lose my composure and burn my eyes here, causing an unnecessary scene. "Good evening, my glorious pawns." Raising his arms, a hint of arrogance flared on Lucifer's face as his shiny silver hair, mixed with his royal clothing, gave him a weird purple glow that stood out. Glorious pawns? I wonder why no one felt offended by those. Looking around, the old devils around me showed no signs of hostility or getting offended by Lucifer's words. He truly lives up to his king of devils title. Such arrogance against his own kin, and yet no one can get angry at him. I softly chuckled under my breath. Obviously, I'm included among those who aren't offended, but for a different reason. Their reason is because they're too scared and weak to shout that they're upset, but for me, it's because I don't see myself as a devil and will never be one. It's like I'm telling everyone that I identify myself as a human, even though I have devil blood flowing through my veins. It sounds dumb, I know, but it has its perks. Next month shall be the day that we end the war and watch as God falls from his grace. As Lucifer finished his words that were supposed to raise the morale of his fellow devils, the old devils simply nodded their heads in agreement and clapped their hands. The two other men and women who I assumed as the other Satans beside him simply nodded their heads. However, I could see the mockery and arrogance in their eyes. The kinds of people who think that the world revolves around them, that they're the center of the universe. I've seen many of their kind along with the consequences of their arrogance. In the meantime, his words caused me to raise an eyebrow. It looks like Lucifer also has his own G-Pass if he was able to utter God's name without being zapped on the floor. Interesting. Now that I've met the man face to face, I remembered about my wings issue and what Seraphal told me about it. The man standing in front of so many people is said to be the only one to possess more than one pair of wings. Not even the other Satans standing side by side with him have it. Before I could dwell on such thoughts further, I felt the presence of a devil approaching us. "It is a pleasure to meet you again, Zekrom." Surprisingly, it was a young devil, the youngest among the bunch of old devils surrounding them. "It's good to see you too, Rise of him." This man wears the same silver hair as Lucifer in front, but unlike the latter, Rise of him's face seems to be more tamed and looks like it hasn't experienced challenges and problems yet. This man looks familiar. I squinted my eyes at him. Why does his hair remind me of someone I just saw? "Who's your companion, Zekrom?" Finishing their topic, the silver-haired man with a small silver goatee then shifted their discussion to me, who was just meekly standing on the side to not draw much attention. He's one of my most trusted partners, Chamber. He once took a holy spear on the chest for me, so I trust him. Zekrom's smile strained slightly upon the mention of my existence, but thankfully, his years of scheming helped him hide it and swiftly introduced me. To my surprise, he regarded me as his partner instead of a subordinate. Looks like what he said earlier had a hint of truth. He wanted to see me as an ally. I mean, Zekrom could have just called me his subordinate or right-hand man, and I wouldn't be able to do anything but to grit my teeth. However, now my status was elevated, and instead of subordinate, I'm now his partner. And what's with these lame excuses of taking a holy spear to the chest for him? Last time it was Seraphal whom I took a demonic bullet to the chest for her, and now Zekrom with the holy spear instead. Is this how allies are made in this world? Taking attacks on their chests? Nice to meet you, Chamber. Hope this won't be the last time we see each other. Rise of him bore a smile on his face as he offered a handshake. Obviously, I took it and then decided to bring in the ultimate technique. "I'm sorry, but I think I saw you somewhere. Do we know each other?" I said while still shaking his hand. I'm definitely sure we haven't, but I think I know why you think I'm familiar." With a chuckle, Rise of him looked behind him and pointed at a certain figure as he spoke. "That man over there is my father. We kind of look alike except that I decided to grow my goatee so people could tell us apart. I'm sorry, I think my vision is getting blurry. But are you pointing at Lord Lucifer? Running my eyes, I asked for confirmation. Yes, Lucifer's my dad. You can tell it just from our hair color. Only the 6 houses of Lucifer along with our Morningstar clan have silver hair colors. Rise of him explained. 6 houses of Lucifer. I shifted the topic with another question upon being introduced to a new info. Yes, 6 houses of Lucifer. It's kind of similar to the 72 pillars, but it only belongs to only my father. Those houses are the House Lucifuge, House Naburos, House Setanakia, House Algurept, House Fluidity, and finally, the House Sargatanus. 6 houses is similar to pillars all under Lucifer's command. His force is stronger than I thought. I muttered under my breath, surprise evident in my tone. I'm surprised you didn't know about it. It's like a common knowledge by every devil in the underworld. Rise of him continued, chuckling at my lack of knowledge. However, on the outside, he might be laughing, but I can see in his eyes that he's grown suspicious of me. God damn it. I should have just kept the question to myself. Ha. Well, Rise of him, you know how devils are nowadays. Their heads are filled with fulfilling the ambitions of the great Lucifer to the point that they even forget their own names. Thankfully, Zekrom came to the rescue, swooping in at the perfect time. I see. Well, winning the war is more important than knowing miscellaneous things, so it's understandable. Rise of him shrugged his shoulders and said, causing me to mentally sigh in relief. Anyways, I'll leave you 2 gentlemen for now. I have some matters to catch up with the others. With a nod of approval towards me, Rise of him took a small sip of his wine before leaving. Turning to Zekrom to apologize for almost blowing our cover, he beat me to it. I should have told you this information first before bringing you here. Zekrom sighed, owning up to the mistake. What should we do next? I whispered back, low enough to the point that even the sharp ears of the devils around me would be unable to hear. We'll stay around. The Satans surely have more to announce than that. Zekrom replied, his eyes staying on Lucifer's figure from a distance. True to Zekrom's words, Lucifer gathered everyone's attention as his announcement caused murmurs and whispers around. We have allied with the fallen angels. They would be willing to give us a hand to fight God. Lucifer yelled with a snarky tone, allied with the fallen angels. I hear Zekrom mutter to himself, his eyes squinting as he continued. I should have expected this. He continued, will there be any change to the plans? I asked, in which the devil shook his head. No. In fact, this might even benefit us. I don't trust that Azazel. He surely have his own motives for allying with Lucifer. We might gain ourselves an ally against the 6 houses and those that are loyal to the 4 Satans. He concluded, Azazel, I said confusedly. He's the current leader of the fallen angels, or Grigori as he likes to call themselves. They're the weakest among the 3 factions, but that doesn't make them weak in a literal sense. They still have access to the holy light. Hence, fighting them is like fighting the angels themselves. Quite troublesome, especially considering that they're immune to the weakness of the angels. Weakness? Angels have weakness. Of course. Their weakness is that they cannot commit a sin. Angels cannot sin because if they do, they'll fall from grace. So they mustn't feel lust, wrath, pride, greed, sloth, and gluttony. One of those is enough to bring even the strongest of angels down from big GA embrace. So what you're saying is that both devils and angels have their respective weaknesses, but the fallen angels doesn't. How is it that they're the weakest then? One answer, population and lack of strong leader. Devils have the 4 Satans, angels have big G. However, the Grigori only have Azazel and some archangels. They're strong, sure, but nowhere near as strong as Lucifer or Big G. Hearing his explanation, I couldn't help but marvel at the new information. So in the end, the strength of a force resides within its leader. If the leader is weak, the entire force would be too. But if the leader is strong, even if his force is weak, it would be considered as strong. While thinking of this, I couldn't help but wonder to myself and the force I'm trying to build. I lack everything that a strong force has. Population, strong leader, and strong subordinates. I don't have even one of those. Thinking about this, I clench my fists and my determination to increase both my strength and the mystic society grew. I should focus on myself first. I can gather at least 10 students and train them until they're strong enough to take down at least an ultimate class before granting them the title of a master. If in the Marvel Universe, all it takes is to learn the mirror dimension to be considered a master sorcerer, mine would be different. I want them to be able to go toe-to-toe with an ultimate class before being deemed as a master sorcerer. B.R. Chamber. Suddenly, I was snapped out from my thoughts by Zekrum's voice. The meeting came to an end. It's time to go back. I was about to nod my head when suddenly my eyes caught a glimpse of something that sent chills up on my spine. Lucifer Morningstar himself was staring straight at me, ignoring the calls of the other old devils around him, even his own son. Our eyes met, and suddenly, I felt a spark inside me as pressure descended over my shoulders. At the same time, a voice spoke to my head. "You smell familiar. Who are you?" Despite hearing the voice for the first time, I already knew who it belongs to. It's Lucifer. "I don't understand, Lord Lucifer. I'm just a humble devil." Responding in kind, I continued to stare at his eyes, and a few seconds have passed as Lucifer finally shifted his attention elsewhere, as if our talk hadn't just happened. "What's wrong? You paced out for almost a minute. Are you okay?" Zekrum shook my shoulders, bringing me back to reality. "Are you okay?" Hearing his words, I nodded my head while contemplating whether I should tell him about my short but meaningful encounter with Lucifer. However, reminding myself that Zekrum also have his own motives that he's hiding from me, I decided against telling him. If there's someone I could trust in this universe, that would be myself or God. Giving Lucifer, who was busy talking to his son, Rise of him, a one last look, I followed Zekrum out of the meeting room. As I bid farewell to Zekrum, I went back to the human world and fell into deep thoughts. No doubt that the devils, and perhaps even the fallen angels, are determined to kill God, in which I wouldn't obviously allow. I'm not sure if God can be killed, but I'm not taking any chances. Now, how do I save the old man without risking myself being known as the greatest traitor among the devils? You see, I have everything planned out already. There is something in me that the devils doesn't know yet except for Seraphol. My sacred gear. If I could somehow either disguise myself or silently use my sacred gear to assist God, that would be great and would definitely give God a hand. But still, remembering what God told me of how he knew about the plans, I couldn't help but ponder where God gains his confidence from. Sure, God is strong, but what if his strength has limits? If he's so strong, why can't he just eradicate the entire devil race before they could grow into a behemoth force in the first place? Was it sympathy for his children who were lost in their path? Or a lingering affection that halts him from slaying the four Satans and be done with the Great War? I have so many questions for him, and yet would remain unanswered until he shows up again like usual. Shaking my head from these thoughts, I decided to place it on the back of my head in the meantime. Anyways, I still have a whole month to contemplate about it, and I should focus on establishing my Mystic Society organization and increasing my strength. Without strength, all my plans and ambitions would fall short. Staring out the window of the room I rented from a town, I noticed it was already nighttime, which is the perfect time to leave the town through flight. My destination is the Great Britain. If my memory serves me right, the kingdom just experienced famine and the infamous Black Death. A perfect opportunity to gather followers and gain their loyalty as long as I play my cards right. I might also do God a favor, as the church's influence in the Great Britain is being challenged due to several figures being corrupt. Not to mention because prayers and such didn't work during the Black Death, causing the people to question the church and why so many of the population died, despite being avid followers of the church. Don't even mention the heavy taxes and the large lands that the church owns without paying a price. I'm not even surprised why God didn't bother answering to the prayers, with the Great War being at its peak and the countless corrupt people under the church. God might have wanted to punish the country for their corruption. After all, if God didn't answer prayers, people will doubt the church. And if the church is being doubted, they would lose followers and influence, and losing influence means corruption would be unsustained. All of those would eventually lead to the exposure of the church's weakness and corruption. spreading my senses and seeing that no one is watching me, as almost everyone in the town is asleep, except for a certain few. I quickly unfurled my 2 pairs of wings and took off to the sky. Despite the night being so chilly, considering this is the current era, where air pollution is almost non-existent, I don't feel anything. I'm starting to like flying in the sky every night now. No wonder many wanted to have the power to fly. Chuckling to myself, I braced myself and shot forward in full speed, my surroundings turning blurry as the forest turned into a shade of green and the night sky turning into a mix of white and black shade. Diurno Estrada, POV. Sent by the Cardinal Church, I roamed around the Great Britain, looking for humans with potential sacred gears inside their bodies. Ever since a month ago, when Lord Michael visited us, more specifically me, he assigned me to an exclusive mission to find the sacred gears that would awaken in humans randomly. Although Lord Michael didn't give me the specific location of the sacred gear users, but at least he told me that most of the users would appear on Great Britain. Perhaps it is partially because Great Britain is known as one of the places in the world that the Church has great influence. Unfortunately, the Black Death caused many devout believers to lose faith. Perhaps my mission on this land is more than just to recruit humans with sacred gears, but revive the reputation of the Church to the people. These people here only need a miracle, and with my holy power that was blessed by Lord Michael himself, I should be capable to healing and performing miracles. Please spare me some food, kind sir. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a small, malnourished child sitting on the edge of the streets, his eyes sunken and his tattered shirt as an evidence to the destitution he's experiencing. I immediately sympathized with the poor child and was about to approach the boy and provide him some of the bread and water that I brought with me, when suddenly I halted my tracks as a man beat me to it, wearing an orange robe with his hood on. The orange-robed man crouched in front of the child and whispered a few words I was unable to hear before giving the boy a metallic cup containing water and bread that is still warm, which is evident to the steam rising from it. Caution immediately appeared on my face as the orange-robed man maintained his crouching state as he watches the child eat the bread and drink from the cup with gusto. Once the boy is finished, I saw the man offering his hand for the boy, who quickly took it without hesitation. Realization immediately struck me on the face. This is a cult recruitment. Taking advantage of the fact that the influence of the Church has weakened, other religions or self-created cults would predictably take the opportunity to expand their influence. Without delay, I quickly marched towards them before they could leave. "Excuse me, young boy. Do you know who this man is?" Putting my hand over the man's shoulders, I saw him slowly turning around to face me while the young boy, following him, stared at me. However, upon seeing my cardinal clothes and the cross necklace I'm wearing, the boy's expression turned into disgust and distrust. "Is there any problem?" My attention were taken away by the orange-robed man, giving me a good look at his appearance under that hood. However, surprise filled me upon seeing a familiar face inside the hood. "You, the tarnished one," I called. "Oh, it's you. That exorcist back then. Good to see you again." I can tell that the tarnished one was also shocked as he continued. "Anyways, I go by a different name now. You can call me the Sorcerer Supreme if the tarnished one sounds a bit distasteful to you," he recommended. This may seem out of topic, but he's right. I prefer the name Sorcerer Supreme than the tarnished one. The latter is quite a mouthful in my opinion. Sorcerer Supreme, then. I didn't bother asking him the meaning behind this name, though from what I know, sorcerer is also known as magician. Is he a devil who specializes in magic? If so, that would complicate things a bit. Magic is quite troublesome after all. Sorcerer Supreme, I hope you have some explanation for this. I continued, gesturing to him, trying to lure an innocent child to follow him. My words also have its own meaning, which means that even if we're acquaintances and he saved the life of my companions back during the expedition, that won't hold myself back for the boy's sake. "What's it to you?" he responded, forming an unusual cold tension between the both of us, with the child's head darting back and forth to us too. Just as I wanted to reply, it was the boy who broke the awkward silence. "Teacher, who is he? Do you know him?" he asked while pointing at me. "Teacher?" This malnourished boy is a student? Or he took him as a student just now? You're his teacher? You took him as your student. Just the sound of it is enough to drive people insane. I've never heard of a devil taking humans as their students. Typically, humans only serves as mere entertainment for devils and the center of the devil's anger towards God. Yes, I am. Is there any problem with that? Well, what can I say at this point? It's not like devils are prohibited from taking humans as their students. Technically, since this is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. This man is indeed a weird devil. He doesn't act like one. He doesn't smell like one, and his actions were also out of place. I'm sorry. I'm at fault here. To show my sincerity, I bowed my head. I can't afford making an enemy out of him for something that is wrong on my side. It's fine. Now that you're here, you might as well as come with me. His proposition made me raise an eyebrow. I'm sorry, what? I said, you should come with me. I have some things that I need your help with. He repeated, a devil asking an exorcist, a chief one at that, for help? You might as well as say that God is going to die. Ahem, I went too far. My apologies, my lord. May I ask what you need my help with? While asking him, he was already walking forward, prompting for me to follow him. As you already know by now, this kingdom is suffering thanks to a certain religion. Hearing his words made me blush not just out of embarrassment, but also anger. I've heard about what happened and how the church relied too much on prayers instead of actually doing something physically. Church is the home of the people no matter who, and yet when the Black Death plagued the kingdom, the church dared to close its doors to God's beloved creation. It's a heresy. You seem angry. Did my words offend you? I was snapped back to reality by his question. No, I was angry at this kingdom's church. I don't know what the popes and cardinals are thinking. I sighed and expressed my disappointment. Normally, what I'm doing is considered heretic, but it was Lord Michael himself who told me about the situation, and I can sense the underlying anger hidden behind the seraphim's eyes. If the sword of God himself is angered by this, then so am I, who is sometimes known as the church's sharpest blade. Arriving in my temporary residence, which is just an abandoned building whose owner died from the Black Death plague. Since the Great Britain kingdom is quite too busy with so many matters, they overlooked simple things like this. This is your home? I hear Diorno ask behind me. Temporary, I replied as I conjured a simple liquid of herbal tea from midair and pulled it into a simple metallic cup. Diorno watched in amazement as I handed the metallic cup towards him. So, what's your deal being here? Surely you're not just here to take in students, right? Diorno asked after thanking me for the cup of tea. You're right. I've heard of the kingdom situation, and I believe this is the best opportunity for me to establish my name. Establish your name? He asked again confusedly. It's nothing, just a simple thing. Instead of giving him the answer, I just shrugged my shoulders as a reply. Diorno, sensing my intention, nodded his head and didn't ask any further. Instead, he took the initiative to change the subject. What do you need me for? You know it's unheard of the devil and an exorcist staying in the same room without causing any bloodshed, right? Huh, you're right. Instead of telling it to him, I gestured for him to follow me. I ought to show him the answer. We arrived at the second floor of the abandoned establishment, or also known as my temporary residence. Look over there. Standing in front of the window, where we can see almost the entire district we're in, I pointed at a certain area. Diorno shifted his attention and followed where I'm pointing at before seeing it similar to the slums. Diorno gasped in surprise when he saw malnourished figures, some laying on the ground, not knowing whether they're dead or not, while the rest were wandering around in dazed expressions. The most distinct among their appearance is their pale skin, sickness evident to their faces. Their sluggish movements contributing to this assumption. Some were puking on the corners, while others were growing weird swollen lymph nodes on their necks. What is this? As Diorno probably just arrived at the kingdom, he hasn't seen the kingdom's population's current situation. It's been decades since the Black Death plague happened. As you can see, its effects can still be seen even until today. I explained, watching the growing frustration on Diorno's face. Unfortunately, I'm a devil, and our kind doesn't specialize in healing and regeneration. I know someone who can, but but I don't want to ask for her help for something as trivial as this. I know a healing spell, but I don't think it's as effective as the healing power of the holy Padash. So, you want me to heal them? Diorno interrupted, already understanding my intention. Yes, that holy power inside you, let me guess, was blessed by either God or an angel, so I'm sure you're capable of healing. You're right. It was Lord Michael who blessed my holy power and said that I'm almost as capable as an angel from heaven when it comes to holy power. As he finishes his words, I can sense the growing pride in his tone. I see. So can you do it? What's the catch? Unfortunately for me, he caught on quickly. Can't I just say, I care for humans? You might as well as say that you also pray to God in church. Diorno snorted, refusing to believe my words. Fine. I'm planning on taking more than just one student. I sighed and raised my hands in defeat. Take them forcefully? What kind of devil do you think I am? I don't do that kind of thing, and mind you, I still allow my student to pray to whoever religion they believe in. I'm just offering them guidance, so they could become independent in this God-forsaken world. God has not forsaken this world. Diorno refuted. I'm not saying he's merciless. What I meant is that God cannot protect every human in the world. I know most of the factions uses humans as mere entertainment for their boring lives. As I spoke, there was a hint of mockery in my tone towards the other gods such as Greek or Egyptian, especially the Aztec gods who likes human sacrifices for what I heard. This, unfortunately for Diorno, he can't find any words to refute me anymore, so he stayed silent instead. So, can you do it or not? If you can't, I might have to resort to asking the fallen angels instead. Of course, he's just joking. He hasn't even met an angel, much less a fallen one. Fine, I agree. But just so, I'm not doing this because you asked me to. I also want to heal those in need. Sundara. I chuckled, muttering an unfamiliar word to the chief exorcist. What's it, Sundara? Diorno asked. It's nothing you should care about. Anyways, let's go now. The more time we waste, the more humans falls to this disease. POV. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I'll ask the church for help again. They'll definitely agree to heal you too this time. Cheering my two parents whose conditions left them bedridden, determination flowed through my chest. It's been a year since my parents fell sick from a disease that people call the Black Death, at least from what I heard from the neighbors. Last month, I tried asking the church for help, but instead of helping, they closed the doors in front of my face. Why? Why are they avoiding us like some kind of plague? Has God abandoned us? Was our prayers not enough for him to bless our health and remove our sickness? Why must we suffer while the church isolates us and brings us away from the main city? Why must we receive scorn just because of the Black Death disease? The church can heal us, right? They said it themselves. By giving ourselves to the Almighty God, we won't have to worry about anything because God will take care of our body and soul. If that's the case, why did my parents become sick? I was so confused. But now I'm confident that this time, with the money I earned from carrying heavy crates on the port, they'll agree to heal my parents and bring them back to health. Then after that, Mom will cook us her delicious cook and Dad will tell me his jokes. Tua, why are you so hell-bent on asking for those lads' help? They've abandoned us. There is no such thing as God. They only created him so they could control us. Cough. Dad quickly refuted my claim, snarling in anger as he coughed in the end, unable to handle the volume of his voice. But Dad, I heard that the church used God's power to heal the Duke's son, and he healed, they say. I was quick to deny his words, stating the source of my belief for the church's capability to heal my parents. So what if the Duke's son was healed by them? The only reason they did it is because the Duke have tons of gold and we don't. The church doesn't care for the poor. They only cater to those in power. Cough. I stayed still, enduring the anger of my father as his health continued to decline. I'm going to leave for a while. Once I'm back, I'll bring the priest and heal you too. Instead of answering him, I simply said and left. I can still hear Dad yelling for me while Mom stays silent. I wonder why it takes her so long to sleep. On my way to the church, I still receive those eyes from the others, full of disgust and scorn. But I ignored them. For me, my only goal is the church, and ask for God to answer my prayers to heal my parents. Coincidentally, as I arrived in front of the church's priest was about to leave. Father Simon, Father Simon. I quickly called out to him, catching his attention. It's you again? I can see the surprise in Father Simon's eyes as he slowly backs away. Ignoring this, I extended my hand, offering the pouch of pennies. I have money, Father Simon. Please heal my dad and mom. I begged. Kid, I have too many things to do. Please go away. You're scaring the believers of God. Despite seeing the pouch and growing disappointed after seeing what's inside, Father Simon pushes me away. However, I was adamant on making the priest heal my parents. So I kneeled and groveled on the ground. Please, Father Simon, heal my parents. We are also faithful followers of your church. We always pray every day. I heard that your church healed the Duke's son. Please help us. Unfortunately for my actions made Father Simon mad. Stand up, you insolent brat. Look, if your parents are sick, there's nothing we can do about it. If they're dying, then it is the God's will. With that, Father Simon once again bashed the door close in front of my face. Is the God's will? Did God wanted mom and dad to die? Is that what the priest is implying? But my parents, they don't deserve to die. They're kind people. God wouldn't abandon those who seek his help. The church said he's merciful. They said he's forgiving. Anger clouded my vision as I grew blind to my surroundings. A flash of light covered my sight. Before I knew it, I could already hear the screams of the people. Chamber POV. After arriving at the slums, me and Diorno quickly gathered in front of a sick woman carrying her baby. Spare me some bread, please. My baby, he's hungry. Despite being pale and suffering from the Black Death plague, the woman still cared for her child, a mother indeed. Beating me to it, Diorno crouched in front of the woman, and instead of giving her the bread she begged for, Diorno touched her forehead. Sir, I'm dirty. Please, I might sully your graceful hand. Due to Diorno's clean white cardinal outfit, the woman thought that Diorno belongs to the upper society of the kingdom. Much to the woman's shock, a white light flashes in front of her, and before she knew it, her pale face regains color, and the pain on her stomach and chest slowly fades away. The most notable thing that happened is the disappearance of the swollen lymph nodes on her neck up to under her ear. God has not abandoned us. The woman stutters, unable to believe what she just experienced. The other people of the slums who heard her started gathering around. Father, please heal me too. Kind sir, please help my wife. She's sick too. Sir, please sir. Before we knew it, we were surrounded and Diorno became their messiah, touching foreheads left and right and healing their sickness one by one. I was treated 1-2 of course. Although Devils doesn't specialize in healing, with imagination magic, almost everything is possible. So I know a simple healing spell I created myself with the help of Citri Magic's healing spells as reference. As we were in the middle of the process of healing the people, a loud explosion happened in the distance. Boom! Looking at the smoke rising in the sky, both me and Diorno exchanged glances. That's the city. What's going on there? One of the people we just healed pointed at the sky and said. Before I knew it, me and Diorno bolted out of the crowd and headed towards the source of the explosion. Did France start at Britain? I'm quite poor in history lessons, so I'm not sure if France managed to attack Britain this deep into their territory. Hopefully not. I don't like to meddle in human-made wars. I protect humans from the supernatural, not from fellow humans. I'm a protector, not a hero. Maybe someday, if some sorcerers are free, I'll assign a few to act as heroes to deter evil. As soon as the explosion took place in the middle of the city, the night guards nearby were quickly dispatched to apprehend the one who caused it. However, much to their shock, in the middle of the ruins and shattered church, a single kid stood alone, a red flame aura flowing around him. On his hand was a silver cross, the same one that Father Simon of the church wears every day. The church lied. He muttered to himself in a daze, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. When he looked around him, only then did he finally register what he had just done. Combined with the tens of armored knights pouring in with their blades pointing at him, the child trembled, his legs shaking as fear took hold of his emotions. His red, glowing aura dispersed just as soon as it appeared. What happened? You, by the order of the Knight's Oath, you are under arrest for the unjustified killing of the church and its inhabitants. A knight stepped forward and said, anger can be seen on his face, with the child's poor appearance, including the blood on his clothes, made everyone assume that he's the perpetrator without looking for proof. But I didn't know. The child backed away, too scared to move as he feared further angering the knights. Don't move, please. I didn't know. It wasn't me. As if they were deaf, the knights continued to advance cautiously, fronting their blades to him. Before the knights could fully approach the child, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks, their fiery expressions freezing in place. As if the time itself had stopped. All the knights except for the child. What? The child was surprised, not expecting the sudden turn of events. Are you okay, kid? A voice asked him, mixed with concern. Turning around, the child saw two figures, one wearing an orange robe, while the other looked familiar, wearing a cardinal robe similar to Father Simon. It was Chamber and Diorno. Who are you guys? It was the child's turn to be cautious, eyeing the two weird people who came out of nowhere in suspicion. It's okay. We're not the bad guys. We won't hurt you. Chamber kneeled to meet the kid's eye level and said with the utmost sincerity that he could muster. However, the child's response caught them off guard. You? He pointed at Chamber and continued. I could trust you, but not him. Then he pointed at Diorno. While Diorno's face turned grim, Chamber was trying his best to hold his laugh. How ironic. A child would rather trust a devil than a cardinal exorcist. Just thinking about it would definitely make such a joke go down in history. Kid, although Diorno wanted to boast about who he is in his profession, but seeing the mistrust in the child's eyes, Diorno decided that maybe it is better to stay quiet instead. So what's your name, kid? Can you tell me what happened? It was Chamber's turn to ask. Upon recalling, the child couldn't stop his tears from welling in his eyes. And my name is Johann Faust. Father Simon, he didn't want to help us. As the child, now known as Johann Faust, started to retell his story, Chamber eagerly listened, while Diorno curled his fist from behind, in disbelief about what the priest had just done. The church never turns to its faithful followers. This is what the church has taught Diorno, and what he has always implemented every single day, even as the chief exorcist. If Lord Michael were to know this, what would the sword of God think? Would Lord Michael personally deal with this, or what? I see. Where are these parents you spoke of? You see, while you don't trust this companion of mine behind me, he's capable of healing your parents. He was sent by the angel Michael from heaven himself. Hearing Chamber's words, Johann's eyes widened in surprise as his big round eyes stared at Diorno with shock. Diorno is unable to help himself from puffing his chest in pride. And here I thought the Sorcerer Supreme take all the glory. Follow me. They're really sick. As much as Johann wanted to say, he still didn't trust the huge man due to what he personally experienced with the church priest, Father Simon. His concern towards his parents was his priority. Chamber nodded his head and traced the kid's footsteps. Following behind was Diorno. As for the knights, after a certain distance between them and Chamber, they all started to move one by one. Confusion filled their faces as the kid they'd been harassing was gone. In just a single blink, the perpetrator of the church's explosion was gone. Dad, Mom, I brought help. They'll help you. Barging through the door of their dilapidated home, Johann approached the two beds containing an old man and woman. Johann, you're back. Cough. The dad slowly opened his eyes as he saw his son, along with two unknown men behind him. Upon seeing the clothes of Diorno, anger clouded him, and he was about to lash out when suddenly he recalled something. Earlier, a fellow friend of his who was also suffering the same sickness as them visited him and told him about two certain men outside who appeared out of nowhere, performing miracles like Jesus who was depicted in the Bible, healing their sickness and bringing them back to their health. It almost sounded unbelievable if he hasn't seen that certain friend personally earlier. His anger mellowed down, and he just gritted his teeth. Please, focus on my wife first. I can handle this for a day. But my Lily, she's been too quiet since this morning. Obviously, The man has noticed this the moment he woke up. A bad feeling quickly churned inside his stomach as he saw the two men's expressions turn conflicted upon checking up on his wife. Johann stood on the side, clearly unaware of the grave news that Chamber and Diorno were about to bring. "I'm sorry, but she's gone," Chamber muttered, but loud enough for Johann and his father to hear. "I knew it." Johann's father mustered a pained smile, not wanting to show weakness in front of his son. Johann, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he heard. "And Mom's gone?" No. She's not dead yet. As she was just alive this morning." Before Johann could finish his words, he remembered how unresponsive his mother had been since this morning. "Mom? Why, you're not gone yet, right?" Johann slowly approached the aged woman, who was smiling softly as she lay on the bed. If it wasn't for Chamber's words, Johann would have thought that his mother was just having a dream and is still very much alive and well. "I'm sorry, child. Just know that your mother is now in God's embrace. He'll make sure she's happy in heaven." Diorno wore a strained smile on his face as he patted Johann's shoulders. "We were late," Chamber muttered to himself. He too felt sad by this. If only they had been faster. Maybe they could have saved Johann's mother. If only I could turn back the time. Chamber sighed. However, as soon as he registered his words, his eyes widened in realization. "Time. I have the power of time on my side. Maybe I can bring her back." Saying this to himself, Chamber remembered how Dr. Strange was able to save tens of sorcerers and civilians during Dormammu's invasion, simply by using the power of the Time Stone to bring everyone back to life. Then there's also Thanos using the Time Stone to bring the dead Vision back to life, including even the Mind Stone. Such a display of power shows how strong the power of time is. "Johann, do you trust me?" Interrupting their weeping session, Chamber approached the kid and asked, "If I'm successful, this might change many things, including gaining this kid's trust. I can sense the power inside him. If he were to become my student, it would be wonderful. Of course, in this world, kindness can't remain unpaid. There will always be payment in exchange for something. You can't blame him for that." "Chamber, what are you doing?" Diorno, not wanting to hurt the child's feelings, pulled Chamber's arm and asked in a whisper. "I know what I'm doing." Chamber stared at Diorno's eyes directly, causing the exorcist to release his arm. "Just know, this child won't be able to endure if this hope you give him turns out to be a dupe." Diorno whispered in his ear, giving Chamber a final warning. "Please, I beg you, please don't let God take my mom away from me, from us." Kneeling on the ground, Johann wanted to go even further and grovel when Chamber himself stopped him. "Don't do that, Johann. I'm doing this for my sake too." Chamber shook his head and said, though he was muttering the last sentence to himself. Stepping onto the bed where his mother lay dead, the pocket watch hanging from his neck glowed in green light as he mustered the depths of Kronos Requiem's time power. Chamber could feel it, the power of time flowing in his veins, starting from the sacred gear situated inside his soul, up to his physical form. Diorno, Johann, and his father watched with held breaths, their eyes never leaving the flowing green aura surrounding Chamber's body. "That," Diorno muttered in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Although he doesn't know what Chamber intends to do, he could feel the strange power within him. Its intention is enough for him to feel from a distance. Chamber is truly bringing the dead back to life. Minutes passed, and within the silence ensued in the room to the point that even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. The bed creaked. Johann's mother, who was in death's embrace, starts to stir awake, her eyes fluttering as she takes a moment to register her surroundings. Then she made a sound. "Where am I?" "M.O.M. Lily." Outside their home, Chamber left the family to share their small reunion after Diorno healed both Johann's mother and father. Chamber stood outside with a complicated expression. He brought someone back from the dead. He's like a god, or at least he feels like one. "I'm not going to ask how you did that back there. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but you're a good man, Sorcerer Supreme. It would take God himself to change my opinion of you." Diorno appeared behind him and patted Chamber's shoulder, expressing himself to him. "I don't know. If you define good as doing something beneficial to others, then maybe I am. But at the same time, it's not. If I revived her and brought her back to life, what about the others? Wouldn't it be unkind of me if she's the only one I brought back to life and not the others? Would I be called selfish then? Chambers spoke with a complicated expression, directly refuting Diorno's encouraging words. He's not a good man. Never was. And never will be. Everything he's doing until now is just to benefit himself and to survive in this unprecedented journey towards the unknown. I can't answer that, Diorno solemnly replied. But if it makes you feel better, in my eyes, what you just did is equal to 1,000 acts of kindness. Thanks, Chambers softly chuckled, gaining more than just a student in this short journey of his. Just as Chamber and Diorno stay rooted in their places, Chambers' senses immediately picked up the presence of someone brimming in mana. A human, but its mana far exceeding even a full-fledged mid-class devil. Almost borderline high class. Who is this? Confusion filled Chambers' face. Sorcerer Supreme, there's a dash. You know what? Just call me Chamber instead. I shook my head and interrupted him. Although Diorno felt disrespected by it on the other hand, he was pleased because he no longer had to call me Sorcerer Supreme, which is 5 syllables every now and then. Chamber, there's an old man over there. His mana is strange, Diorno said, pointing at a certain old man in a distance in front of them, wearing nothing but a ragged brown robe with a few holes and patches. The old man was holding a long wooden stick that he uses as a cane. I know. His mana is too large for a normal human. I replied, he might be a human wizard. I've heard of them, people who discover the mana inside them and manage to find a way to harness them through complicated numbers. Even to this day, I have no idea how numbers can help in using mana. Wizards? You seem to know a lot about them. My ears perked up at the mention of a term I'm quite familiar with. Wizards are similar to sorcerers in a magical way. The only difference between the two is that sorcerers mostly engage in physical combat, with their spells heavily related to it. Wizards, on the other hand, are the exact opposite of sorcerers. If the latter specializes on physical combat magic, the former are more of versatility. Wizard spells are ranging from household magic that can clean and sweep the floor to ranged attacks that targets in a distance. While sorcerers are strong and physical, wizards are very weak. However, they make it up by their abundance of spells and large amounts of mana that their body can handle despite being physically weak. Of course, the church had a share few encounter with some of them, especially Merlin, the greatest wizard to have ever lived. There was a hint of respect in his eyes as Diorno introduced the legend. So, that old man is like Merlin? I asked while pointing at the distant old man with a cane walking towards us. Due to the hood, we were unable to see his facial features. But what gave away to his old age is the way he walks and the cane he's using as a support. Instead of outright addressing the old man, we waited for him to approach us first before raising our questions. Good evening, gentlemen. As soon as the old man approached us, he greeted us as he raised his head, letting a small light lit his face, finally showing us his face. He was indeed old as we assumed. Wrinkles covered his face, enough to narrate his age and experience in life. However, one glance at my magic senses tells me that this appearance is fake, forged by a mere illusion spell that could deceive normal humans but not me. Now that he got close, and I finally got a closer look at his entire appearance, only then did I notice that his cane is fake. It doesn't look like a magician's cane. It's just a normal long wooden stick. Instead, what caught my attention was the ring he was wearing on his left hand, a silver ring with a large green stone embedded into it. Just seeing it is enough for me to know that the ring is not normal. It contains some sort of magic inside, a complicated one at that. Good evening. Diorno stepped forward and raised his hand forward, offering a handshake to the old man. It doesn't seem like Diorno noticed the illusion covering the old man's face. Looks like the illusion is a high-level one. The old man smiled and took his hand, shaking in the process. As for me, I don't like to prolong this discussion. I have a potential student reuniting inside his home, awaiting for me to take him in. Drop the illusion, wizard. You can't deceive my eyes. Not only Diorno was shocked, but even the old man stared at me in surprise. This The old man bore a complicated face as his eyes wandered between me and the now cautious Diorno beside me before sighing. I didn't know there was someone who can perceive magic here. My apologies. Then finally, the old man dropped his illusion, allow us to have a glimpse of his true appearance. He wasn't old, which I wasn't expecting considering most humans who can use magic are supposed to be old people. Not young like a middle-aged man. What's your name? This time, it was my turn to ask, as Diorno turned silent, probably scolding himself to not being able to see through something so obvious. At least to me. Balthazar Blake. Sighing, the middle-aged man, now known as Balthazar, introduced himself. Balthazar Blake. Where have I heard that name before? I squinted my eyes, try to recall anyone with the same name. It's you, Merlin's disciple. It was Diorno who spoke with wide eyes, surprising even me. Merlin have a disciple? I asked myself, surprised by the revelation. Of course I know about Merlin. He too is a sorcerer back in my world, but I haven't heard of him having a disciple. Is it because it's a different universe, so their stories are also different? Maybe that's why. I've never truly understood the secrets of the multiverse, so I'm not sure. Maybe I'm right, or maybe not. Balthazar, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're still busy looking for Merlin's ancestor. Diorno asked with a weary smile, as if he was the one who was doing it. Well, what can I say? Every year or so, I hear about extraordinary children only to fall short when I meet them myself. Balthazar sighed in exhaustion, talking to Diorno like old friends. You guys know each other? I asked, not expecting this. Well, not exactly. Diorno then proceeded to explain. It turns out, when Diorno was a child, training under an experienced exorcist, he showed an incredible talent, which was sniffed by Balthazar, thinking that Diorno was the child who will inherit Merlin's legacy. Well, when they met and Balthazar assessed Diorno, it turns out he wasn't the one he was looking for, and so, that's the last time they saw each other. Only when Diorno grew up, he heard stories of Balthazar and his quest of finding the successor of his master. So is that why you're here now? To look for your master's successor? I inquired, to which Balthazar nodded his head. Yes, I heard about an explosion here, and since no one aside from supernatural beings can cause it, I thought either it is related to the child I'm looking for, or just someone causing chaos. If it's the latter, then I'll just help the kingdom that my master used to serve. Balthazar shrugged his shoulders and replied, I'm confused. Why are you looking for Merlin's successor? Is Merlin dead or what? My confused question was met with their stares at me, as if they're telling me, are you dumb? You guys could just tell me, right? Instead of staring at me like that, their stares were met with my monotonous tone. My master is dead, betrayed by one of his students, who also killed my lover. At the same time, this said student is a dear friend of mine. Sorrow flashed on Balthazar's face as he looked down on the ground with a solemn tone as he explained. I see. I'm sorry for opening up an old wound. Guilt immediately appeared on my face as I apologized sincerely. No wonder they were looking at me like that. It's okay. It's all in the past. My only focus right now is to finish my master's last mission for me, and I would finally be able to rest and join my beloved, he said with a warm smile, as if death is merely a resting place for someone like him. Well, considering how long Balthazar has lived, I think it's almost 1,000 years if my memory serves me right. That's right. I finally remembered where I last heard Balthazar's name. The Sorcerer's Apprentice, a film I remember watching during my high school days. It was during the time when magic and such are all-time famous for nerds like me. No wonder Balthazar looks familiar. That's Nicolas Cage right there, except with a thick beard and very long hair. I almost thought he's Merlin himself. He's hundreds of years away from finding the person he's looking for. I felt pity for Balthazar. The guy would live by himself for at least a few more 100 years before finding Merlin's successor and reuniting with his lover. Unless I can hasten it up, Balthazar and his lover, whom I forgot the name, would be a good addition to my sorcerer society. Not to mention their method of harnessing mana. Through the ring they're wearing, they could manipulate their surroundings, almost near the level of reality manipulation, albeit with large limitations. For example, they can't use their magic to heal themselves. Their magic relies heavily on having knowledge about physics and science. They can't do feats such as killing someone directly or resurrecting someone. Heck, they can't even use their magic to teleport or at least fly. Don't even mention that they need their magic rings to perform magic, though that doesn't make them any weaker. Their magic spells are very versatile, especially the mirror spell that Balthazar used, where they can enter some sort of mirror dimension replica, though it can't fully trap someone like the mirror dimension where you need the sling ring to escape. Aside from that, the only thing that caught my attention to their kind is their capabilities to create life through inanimate objects. Balthazar can create a large griffin through metal. His rival can create a bunch of wolves that came out of the paper, and then there's the Chinese guy who can unleash a fiery dragon, though their heavy reliance makes up too much of these advantages. Maybe I can use their rings as a substitute for my sling rings. I can enchant them so magic rings can use portals like sling rings. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but yell to myself about how smart I am. Smiling to myself, I shifted my attention to Balthazar, who was busy catching up with Diorno. "Say, Balthazar, I have a great offer to you." I interrupted them. "Offer?" Balthazar confusedly asked. "Balthazar POV. You want me to join your sorcerer society and become a master?" I repeated the offer, disbelief evident in my tone. Who wouldn't be? This man, who I met just now, offered me a very high position. Yes. What's it to you then? Caution appeared on my face. My master is wise enough to teach me that there is no such thing as free lunch in this world. Even if someone helped you without asking for an exchange, you'll find yourself indebted to them in no time. I just wish to know more about your magic system and that ring of yours. In exchange, I can teach you my magic spells and help you find your master's successor. I hear him say, I don't even know this kid's name. He's like what? 15 years old? Prove it. I said, no way I'm falling for child's trick. I'm 1,000 years older than this kid, from Merlin's beard. Prove it. The kid fell into contemplation before replying. His next words, however, made me freeze. How about a spar? If I defeat you, you agree to my offers, and if you defeat me, I'll help you kill Morgan Le Fay and reunite you with your lover, Veronica. He said those words with the utmost confidence in his tone. I have so many questions running in my mind, questions I want to force the answer out from the kid. However, I only managed to ask one despite it all. How did you know that name? I have my ways. So do you agree? Instead of answering his question, I made it vague, to compose myself as a mysterious person. You know how mysterious people are. They tend to attract curiosity, and curiosity will help me recruit this student of Merlin. Fine, but don't expect me to hold back on you just because you're a kid. Balthazar grumbled, but still agreed nonetheless. Where are we going to fight? Don't tell we're fighting in this slum. He continued with a question. Good question. Instead of answering him again, I simply smirked, and with a wave of my hand, a small orange magic circle appeared on the tip of my fingers, and I waved it in front of us, where a large crack in space appeared mid-air. What the? Balthazar and Diorno both watched the spectacle in amusement and curiosity. Follow me. I initiated and walked forward, letting them watch as the space cracks swallow me like the surface of the ocean. Both Balthazar and Diorno glanced at each other before Diorno sighed. I'll go next. Albeit unfamiliar with such spell, Diorno trusts me, especially since I don't have any reason to harm him considering I could have done so many times in these previous days. Balthazar entered next after Diorno. Did the spell fail? Balthazar furrowed his eyebrows after seeing that he's still in the same spot as before. Diorno shares the same sentiment as him. It didn't. Welcome to the mirror dimension. I refuted, spreading my arms as I introduced them to the dimension and its functions. Mirroring and replicating the real world? So this is the same as the infamous Hungarian mirror trap. Balthazar muttered to himself, recalling a certain similar spell. Amazing. Diorno was also the same, surprised by the mirror dimension, not because of its amazing functions, but because of the fact that I, a devil, can create my own dimension at will, something that most beings can't normally do. You ready? I distanced myself from Balthazar, who did the same and asked. More than you. Balthazar replied with confidence in his tone. Did your master not tell you to never underestimate your enemy? As soon as I finished my words, I disappeared from his sight, reappearing in front of him as both our eyes met. Just as Balthazar's eyes widened in surprise and was about to counterattack, a magic circle already appeared on my palm, and a gush of strong wind current blew out, smashing against Balthazar's chest, launching through the air. I only used a non-lethal spell this time. This is just a spar after all, not a battle to our deaths. While mid-air, Balthazar's mana churned, and he channeled them through his ring, whereas the air around him composed into a solid construct before cushioning his fall on the ground. Of course, as a gentleman and soon-to-be Balthazar's master, I gave him the space he needed to have a breather. Cough! Ha! Ha! Clutching his chest, Balthazar felt all the air from his lungs being depleted. I thought you were ready more than me. I flashed him an arrogant smirk, in return against his comment to me earlier. You, unable to find any words to refute me, Balthazar stood back up and decided to let his strength talk this time instead of his mouth like earlier. Waving both his hands, my senses went haywire when the earth under my feet started to pulse in mana, which means Balthazar's spell is related to the ground I'm stepping on. I jumped in the air just in time as the ground I was previously stepping on disappeared, pulled by the earth, causing a small but deep hole, large enough to swallow me whole. That was close. I muttered to myself. This spell reminds me of my upgraded mana skin, where I can expand my mana or demonic energy to form a small domain around me, where I can cast spell wherever inside the said domain. It's been a while since I last used it. Focusing on my demonic energy, I felt it clung to my skin before manipulating it to expand and cover the area around us. Balthazar's eyes turned cautious after sensing the mana around him turn thicker, expecting some sort of large area of effect spell of some kind, which is kind of true. With a will of my mind, for magic circles surrounded Balthazar and spew fiery hot flames that covers all of his escape routes. The only way for him to escape is either through the sky or the ground, in which he didn't do either. Instead, he waved his arms around like a certain airbender, and a huge ball of air formed around him with Balthazar being in the middle inside. My flames immediately got dispersed upon contact. That's neat. Those rings are truly overpowered. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. I really want to study those rings, their enchantment, materials, and etc. Then implement them to sling rings, allowing me to create my own set of slong rings for the future members of my sorcerer society. Is that all you got? It was Balthazar's turn to smirk, says the guy who almost lost in a single spell earlier. I rebutted, wiping off the smur from his face real quick. We both then moved at the same time, casting spells in unison as a magic circle appeared on top of his head and the gravity of his body doubled, causing him to have a hard time moving. Meanwhile for him, before the double gravity hits him, he already managed to cast a spell to me, causing the earth surrounding me to rise from the ground and form a huge Cerberus, the three-headed dog. I looked at the living creature in front of me with amazement, marveling at the wizard's capabilities to form life as easy as lifting a hand. Of course, the Cerberus itself is nothing to be feared at. It's merely a replica of the real one. Not to mention, it's made of dirt. Roar! The Cerberus roared before charging towards me while its caster, Balthazar, was countering the gravity spell I placed on him. I dodged to the side, just as the Cerberus's sharp jaws clumped on my previous position. I bet Hades would be disappointed in you. I shook my head in disappointment. As if understanding the intention behind my words, the Cerberus growled in anger and once again charged towards me, its speed faster than before. Instead of doing the same thing as before, transfigured the earth around me and turned it into a frisbee. Fetch! I skied after seeing the Cerberus wagged its tail and chased the frisbee I threw past it. Well, dog is a dog, after all, no matter their race. While I was busy playing fetch Balthazar's Earth Cerberus, the said wizard just got out of the gravity spell, muttering curses under his breath. I can't believe I'm losing to traditional magic, he whispered under his breath, mistaking me for a human due to the magic circles that I use when casting spells. Unlike traditional magic that humans invented during the time Mesopotamia still exists, the magic system that his master, Merlin, invented is different and more convenient. Although the magic system of Merlin is stronger than traditional magic, that doesn't mean it is widely used by every magician. As a matter of fact, barely anyone knows that Merlin uses a different kind of magic system. Through the use of the magic rings, which only Merlin and his trusted allies, including his sister, Morgan Le Fay, knows how to forge, Merlin was able to manipulate the mana inside their bodies without having to use calculations and algorithms. They only need to have the knowledge about physics and science, and that's enough. If I could get my hands on the method how to create those time, I'd be able to create my own army. Just thinking about it makes me desire for Balthazar more. This Nicolas Cage look-alike is a treasure trove of a new set of magical knowledge. Having him beside me would be a great boon. Not to mention, their kind have a method to prolong their life. Maybe Merlin taught them a certain spell to prolong their lifespan or something like that. Anyways, beating Balthazar is the first step of my plan. I can't believe this 1-month journey would give me 2 large boons. First is the kid with a possible sacred gear, and now Balthazar, who carries a brand new set of magic system with him. Casting a large magic circle from the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down towards the Earth's Cerberus. Since lightning is the Earth's weakness in most video games, I assume the same goes in real life. Which turns out to be true, as the Cerberus could only lift his head in surprise before the lightning landed on him, destroying every fiber of its body, starting from its head down to the tail. Once again, both me and Balthazar are facing each other. While I'm composed and calm, Balthazar was the opposite, although the wizard tries to look tough on the outside, but I can sense he's exhausted, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Creating a Cerberus as large as a 2-story house must have exhausted him. "Do you yield?" I asked. Hopefully he would yield, because if he don't, I might be forced to take this seriously and end him with a single attack. Master always tells me the way to win a fight. Oh good, Nicolas Cage starts monologuing like a main character in a movie. That is to know when to surrender and resume the fight in another day. Know thy enemy, and you shall grasp victory. Balthazar seemed to have entered some sort of enlightenment as he softly smiled and continued. "I surrender. You win." My lips curved into a smile. Finally, we got back to the real world as Balthazar would from now on. Join me and follow me to my journey. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Can you wear this? All of a sudden, Balthazar spoke, asking me as he brought out a dragon's head-shaped silver ring from his pocket. "This is Merlin's ring." I muttered to myself in shock. Why would Balthazar think I'm worthy of this? Is it because I defeated him? Although surprised, I couldn't help but feel excited inside my chest. Maybe I don't need to ask Balthazar to study his ring, if this dragon ring accepts me. Hiding my excitement, I nodded my head in agreement and picked up the dragon ring from his palm. I can see Diorno's eyes widening after seeing the familiar ring that he was offered to wear back when they first met. I appreciate the fact that he's not telling Balthazar that I'm a devil. If he did, I don't think Balthazar would offer me this, not to mention I don't know what's his stance against devils. The moment of truth. I whispered under my mind as I slid the ring inside my index finger. The moment the silver dragon ring was slipped into my index finger, it remained still. As a matter of fact, the ring is quite small compared to my finger, so it can only fit halfway through my index finger. Well, can't say I wasn't disappointed because I am. It's okay. Thousands of children went through the same as you do. It's pretty Norm Dash, just as Balthazar wanted to comfort me. The silver dragon's eyes suddenly gained a red shine in them as the silver dragon ring unclasped itself from my index finger before climbing on my palm. The silver dragon ring was no longer just a ring, but a full bona fide small dragon on my palm, staring directly at me. I can feel our connection. It's like I finally retrieved something that has been lost from me for a very long time. "Where have you been all my life?" I muttered as I pet the small dragon, watching it squirm under my finger. "It's you. You're the one I've been searching for." Balthazar couldn't believe his eyes, to the point that even fell to his knees. Even Diorno, who was expecting no reaction from the dragon ring, to actually react when it comes to contact with me. Now, Balthazar has finally completed his last mission, to find the one who will inherit Merlin's legacy, which is me. I admit I'm excited. With this ring, I could create so many spells involving those that aren't usually possible with traditional ones, such as the making a living being. An army of living beings at my beck and call. It seems like our meeting is fate. I'm glad I saw that explosion. Balthazar said with a mix of relief and relaxation in his tone, as if a huge burden was lifted off his shoulders. Which is true. From what I know, he's been doing this for thousands of years, or maybe just a few hundred. I was exaggerating. So what can I do with it? Will you teach me how to use Merlin's magic? Upon hearing my question, Balthazar contemplated for a few seconds before offering. Well, I could, but if you have some time, we can practice on Merlin's tower instead. Merlin's tower? Oh, great, another treasure trove delivered to my doorstep. Without hesitation, I chose the latter. Where? It's quite a long way from here. It'll take us an entire month to travel on foot. Do you know what it looks like? Or the place around it? Instead of feeling down from his words, I simply asked. I do. He nodded his head. Good. This will make it easier then. Imagine that place in your mind and allow me to enter you. I don't know if it's because I'm stronger than him or simply because I'm Merlin's successor, but Balthazar didn't even hesitate to nod his head in agreement, lowering down his mental defenses so I could smoothly enter him. At the same time, I used a mind-reading spell to watch his thoughts, and soon, a large expanse of forest appeared in front of my eyes, though I don't see any tall structure or tower yet. Must be hidden. It would be dumb of Merlin if his tower could be found through normal means. Printing the forest in my mind, I retreated from Balthazar's and informed him. Let's turn that 1 month journey to 1 second, shall we? With a confident smirk on my face, I wore my sling ring and waved my hand in a circular motion, letting the two witness my portal conjuration. A portal, I hear Balthazar whisper to himself. Now all it takes is a single step. I continued before stepping forward, directly changing my position from the deep heart of the Great Britain to an unknown forest thousands of miles away. Balthazar and Diorno both stepped inside the portal before closing it. Where are we? Diorno asked and continued. You know we just left your student and that kid, right? We'll be back in time. Don't worry, this won't take a day. I replied, reassuring the man. You know what? Why am I even here? I'll go back and continue healing those people in the slums. Nodding my head at his request, I reopened the portal back to the slums, and he went back. The tower is close. It's not far from here, Balthazar said, walking past me and taking the lead. While following him, I initiated a conversation centering around Balthazar's story and his master, Merlin. Are there more people like you who can use the magic of Merlin? Of course, I know the answer to this is yes, but this is the perfect way to start a conversation, pretending to not know anything. Yes, Merlin only taught his magic to people he trusted, mostly his close allies. Unfortunately, he included his sister among them, Morgan Le Fay. Not only she betrayed him, but she also taught the same magic he created to her own allies, creating her own group of dark magicians who seeks to rule the human world. Balthazar said with a solemn tone, though I couldn't help myself from chuckling, causing him to react. Why are you laughing? His lips twitched, as if he's saying, here, I am, pouring my feelings, and you're just laughing. I'm sorry, it's just that. I couldn't believe that Morgan would actually be so dumb. Seeing his confusion, I continued. If conquering the world were that easy, then there would be no wars between factions and pantheons. Have you heard of the Great War? I asked him, in which he nodded his head. I've heard about it from my master, Merlin. He said it is the largest war the world has ever witnessed after the infamous Titanomachy from the Greek pantheon. It's a war between God and his angels, devils, and the fallen angels. Balthazar finished. Correct. I wasn't expecting humans to actually know about the Great War. Chuckling, a thought passed through my mind, and I couldn't help but ask him. Say, what's your thoughts about devils? Devils? I'm not sure. Merlin always told me to not judge a man based on rumors and gossips. People say they're bad, but since I haven't met one yet, I'll stay neutral about them. Hearing his answer made me proud. What a good student, praising his new master so early. I also heard from Master Merlin that the reason why Morgan was so strong is because he made a deal with the devil. Oh, that's interesting. I should ask him more about this later. Why'd you ask? He continued with a confused look. Well, Let's just say today is your lucky day, since you haven't met a devil yet. Now you do. At the same time as I finish my words, I unfurl my wings from my back, my entire set of wings. You? I can see Balthazar's eyes widening in surprise as he stepped back. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chamber, a high-class devil. Nice to meet you, Balthazar. I grinned, watching his reaction with interest. This is a lot to take in. What is it? That the one who inherited your master's legacy is a devil? Or because your new master is now a devil? I calmly asked. No, none of those. I was just surprised, not expecting you to be a devil. After all, during our fight, you didn't use any dark spells or something. His words made me laugh. Dark spells? Is that what Merlin taught you? Come on, we're better than that. Dark spells doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. It's just that humans are too weak to wield them, so they hurt themselves in the process of using them. I explained this is based on the books I read on Citri's library, so it's the truth. Wait, really? I didn't know that. Balthazar started to open up, no longer cautious like before after the reveal. I'm glad. I don't have to resort to forcing him to be loyal to me. So is it true? Balthazar all of a sudden asked me. True? True about what? It was my turn to be confused. That devils collect souls. He whispered as if he doesn't want God himself to hear him. I'm afraid not. Only heaven does that, and some other pantheons like Hades from the Greek pantheon. He collects the souls of those who praise to the Greek god. Others are the same. I can see the disappointment in his eyes, which he quickly hid. I see. Thank you for answering. You want to see someone, don't you? A dead one, to be exact. I revealed to him, shocking him. That wasn't my... He started to stutter. Maybe I can help, I said, causing him to stare at me. Don't stare at me like that. I'm not into men. I pretended to cover my body, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Would you look at that? An old wizard who has lived for hundreds of years, blushing like a teenager. What would Merlin think of it? You see, I'm not a normal devil. I'm different. Unlike devils who will feel a painful zap when uttering the holy name of God. I don't. That's because me and God are quite close. You can almost say we're like grandfather and grandson. While telling him this, I couldn't help but feel mesmerized by me and God's relationship. It feels odd for God and a devil to act together as if they're not enemies in the battlefield. Seeing that he's still confused, I clarified. What I'm trying to say is that I can call God and you can meet the soul of Merlin. Yes, I know you want to see Merlin again. So how about it? I offered. After giving Balthazar hope once again, I am now 100% ensured by Balthazar's loyalty towards me, gaining a mid-class human as an ally. Check. All that's left is to enhance his strength through other means. Being mid-class would just make him a better cannon fodder in a battle against gods and dragons. As I proceeded to follow Balthazar, who have gained a renewed vigor after I gave him my word, my mind started making future plans involving Balthazar and the recent events that just occurred. First is obviously learning everything that Merlin has to offer in his tower. Magic spells, theories, even runes, as Balthazar explained earlier how the magic rings were created with a mix of Nordic runes and Merlin's own touch of runes. Second, try to see if I could still gather some of Merlin's trusted allies. It would be a great addition to the strength of the Sorcerer Society. Lastly, convert Morgan Le Fay's followers to follow me instead. Of course, the conversion wouldn't be normal. It would involve a small hint of mind control and memory changes. If there's something that the devils are good at, it's tempering with human memories, either to hide their presence or simply for fun. We're close. Be careful, though. It's been a while since I last visited, and I'm not sure if Merlin's magical traps are still active. Seriously, you're just saying that now? As if sensing my displeasure, Balthazar made an apologetic expression. A few minutes later, we stopped in our tracks. We're here, he said. I looked around me in confusion. Here? In the middle of the forest? Guessing the meaning of this, I pulled into my magical consciousness, sensing any magical anomalies around us. That's when I saw it. A large illusionary dome in front of us, towering over 50 meters or beyond and covering a kilometer radius of land area. I can't pierce through the illusionary dome, as if it can defend even from peepers like me. I didn't know Merlin is capable enough to build an illusion that can hide even from me, a high-class devil. I wonder how strong that old man is. Back in my previous world, the Marvel Universe, Merlin was one of the former Sorcerer Supremes. His contribution centered mostly around enhancing the effectiveness of the Sanctum Sanctorums in building a magical defense against dimensional lords and demons. Merlin was also the Sorcerer Supremes who made the most artifacts for the sorcerers, such as the Ebony Blade, Book of Eternity, and etc. There's also a rumor that Merlin is actually connected to his other selves across the multiverse, making him almost anywhere. This might be the reason why in almost every universe, there will always be the name of Merlin, a legendary wizard. Master Merlin didn't exactly taught me how to enter through the illusion. I only remember that he held my shoulders as we walked forward and bypassed through it. Balthazar spoke, contemplating the reason behind it. Meanwhile, for me, my mind just realized the answer behind it. Looking down on my hand where the dragon ring's eyes were blinking in red consecutively, I grinned. No, I'm dead already. This is just a piece of my soul I engraved in my tower. Oh, right. I knew that someday Ballsy will find my successor. I wasn't just expecting it to be this early. Tell him that he did a good job. Wait, Ballsy? Is that Balthazar's nickname? Why not tell him yourself? I asked. Because this will be the last time you'll see me alive. My tower has kept my soul alive for this long, and the moment that ring came in contact with the tower, my soul activated and I grew my consciousness. It wouldn't last this long, so I'll tell you everything you need to know. Anyways, first, let me introduce myself properly to you. My name is Merlin Ambrosius. I'm a wizard. Nice to meet you, my legacy inheritor. As for your questions earlier, you're currently inside my soul, or more specifically, a piece of my soul inside my tower. Since I wouldn't last long, I can't give you everything I know. But I already expected this, so once you wake up, go to the highest floor of the tower and enter my study. Only me and my successors can enter it. Not even my students like Balthazar can enter. So always remember to wear my magic ring. And also, I'm surprised that my inheritor would be a devil. I hear him chuckled, which made me shift awkwardly. Oh, don't be tense. I'm not racist. I know someone who used to enslave devils, and I personally dealt with it myself. In my eyes, as long as you're alive and breathing, we're all equals in the universe. I only have a minute left. Ask what you want to know. As if on cue, I blurted out the question that has been bugging me. How strong are you? I can see him stunned by my question before smirking in confidence. You might not know this, but I once helped the God of the Bible to upgrade that heaven system of his. Take care of my student. He's been through a lot, I know it. Waving goodbye to the oldest wizard, Merlin slowly started to dissipate, a sentiment to his soul running out of its reserved energy. Oh, and don't forget to burn my novel, all right? I don't want others to know my fantasies. He said for the last time before closing his eyes and fully fading away as if he had found solace and peace with his last words. Of course, I'll honor the old man's last wish. After all, he gave me his dragon ring, tower, tons of magical knowledge, and even the book containing the creation of magic rings. But before doing that, I'll take a small peek inside. I might be the only one to have known that Merlin wrote his own novel containing his fantasies and read its contents. As soon as Merlin is gone, I didn't have enough time to explore when I find myself also fading away. My vision blurred and returned, showing me the face of Balthazar, filled with concern. "Br. Chamber, are you okay?" As soon as I open my eyes, Balthazar sighed in relief while I ask him, "How long have I been asleep?" "Asleep? You weren't even unconscious for more than 5 seconds, much less sleep." Balthazar chuckled, not knowing my sense of time during the sleep. It was supposed to be 5 hours. This feels like the astral form ejection technique. I muttered under my breath, recalling the technique that Master Kaecilius used on me to demonstrate the said technique. "Are you okay, though? You just fell down all of a sudden." Balthazar expressed. "It's a long story, but in short, I met Merlin, or at least a piece of his soul residing in this tower. As soon as I dropped the bomb on him, Balthazar froze. Well, I can't blame him. Why would Merlin rather meet someone who doesn't want to than the one who wants to? It's like giving a plate of food to the rich and nothing to the beggar. Really? Can I meet him? Balthazar looked at me with a hopeful look. I'm sorry. I shook my head much to his disappointment. I see. Did he say something to me? A message. Despite his disappointment, Balthazar insisted for at least a small and indirect interaction between them. Yeah, he said that he's proud of you for accomplishing your last mission. You can take a rest now. I see his shoulders slump, as if a huge burden was taken off his shoulders, which it really did. The 100-years-long mission would have taken a toll to anyone, even if he's a great wizard. He also gave me the full access to his tower. So his tower is now mine. I see him nod his head. However, I'm not finished. But aside from his study and library, I don't think I'll find myself living here. So I'll give the tower to you instead. Of course I did this, so Balthazar would at least inherit something from his master aside from a mission, for closure purposes. This, are you sure? He replied in disbelief. He probably knows how valuable the tower is to him. It's the only thing he'll get from his deceased master. I simply responded by nodding my head. Thank you. Truly. Standing up, Balthazar deeply bowed his head. I don't know if it is out of gratitude or simply because he wanted to hide his face, threatening to release tears. No, I should thank you instead. Not only you gave me a chance to try the dragon ring, you also accepted me even though you know I'm a devil, despite having every right to deny me of my inheritance. I shook my head and thanked him instead, gaining admiration and respect from the other party. Still, thank you. This meant so much to me. He insisted, bowing his head, which I didn't bother myself with anymore. Instead, I'm excited to finally get to Merlin's study, learning everything from the old wizard who said he helped God himself design the heaven system, in which where he also took inspiration from when creating the magic rings, which is the reason why wizards of his capability are able to create life using magic. Anyways, let's separate and roam around. I'll go upstairs and check Merlin's study. He told me to go there first before everything else. Without waiting for his response, I already left for the stairs. Okay, albeit confused why I was in a hurry, Balthazar decided to search around, preferably to see if there's anything that would help him unseal his lover, who is possessed by Morgana Le Fay, and separate the two without killing the former. He's been trying to find the answer for this, and perhaps his teacher's tower might help him find the answer. While Balthazar roams downstairs, I finally arrived at the second floor, which is Merlin's laboratory, where he makes his potions and studies herbs. I'll check this out later. Maybe there's some potion here that would help me increase my demonic energy. I went back to the stairs and proceeded to the next floor, which is the smithing and runic area, the place where forges his equipment and runes them as an enhancement. This too, I whispered. The next floor was the library. I was excited to rummage through the books here when I remembered my original destination. You're next. I growled at the library before leaving for the next floor, which I assume is Merlin's study. This is it, I said to myself. It was a simple wooden floor. But I know it isn't that simple despite its pathetic look. I can sense the invisible runes embedded on the wooden door. I can understand some of them, while the rest looks unfamiliar. I assume it must be Merlin's self-created runes. It's pretty impressive considering he's just a human, yet he managed to attain this level of magic mastery. I'm going to idolize the old man now. Although I know that the door is capable of paralyzing even a high-class devil like me, I'm not afraid. Because Merlin himself told me that as long as I wear my dragon ring, the runes would automatically deactivate upon my touch. So I held my hand forward and pushed the door open, watching in amazement as the runes turned off by themselves. The door creaked open as I was finally granted access inside Merlin's study. It was filled with books. Candles were still lit, and the air inside smells good and clean. There were books scattered around his table and the floor. A bunch of papers containing magic circles and written words. It might be the theories he made about magic and such. Aside from them, I also noticed that Merlin's study is larger than usual. Like, it expands more than the tower's width. Space expansion magic, I quickly guessed. Who knew Merlin was such a master of magic that he was able to manipulate space itself? I looked around the study and, without hesitation, searched for the novel that Merlin told me to burn. It didn't take me long to find it thanks to Merlin's detailed description. He must have been really determined to burn this novel. Too bad for him. I'm the kind of guy who lets curiosity take control of my actions. It was a large book with a red leather cover. There was nothing much on its cover, only words in cursive novella. Without hesitation, I opened its first page, expecting a bunch of sissy and deeply hidden desires of Merlin. However, I was soon poured with a cold water as I read the single line on the book. Got you. I knew you would try to peek on this. As if on cue, as soon as I finished reading the line, I sensed a huge burst of mana churning on the book. I quickly threw it far away from me, and, thanks to my quick reaction, the book exploded into pieces like a firework. Thank God I was fast. But still, that old man is too cunning. He knew I would try to read it, so he must have planted some sort of self-destruction rune that would activate once it is opened. What a smartass. Chuckling at the weird antic of the old wizard, I refocused on the table, where countless books written by Merlin himself lay on the table. This is indeed a treasure trove for someone like me. Just as I was about to grab a book and read it to my heart content, I was suddenly snapped out of my thoughts upon remembering my student and future student that I left back in Great Britain Kingdom. God damn it, if I wasn't afraid that Diorno might recruit the kid with a possible sacred gear to his church, I would have just left them for a while. After sending a quick telepathic message to Balthazar about my intention to leave, I conjured a portal back to the slums and jumped inside. Where is he? Johann Faust, the kid with the possible sacred gear, looked around in confusion after Diorno entered alone. He's gone for a while, but he'll be back. Before that, let's have a talk, little Faust. Sitting on the floor, Diorno looked at Johann's face and said, "Whatever that Father Simon said about you, forget it. He's a false priest who has fallen to his sins. He's no longer accepted by both the church and the heaven. I'll make sure of it. Okay?" Obviously, the first thing Diorno wanted to do was to clean up the church's mess. He knew how much the church's corruption has affected the populace, and it would definitely put a large scar on the church's back. As much as possible, he must retain its reputation, starting from Johann Faust, who might possess a sacred gear created by God. Does that mean everyone in the entire church is a sinner? Johann's big round eyes stared directly back at Diorno's. The entire church? What do you mean? Diorno confusedly. Everyone in the church refused to help us. Only those nobles who can pay are the only ones they helped. But us, they ignored us. Johann stared on the ground and said with a solemn tone, "He's referring to the slum people, those that doesn't have any money in their pockets to pay the church for healing." Ah, yes. Although hesitant, Diorno knew it would be better to tell the truth than to lie, and so he did. But only them and a few. You know, the church where I belong helps anyone. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, male or female, human or animal. As long as you trust our Father God, we would extend our help to you. Diorno tries to cheer him up and elevate the church's tarnished reputation. "I'm sorry, Mr. Priest, but I know what you're trying to do. I appreciate it, but I don't think the church will regain my faith that easily. I'd rather put my faith in Mr. Magician, who saved my mother's life." Despite outright refusing Diorno's attempts right in front of his face, Johann still politely bowed his head and continued, "But I won't forget you healing my parents from their disease and people like us. So thank you for that, Mr. Priest." "It's okay. I understand." Sighing in disappointment, Diorno nodded his head in disappointment. "Chamber, the one who brought your mother back to life will arrive soon. I'll go outside and see if I can help those in need. So I'll see you later." Bidding his farewell to the child who just experienced huge trauma, Diorno left through the front door. As soon as he stepped on the doorstep, the warm and soft look on his face dissipated, replaced by a cold one. Those corrupt bastards, staining the church's name. I'll root all of them out. With a clenched fist, Diorno started his march towards the city, where the explosion of the church took place. He knows that the explosion didn't take out everyone in the church. There is definitely some who survived. By the time I got back, I noticed Diorno leaving just in time. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Nowhere. Just going to teach some people a lesson." With that answer he gave, Diorno then left without saying any more. "Okay," I weirdly replied, while watching his back as he mashed on a road that leads to the main city of the kingdom. Realization quickly dawned upon me, but instead of stopping the man, I simply smirked and shook my head before entering the house. Inside, I was met with the entire family full of smiles on their faces as Johann and his father sat on the dining table, while a female cooks what I assumed to be a simple soup from the kitchen. Their faces lit up upon seeing me enter the house. "Mr. Chamber." Johann stood from the chair and ran towards me, intending to hug. Of course, as a polite and kind devil, I didn't resist and spread my arms to welcome him. We both shared a hug, and he separated first before saying, "Thank you for bringing back my mother." As if on cue, the said mother dropped her kitchen utensils and washed off her hands before approaching me. "Thank you for giving me another chance to be with my family, Sir Chamber." The father did the same thing and bowed his head. For the first time, I felt immense pride in my chest. I did something good, very good. I changed the fate of the family. It's okay. It's part of my duty. I smiled warmly and said, accepting their gratitude with an open heart, "Please eat my specialty. It's the least I can do for what you did." The mother offered, placing down the bowl full of soup on the table. Although the soup looks and smells average, the fact that it is made with love makes it tastier than normal. "Thank you for the meal." I cupped my hands together and thanked her after we all sat on our own respective chairs. The meal was very pleasant. We chatted while we ate. It made me learn that everyone here is a living being, not just some side characters in my life. They're alive, breathing, and have their own share of stories to tell, not some people who you'd assume as a nobody. They used to be kids, cared by their parents, and living their lives. It's like when you met a random cashier in a convenience store and your mind just began to wander into the cashier's backstory. Like me, the cashier also has her own problems, her own dreams, goals, achievements, mistakes, and many more. It's such a fascinating thought that they also live their own story like you did. I don't know what this thing is called, but I remember these kind of thoughts have a name. At this point, I felt myself tearing up. It's like discovering that your linear life story has depth, and that depth is the same linear life story of the people around you. Thankfully, I'm good at masking my feelings, so the meal continued normally without having to deal with my weird reaction. The soup, on the other hand, doesn't taste that bad, but not good either. It's simple like nature, yet you can feel the love of its creator, like how God created the world with love. During our chat, I discovered that Johann's father used to be a knight of the Great Britain, a great one at that. However, a stab on the back, which is a huge shame for a knight, especially since it came from a traitor, rendered him unable to exert his strength fully. He can still do normal things, but can no longer wield a sword like a proper knight. So he was discharged with an average pay, which wasn't enough for him and his family. Hence the reason why they're now living in the slums. Now I'm tempted to overtake the entire Great Britain and rule it myself. But that would change the entire course of history, and who knows, my intervention might attract unwanted consequences. Fortunately, I have great self-control, so the desire to rule disappeared. This is part of history, the Great Britain's traditions and culture's downfall, and the entry of the modern era, governments, and such. Minutes passed, and Johann's mother insisted cleaning the table after we finished. I offered to help, of course, but she vehemently refused, saying that they owe me too large already, that I should not add another pile on it. I felt like laughing about it, but held myself back and agreed. Oh, only sorcerers owe a sorcerer supreme. Normal humans doesn't. Because if they do, the entire humanity on Earth owes all of their lives to the Ancient One and her predecessors. Now that everything's settled, I invited Johann to sit on the couch while I explained to him. Johann, can you retell everything that happened back there at the church with exact detail? Hearing my request, Johann nodded hesitantly, but before he explained, he said, "But I could barely remember anything that time." "It's okay. Tell me everything." Obviously, this is just a trick. A way to know more about Johann's situation is simply to distract him while I read his memories. It's like this. "I see," I muttered to myself, nodding my head at Johann after he's done with his vague explanation. Thankfully, his memories, despite forgetting what happened due to trauma and immense emotional distress, was able to retain everything that happened through Johann's perspective. "Johann, do you trust me?" I asked first before dropping the news to him. His parents were also seated on both his sides, worry etched on their faces as they awaited for my news. Yes, with my everything. Without hesitation, Johann replied with a determined tone. Good. You were given a gift. From God. I slowly started. A gift. The three were confused. Yes, God's gift to humanity. Power that would allow you to slay even the gods themselves. What you did back there in the church was caused by the awakening of your sacred gear. I believe it is very explosive and dangerous. The more I explained, the more emotions swirled on their faces. Among them was horror. But don't worry. This is the reason why I'm here. As you know, I'm not a normal human. I'm a devil. A devil. They quickly stood up in surprise. All except for Johann. I can understand your concerns, but not all devils are evil. The only reason we're branded as one is because most of us are evil. But enough about me. Calming them down, I continued. I'm here to take you in. Take you as my student, help you control that power inside you. Control your fate and grow your strength. The world is not normal, Johann. Humans aren't alone. Every being you can think of exists somewhere in this world. That's why you need to be strong, not just for yourself, but also for humanity. I may be a devil, but my entire priority is to ensure humanity's safety against the dangers of this world. I can see the excitement growing in Johann's eyes as he gulped his saliva. But he'll leave us. Can he even survive out there? His mother expressed her concern. No mother wanted to part ways with her child, except for a few, of course. Don't worry, ma'am. This is not a problem. With a demonstration, I waved my hand and conjured a portal, much to the amazed stares of the family. This is called a portal, and it is very easy to learn. It's similar to opening a door to anywhere you want. As long as you know this, you can create something like this no matter where you are and however you want. Seeing their shocked faces, I grinned, earning an air of confidence around me. I can go anywhere I want to. Wow, would you look at that? He seems to be amazed by the fact that he can now go anywhere he wants, not because he can go back home whenever he wants. Don't worry, Johann. You're not alone. I had the exact same reaction as you do when learning the portal spell. Actually, everyone does. That's right. The only thing you'll need is imagination. I replied with a nod of my head. Despite presenting the usefulness of the portal, it took me a while to fully convince his parents, with assurance that Johann will always come back in one piece. Though the last part is a lie, but I'll try my best. Hopefully, after sending Johann to pack his belongings, I portaled myself back to my temporary hideout to check on my other student. This kid isn't just some random kid, but a talented one. Perhaps more talented than Tam, but that's only my assumption. I haven't trained him yet, after all. I'll know when he does. In the meantime, I'll bring these fruits of my labor back and train them with my utmost best. Augustus, come down, we'll leave. After my shout, I heard a hurried footsteps coming from the second floor before a black-haired child descended from the stairs. I'm coming, master, Augustus responded. After giving him some time to bath and gave him new clothes, the kid no longer looks like a bum, but a certified citizen of a kingdom and a student of the Sorcerer Supreme. Of course, his clothes are just a bunch of simple shirt and pants, along with a brown robe. Looking good. I smirked, making Augustus beam up in happiness. I guess it's his first time being complimented for his appearance. Let's go. It's time to leave. Since he came for being a bum, the kid doesn't have anything to pack, so I reopen a portal back to Johann's place just in time as the latter is finished packing his items. It's mostly just some clothes and stuff. Ready? I asked and he nodded. Bidding farewell to his parents, I opened a portal back to the village Grandpa Rad's farmhouse. You two stay here and meet my other two students. I'll be back. With that being said, I stepped back to the portal and returned. My goal is Diorno. That guy must be causing havoc somewhere around here. True to my words, my enhanced hearing heard a yell from a distance. Is that a scream for help I'm hearing? Up, and ow a dash. Ahem. Without further ado, I disappeared from my place, testament to my incredible speed that makes me a blur to the naked eye. Help! Hellug! Bam! Why are you doing this to me? In a dark alley, a man with a bloodied face tries to crawl away from a large man behind him with protruding muscles. It was Diorno. Sweat covered his heavy muscles as Diorno breathed heavily, He too was bloody, but not as worse as the man crawling in front of him. Why am I doing this? I'm just doing God's work, Diorno replied, clenching his fist as he was about to bring down another devastating punch to the poor man's face. However, before he could do so, he felt the muscles on his arm contract, as if something of an unknown force was pulling him back. Who? Diorno grew cautious, looking around him. You're sinning, Diorno, you know that, right? He heard a familiar voice. Chamber. As soon as I arrived at the dark alley where I sensed Diorno's presence, I immediately recoiled in shock upon seeing the poor state of the man in front of him. When I saw this, there's only one thing that went through my mind. Diorno is about to kill someone. A great sin for a devout believer like him. Just as Diorno was about to deliver the final blow that would render the poor man on a near-death state, or even death itself already, I unconsciously raised my arm and willed my demonic energy to flow through the ring on my finger, manipulating Diorno's arm muscles. I don't know how I knew how to do this. It just automatically came from my mind like an instinct, another limb of some sort. Diorno struggled upon my magic, unable to exert his entire strength to shake off my control. As for me, I also struggled at first. It was like using my pinky to hold a 10 kilograms worth of weight, and for every second, I'll add another finger until I was comfortable. Who? Diorno yelled, looking around him, searching for the culprit, which is me. You're commuting a sin, Diorno. You know that, right? I stepped out of the darkness and showed my figure. Chamber. I can see his eyes widening in surprise after seeing it was me. What are you doing? I'm not committing a sin, Chamber. I'm just easing God's burden. Diorno answered, as if it was the right answer to my question. God's burden? God doesn't feel burden. Heck, I'm sure it doesn't exist in his vocabulary. My reply earned confusion from Diorno, and even the man he's beating up. Vocabulary? What's that? It's complicated. What I'm trying to say is that God knows this and lets it happen for a reason. I cleared my throat and explained. You can't convince me, Chamber. Not someone like you, Diorno said with a determined tone. We stared at each other's eyes for a while before, sighing, and released my magic on his arm. Turning around to leave, I said for the last time, I'm leaving. Hope to see you still in one piece. With that being said for the last, I looked behind me and gave him a one last look before conjuring a portal with a thought and left. Back in the farmhouse, I suddenly heard the sound of laughter. Looking at the side of the farmhouse, I saw the siblings playing with Augustus while Johann, despite being younger than Belle, was mature enough to stand on the side with crossed arms. The kid's experience must have made him mature this early. As soon as I made my presence known, the four quickly stopped whatever they're doing and shifted their attentions at me. Master! They all bowed their heads in unison. At ease, my dear students. I puffed up my chest in pride as the four little sorcerers lined up beside one another. I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment after seeing this. Sure, it can't be compared to the real masters of the mystic arts back in the Marvel world, but I'm going there all right. I just need time. All right, listen up. I'll make this short announcement quick, I said, gaining their attention on me first before continuing. I'm sure you all have gotten to know each other during my short absence, so I won't bother introducing you all to one another. Seeing them nod their heads, I continued. 1 month. In just 1 month, I'll make sure to teach you all the basics of being a sorcerer. Only then, I'll assign various missions that you will tackle to become fully known as a true sorcerer. At the end of my words, I can see the excitement palpable in the air as the children were full of smiles on their faces. Are we clear? I finished. Yes, master. I said, are we clear? I increased the volume of my voice, making them repeat their words, but matching my volume. Yes, master. Good. So prepare yourselves because this time we'll spend the entire month in grueling process of honing your skills and magic. True to my words, only a single week has passed, and the entire village has grown accustomed to 4 children running laps several times around the village. Faster. I don't want to see anyone slacking. Running behind them, I used a long stick enhanced with a hardening rune to slap the ass of whoever runs last, forcing them to compete with the others and try to outrun one another just to avoid the punishment. Smack! Augustus, you're lagging behind. Run as fast as you can, even if you have to gallop like a horse. Smacking Augustus's ass like an Asian parent, I yelled at him like a drill sergeant. "Why, yes, master." With that, despite being too exhausted, he pushed himself beyond his body's exhausted state. What I'm doing to them is not being cruel, but to force them to go beyond their limits. Obviously, this isn't how sorcerers were trained back in the Marvel Universe. However, the reason I'm doing this is because I want to shape them more than just a mere cannon fodder. In the Marvel Universe, there are almost thousands of sorcerers all across the universe, and yet, the strong ones can only be counted with 2 hands. What I want is for my 1,000 sorcerers to be as strong as the strong ones who can be counted with 2 hands. In layman's terms, I want a mix of quality and quantity for my sorcerers. And I'll be starting with these 4. An entire hour has passed, and we're back at the farmhouse, where everyone aside from me were passed out on the grass. Even Tam, a low-class devil, was breathing heavily and trying to stay awake as much as he can. You see, unlike the others, I placed gravity runes on Tam's shirt, tripling his gravity compared to average, making his marathon harder than the others. You're too harsh on their first week of training. I hear Balthazar come to my side while sipping on his morning coffee. "It's necessary," I replied without looking at him. We both stayed silent for a while before Balthazar spoke. "Is it true? The Great War? Will the Satans really end it next month?" I can sense a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. "Yeah, and that will be the time where humanity will be left vulnerable and defenseless against the beings who might take advantage of the chaos." I responded, "We need to be ready then. I already sent the letters to some of my old wizard friends and some of Master Merlin's followers. They'll arrive before the end of the month." Well, I'm glad. A few days earlier, I asked Balthazar to see if he can still contact some of the remaining good wizards to help defend humanity and, if possible, coerce them to join the Mystic Society to further protect their kind. Such a large force of untamed individuals are better being under a single banner than by themselves. And holding that banner would be me, of course. As Merlin's descendant, they'll definitely show respect and consider my offer. If you estimate, how many are you positive that will come, and how strong are they? Hearing my question, Balthazar fell into deep contemplation before answering. Definitely won't be below 100. When Merlin was alive, human wizards practically worship him as their god, and even earned the respect of Hecate, the goddess of magic from the Greek pantheon. As for their strength, I'm not sure. It's been a while since I encountered a wizard like me, perhaps as strong as myself, or a single step below me. I nodded his head at those words. So in other words, as long as I make my moves right, I can gain 100-man army of middle-class wizards. Sounds good enough. Meeting Balthazar has given me nothing but positive rewards. How about the mystic spells I taught you? Have you learned them yet? As soon as I shifted the topic to this, Balthazar's face beamed up like a child seeing her favorite toy. I already learned the mystic whip and the Tau Mandalas without the need of my ring. As for the portal, it took me just a single day to learn it, so it's not worth mentioning. Balthazar rubbed his nose as he finished his words. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or arrogant. It's hard to tell his expression from all that facial hair on his face. It's almost unrecognizable that he's Nicolas Cage. How about you? You've been practicing our magic system. Anything goo-dash before Balthazar could finish his words. I lifted my hand up and the ground between us rose and took form of a small feline cat. Meow. The earth cat circled around me, rubbing her body on both my legs as she purred. Of course, just because I said that I'll dedicate my entire month into training my students to become fine sorcerers doesn't mean I'll slack off, especially after receiving such powerful magic. Though I haven't experimented on the dragon ring yet to discover its secrets, but I've been training with the Merlin magic. Aside from finally being able to create life from it, I was able to determine why Merlin didn't build a strong force with this kind of magic. It's because for every life created, consumed energy for every second. And let me tell you this, it's not small, but also not large, just mild. Let's put the Earth Cat, for example. It would take an entire month before depleting my reserves if the Earth Cat continues to exist in the material world. Now, this is just a simple cat. What if it's a dragon? Would it deplete my reserves in a single day? Or less? No wonder Merlin isn't the strongest in this world. As for me, Thanks to my large reserves and my energy being a demonic energy instead of mana, which is thicker and potent. Due to these components, I can last longer than Merlin when it comes to life creation. A cat? Really? Balthazar felt like laughing at my cat. Ho! Bullying a newbie I see? With a simple command from my mind, the lovely cat who was rubbing her body on our legs suddenly turned feral and launched violently towards Balthazar. Ow! Stop her! With a smirk, I ignored his screams and made another earth cat to pet. That's what you deserve for insulting a cat. What I just said is true. I'm indeed training myself while teaching my students, including even Balthazar. Such as now, I'm currently using Merlin's magic to float several items from my room. I'm not using telekinesis here, but a simple application of air manipulation. It might seem to be the same as telekinesis, but vastly different. Air manipulation, obviously from its name, controls the air, wind, and oxygen, with a possibility of even the weather itself. This is amazing. I muttered to myself while pulling one of the floating items close to my face. A metal cup to be exact. I'm testing how many items I can control through air manipulation first, determining my capacity in manipulating air. Of course, this is just a basic use of air manipulation. A more advanced technique would be perhaps extracting oxygen from someone's body. A terrifying way to kill someone. Merlin's magic is widely different from a normal one. From what I know, traditional magic requires complex calculations and mathematics, while Merlin's magic is like using a calculator, easy and much convenient. As long as I know how physics work, I can easily master Merlin's magic. A huge advantage to someone like me, who has lived on an era where physics and science have advanced far enough. If someone were to see me in this room, they'd see all the items inside floating, including me. That's right. I have achieved the state of flying without having to unfurl my unusual wings. It's just a simple use of air manipulation to lift my body and command it to drag myself to wherever I want to. Merlin's magic is truly wonderful. Aside from air, I can also manipulate other elements like a true airbender. I wonder if I can achieve this without the dragon ring. Perhaps turn the dragon ring into something similar to a sacred gear? After all, the dragon ring doesn't have something like Thor's hammer, capable of being recalled by the owner with a simple thought command. Or maybe I could just plant the latter, use my knowledge and runes to make it so the dragon ring could be recalled at any time I want using my mind. It's a simple mechanism, so it's not that hard to apply. Maybe I could create the rune and place on the dragon ring tomorrow. As a matter of fact, why don't I upgrade it on the way and make it so it could conjure portal so it cross even through dimensions and stuff? It would be a cool and possible concept to do. Knock, knock. I was suddenly interrupted out of my thoughts when I heard a knock on the door. Come in, I said while carefully placing each items back to their places. And master. It was Tam who entered, his voice shivering slightly. What's happening now? What's the matter, child? I asked with confusion. It's Johann. He gulped in nervousness. I swear if this is a childish prank, I'll throw this kid to heaven. I think he opened a portal to heaven. God fucking damn it. I quickly went outside the farmhouse, and as soon as I did, I saw no portal anywhere. Instead, there was a stranger standing on the porch. Not exactly a stranger. He's wearing an all-white robe with the small parts of a knight's armor around his upper body. As soon as I made my presence known, the stranger shifted his attention to me, giving me a good look at his appearance. Oh shit, this guy's beautiful. If Lucifer is handsome, then this man is a beauty. Although the man looks feminine, but his slightly broad and tall body is the opposite. When our eyes met, I can see the look of recognition in his eyes, as if he knows what I am. Or who I am, perhaps. Good morning. Are you these children's master? The stranger asked me, gesturing to Belle, who was eyeing the stranger in confusion, Augustus, who was simply confused, and finally, Johann, looking at the stranger with a complicated look on his face. Yes, I am, I said while releasing my aura. No point hiding myself from this man. He definitely already knows what I am. I can see the nod of appreciation from the man before he replied to me, introducing himself on the process. Well, nice to meet you, esteemed master. You see, a portal randomly opened in the second floor in heaven, and I decided to investigate this matter myself. Oh, my apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. Bowing his head apologetically, the next scene made my eyes widen in surprise. Not only the man unfurled a whole 12 set of white wings from his back, but his words also shocked me to my core. My name is Michael, a seraphim from heaven. Not only me, but also Johann was surprised. Just to let you know, Johann used to be a faithful follower of the church, so of course he had heard of Michael. Michael is like the Michael Jackson on Earth in terms of popularity. The sword of God, the one who sliced Samuel from heaven to hell. And finally, the champion of justice. Michael, God damn it, where is God when I needed him the most? This guy is no doubt stronger than me. This is the man who literally Spartan kicked Lucifer when he was rebelling from heaven. One wrong move of mine, and I might meet the same fate as him, but much in a worse state. However, I'm not sure, but at least I could sigh in relief that Michael won't attack me indiscriminately. After all, Michael knows what I am, and so far, he hasn't made a move against me, which means he won't be Spartan kicking me anytime soon. I was shocked that the portal actually breached heaven's defenses, so I came by to meet the offender, and it actually turned out to be a child. While Michael, there was not a hint of anger or anything from his tone, but simply an amused one. He's even ruffling Johann's head, who is unable to react. Since you are their master, maybe we can have a short chat. With that being said, his eyes already tells me that I can't and absolutely should not refuse him. Sure, I nodded my head in agreement and turned my attention to my students, including Tam, who was shivering just by being near Michael. Don't worry, kid, me too. I led Michael inside the farmhouse and on the living room. Thankfully, Grandpa Rad is out drinking again. But this time, I warned him to lessen his consumption. With a flick of my magic, I telekinetically placed 2 cups on the table along with a teapot. Tea, I offered, and he nodded. We didn't speak first. We just sat there, sipping on our teas like a bunch of royal nobles having diplomatic talks. However, the truth is far from that. We were assessing each other, not just strength, but also our posture and facial expressions. Sometimes, you can read someone's thoughts just by looking at their face. This is what we're doing here. Sorry for the trouble. If you were a normal wizard, I would have just informed you of the situation and returned, but you're not. As soon as he finished his words, he took another sip as if what he just said won't brew a fight between us. As much as I hate fighting an angel, especially a seraphim, for the sake of my life, I would fight Michael, even if God forbids it. Is there any exact reason why we're sitting here having a chat? I couldn't bother to take a sip from the teacup. I need to be cautious around the infamous sword of God. Not much. I just want to tell you that I know you. A few months ago, Father couldn't stop rambling about a devil named Chamber, to the point that even Gabriel almost felt jealousy from it. Now that I met you in person, I just wanted to see who you really are in person. Michael finished. In other words, you want to see if I live up to the hype? Good to know. I resisted the urge to sarcastically say it out loud. Well, I'm honored that Michael himself has heard about me. I humbly replied. Say, you wouldn't mind for a spar, would you? I spew the tea I just sipped on Michael. God fucking damn it. You called me. We both recoiled in shock upon seeing an old man appear between us, standing on the table. God fucking yes. Father, I can see the surprise in Michael's eyes as he stood and was about to kneel when God stopped him. Michael, my boy, no need for that, you know. God chuckles. God, I simply bowed my head. Call me Gramps. God pointed out, making my lips twitch involuntarily before sighing mentally. If it wasn't for Michael's glare at me, as if telling me to do as God says, I would have ushered a complaint. Gramps. Ha ha. A child and grandchild of mine meeting together? This day can't be any happier. Why is he always referring to me as his grandchild? I don't remember having any angel parents or something. Is it because I'm a devil, like his son, Lucifer, in which we share the same blood? Though wouldn't that technically mean every devil is his grandchild? Come, let's share a tea together. God grabbed a chair and conjured a white teacup out of nowhere before sitting as if this was his home. I'm so happy we can share a moment like this together. God said after taking a sip from his own teacup. You speak as if you're going to die. I curtly replied. Even Michael shares the same feeling as I am. However, God's next word made us froze. I might. Bam. I smashed my hand on the table as I stared at God with unbridled fury. What do you mean by I might? I growled at him. Obviously, what God meant by that answer is that he's dying, and the possibility is high. After all, if it is low, then God wouldn't have bothered to say it. Even Michael didn't bother correcting me after displaying my fury towards God. He must have felt the same thing as me, but his glaring weakness of unable to show sin is holding him back from outright smashing this table out of anger. You will not die. You hear me? I have a plan. Fixing my shirt, I sighed and revealed, causing a frown from Michael and God. Plan? You're going to help us? You're enemies. Michael asked, his eyes staring at me as if he's stating the obvious, which he is indeed. It seems like God haven't told you about me yet. I said to him, with both of our attention shifting to God. The said old man simply stared at the both of us back and forth before clearing his throat with a short cough. Well, that's part of the reason why I'm here. He then introduced us to each other. Michael, this is my grandson, Chamber. Chamber, my son, Michael. His words caused me to choke on the tea I've been sipping. Cough. What do you mean by grandson? I said with an exasperated tone. You've been calling me your grandson every time we meet. You actually meant those? My eyes twitched when God nodded his head as he replied. I'm surprised you didn't actually believe me by those. I thought you were just being sarcastic or something, because I'm a human who became a devil. I refuted in my defense, in which the old man shrugged his shoulders. And my problem, as we both argued, I didn't notice the surprised look that Michael was giving me. So you're him. Michael's words caused me to stare at him in confusion, forgetting the line I was supposed to use on God. I'm sorry, what? What does he mean by I'm him? Who's him? Am I him? Just as I was about to jokingly reply to him, the man suddenly dropped a nuclear bomb directly on my head. Lucifer's firstborn. His words made me freeze in place before muttering. My neck slowly creaked towards God, who bore a wry smile while scratching his white and majestic beard. It's a long story, and you're in for a ride. Years ago, you are, in a dimly lit chamber adorned with scarlet-red colors and such, a woman dressed in a simple but silky robe lay on the bed. Beads of sweat covered her forehead as she finished giving birth all by herself. Lilith. In the shadows, a familiar dark-haired man entered. His eyes weren't on his wife but on the newborn child. It was Lucifer Morningstar, the king of the devils. He approached the large bed and extended his hand towards the crying infant, his smooth yet sharp fingers caressing the baby's puffy cheeks. My baby, Lilith called out to the infant. However, her expression doesn't bear the excitement and happiness that a new mother should have. Instead, fear was plastered on her face. She was afraid of Lucifer, of what he would do to their child. She has personally witnessed Lucifer's cruelty, how his jealousy over humans and God birthed to his cruel personality. Lucifer is no longer the angelic being that angels used to idolize. He's now the nightmare that haunts angels after the devastating chaos he left in heaven during his rebellion. Lilith, you did a good job, Lucifer remarked, referring to Lilith as more of an object rather than a partner. Lilith could only swallow her saliva and watch Lucifer cradle the newborn child in his arms. It's beautiful. Like me, Lucifer muttered to himself while staring at the child's twin blue orbs. For some reason, the baby stopped crying and simply stared at Lucifer's face, as if finding his face amusing. What are you looking at? Lucifer frowned and asked the child. However, the baby's response was a simple groan. Oh, the infant as his hand reached out to Lucifer's face. Lilith saw his face scrunched up upon experiencing such action from the infant. She was about to apologize when Lucifer did something that no one would expect. He laughed. Ha ha, good. This is a good start. This boy has inherited my light, my air. Lucifer then raised the child in the air, as if he was a trophy. The baby, oblivious to Lucifer's intentions, simply giggled, thinking that his father was playing with him. Hiya. He. What should we name him? Lilith's voice shivered, afraid to ask such a vital question to the king of devils. Name. Lucifer fell into deep thinking by such question. Name, name, name. Lucifer muttered to himself several times before a fitting name came to his mind. Raviel. Raviel Morningstar. The name seemed as if it deeply resonated within the baby as it released a cute squeal. It seems like the boy likes it. Lucifer smirked as he caressed his chin. Mentally, he was praising himself for coming up with such a good name. Raviel. Even Lilith, the baby's mother, felt the name fitting for Lucifer's firstborn. Such an imposing and domineering name. You will do great things in the future, my child. After being handed over for the child, Lilith cooed him, using her finger to play with Raviel. Lucifer stared at this scene for a few seconds before leaving. Make sure he sleeps well. Tomorrow, he might not have much. What? Lilith's eyes widened in horror upon hearing his words. Lilith wanted to know Lucifer's meaning behind those words. What does it mean? What will happen to Raviel? True to Lucifer's words, the next day, Lucifer wasted no time and took Raviel from her without saying anything. Where are you bringing him? Where are you bringing my boy? Lilith tried to confront Lucifer, to take back her child, but to no avail. A simple slap was what she received. That was the last time she ever saw her son. No matter how much she asked Lucifer and begged him, not even Raviel's single piece of hair was shown to her. It's been months since she gave birth, and Lucifer now started asking her for another child, to give birth to another one. But why? She asked herself, what about the first child? Where did you bring him? She wanted to ask him. A mother's love knows no bounds. Despite being banished by God and punished, she used him as a last resort. She kneeled and prayed. Even when she felt the stings and pain, she didn't waver. For the sake of seeing her child again, she prayed relentlessly, until he answered. With full of light and grace, he descended from out of nowhere in her bedroom, basking her in his holy light. But instead of causing her pain, it simply gave her relief and calmness. God, she said, her voice quivering, tears threatening to fall from her face. The effect of zapping her upon uttering his name was no longer there. You seem distressed, my child. God kneeled and touched her cheeks, removing not only her tears, but also her internal injuries and everything that was caused by the abuse she endured from Lucifer. Help me. Please, I want to see my child, Raviel. Lilith sobbed, closing her eyes as she felt the soothing feeling inside her body, her pain, physical and mentally, being healed. I know, child. I know. God closed his eyes and nodded his head, sharing the same sentiment as Lilith. Raviel is, God slowly said, causing tension to arise in the air as Lilith looked at him with expectation in her eyes. Gone. Light disappeared from Lilith's eyes as her entire world and hope in front of her crumbled into pieces. I see. Lilith stared down on the ground, her limbs unmoving, her breath growing weaker. It is as if she was a puppet whose string were cut off. But all hope is not lost yet. Although God's next words made her raise her head to look at him, the light in her eyes were still dim. God simply smiled and opened his palm in front of her, showing a single orb full of different colors. Lilith, albeit confused, sensed a familiar presence from the orb. This is Raviel's soul, God revealed, causing Lilith's eyes to widen. Her movements became as fast as a cheetah as she tried to snatch the orb from his hands. Unfortunately for her, God was faster, as fast as the light, as he pulled his arm back and said, Beware, my child. Raviel's soul is too vulnerable and fragile. His state is not normal, as Lucifer has taken something innate and very important from him. God explained in vague terms, not going into full details as to what Lucifer took from her son. Please, I want to hold him, Lilith begged, still attempting to take the soul away from him. I'm sorry, Lilith. I'm doing this for your good. But soon, you'll be able to hold him again. Once I find a suitable vessel for him, I'll make sure you meet him again. With that being said, God stood preparing to leave. No, please stop. Don't leave. Lilith continued to beg, crawling on the floor as she tries to reach towards Raviel's soul. Trust me, Lilith. You'll find your son sooner or later. With a smile, God vanished into a flash of white light, almost blinding the mother of devils. My son! Give me back my son! Lilith yelled for the last time before losing her strength and passing out on the ground, exhaustion taking toll on her body. It's been months since she last slept, after all. However, despite it all, determination has been planted deep in her mind. No matter what happened, she'll make sure to reunite with her long-lost firstborn son. Hearing God's narration made me freeze up. For some reason, even though God hasn't directly told me yet that the Raviel in the story is the one I saw and absorbed when I was dying, I already knew that it was me. Fuck. I couldn't help but gasp. Language. Michael frowned and scolded me. I can't help it. And how did you even know the meaning of that word? I accused while pointing my finger at the seraphim. I don't, but my instincts tells me that you said something vulgar. Michael explained. Well, that's bullshit. I continued. Thankfully this time, he just sighed and didn't bother anymore. Father, why only say this now? Michael looked up to his creator and asked in confusion. It's a very long story, but I just want to tell you that our universe isn't alone. We are not alone. God explained in response, emphasizing the word we. So what now? Don't tell me you're going to throw me in the underworld just to fulfill your promise with Lilith. I asked him, which God shook his head in denial. No, my grandchild. When I placed Raviel's soul on you, I have committed a great sin of robbing you of your freedom. He looked down on the ground and said, expressing great apology towards me. Can you believe it? God is apologizing to me, but not anymore. The reason why I pampered you until now wasn't to make up with my regrets, but to ensure that you'll be ready for the future. This universe's future. Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that you're handing me such a huge responsibility? And what about you? You're just going to die and escape all your responsibilities? I smashed my hand on the table, causing the teapots and cups to fly in the air. Although God didn't say it outright, I can already tell from his choice of words. Michael also stared at God, awaiting for his answer. It's a bit difficult to explain right now, and you both won't understand. Instead of answering my question, God simply gave a vague one and ended it with that. This old man, just promise me that you both will help each other as you both can. Your goals are aligned, which is to protect the earth, our home. God then stood and stretched his limbs out before gesturing to Michael, who I've been competing with in a state contest. It's time to go back, son. War is coming. Before Michael could react, God patted his shoulder and they both disappeared in a flash of light, leaving me alone in the living room. Fuck, was the only thing I could mutter to myself after registering the current situation I just found myself in. All thanks to a dear student of his for opening a goddamn portal to heaven out of all places in this universe. What a headache. Going outside for a clean air was immediately met with annoyance after seeing how Johann was once again causing sparks in the front porch while trying to conjure a portal, probably somewhere in heaven again. Or worse, another Pantheon's home. Johann, I want to have a word with you. I gestured for him to come closer. Johann looked reluctant, as if he already knows what I'm going to tell him. Johann kept his head down on the ground while slowly approaching me. However, instead of scolding him, I simply ruffled his hair, much to his surprise. You know, when I first learned how to conjure portals, my intrusive thoughts went over me and I accidentally conjured a portal to the sun, which almost cost me my life and my fellow sorcerers. While I was explaining, the others coincidentally sneaked upon and started to listen to my story. Feeling a bubble of happiness blooming inside me, I grabbed a nearby chair and started retelling my sorcerer life experiences. You know what punishment my master gave me? He confiscated my sling ring, conjured a portal, and kicked me inside. Guess where he brought me? Anticipation was built up when I stopped at the climax of the story. Have you ever heard of volcanoes? I asked first before continuing with the story after receiving nods from Johann and Bell. That's where I found myself in, near the mouth of an active volcano. Just by standing near it caused my eyebrows to lit and burn itself. I said while using illusion to cause my eyebrows to spark and catch in fiery flames. When it settled down, my face is now bald, devoid of any facial hairs. Ha. Thanks to such demonstration, my student starts to laugh, comfortable enough to laugh at their own master. But I don't mind. This is my intention. These kids are a bunch of bundle of joy. Snatching such a thing would be the greatest sin I would have committed. Done with my portal story, I went on to retell my other life experiences, such as how I forgot to return a book for almost a month, causing the librarian to hunt my ass across Kamartaj. Then there's also the memory of me sparring with Wong, who wasn't a sorcerer master yet, simply a normal sorcerer. I continued to tell them my story. Most are funny and adventurous, while some are dangerous and harmed not only myself, but also my sorcerer mates. Before I knew it, the sun has gone down and the moonlight is shining down on us. Once I was done with the story of how I tried to pat the Ancient One's head several times, but all failed, I finally noticed that the children are already fast asleep, laying down on the grass while still facing me. I chuckled to myself before sighing. I raised my head up and stared at the night sky, recalling the events that happened earlier. It all happened too fast. Johann accidentally opening a portal to heaven, meeting the famous Michael, God accepting the fact that he's going to die, and then finally giving him the responsibility of the entire human race and the universe. Sure, he has Michael to help him, someone he barely knows and just met a few hours ago. Way to go, omniscient, omnipotent, and all-powerful God. Signed to myself. I gave the moonlight one more look, as if it would be my last time before using air manipulation to lift the children from the grass, and started walking back home. After scooping them all up in one room, I thought to myself, I should hasten up the building of my first sanctum. The farmhouse might be able to hold my 4 students, but I know that in the future, Mystic Society would hold over 1,000 sorcerers, and I need a dedicated homes for them. What else is the best but the Sanctum Sanctorums and my own Kamartaj? However, last time I checked, the village chief's trusted builders were having a hard time meeting my needs, so it's not even halfway done yet. I should probably hire someone from the underworld. Maybe Seraphal knows some devil construction workers. After all, their mansion is way ahead and on their own league. Since it was nighttime, and as a high-class devil, I barely need sleep, I decided to call up Seraphal right now. Now, this feels like one of those high school moments where you stay up all night talking to either your friends or girlfriend on the telephone. I kind of miss that kind of life. Establishing the audio-visual communication spell, I waited for a few moments before a hologram appeared in front of my face. A slightly angry yet exhausted voice yelled from the other side, almost causing me to search the lower volume button on the hologram. Cham, why did you only call me now? Do you know how many times I stayed up late just to wait for you? You disrupted my countless nights of what should have been my beauty sleep. I hate you, Cham. I hate you. I miss you. For some reason, this is the only thing I can say despite all of those ramblings that Seraphal dropped on me. On the hologram screen, her reaction were behind my expectations as her angry face was immediately replaced by a blushing one, and she started stuttering. Why, you're not supposed to say that. Weird. Is that steam coming out of her head that I'm seeing, or it's just me? Suddenly, the hologram disappeared along with our connection. Did she just hang up on me? Was she even allowed to do that? I tried to call for her again, but to no avail. She kept declining my permission to establish connection with her. Okay, so I'm the first being in history to be ghosted. Great. Sighing, I shook my head and decided to visit her myself instead of calling her. With a wave of my hand, a portal was conjured and I jumped in. What am I supposed to say? He said he missed me. Laying on the bed, Seraphal kicked her feet on the mattress a few times as she covers her head with her pillow. She acts as if she's having her first high school love. Should I call him back? Breathing heavily, Seraphal stared at the ceiling, having a dilemma inside her about whether she would call back or not. She's been refusing his calls after all. However, due to her distracted state of experiencing love for the first time, she failed to notice the orange portal inside her room. Maybe I should respond to him that I miss him too? And then I would watch as he blushes and stutters like I did. Having a good plan in mind to get back on Chamber and take her revenge, she was about to call him when suddenly a voice interrupted her. What are you doing, and what do you mean by that? Seraphal froze, her neck slowly cropping up to her side, where the source of her embarrassment was standing there in front of her, looking at her with an amused smile on his face. Get out of my room, Cham. With her entire strength as an ultimate class devil, She tightened her grip on her pillow before throwing it towards Chambers' smiling face with full force. You need my help for construction? Seraphal raised her eyebrows, repeating my request for her. Yep, it's nothing much really. It's just that humans aren't currently capable of fulfilling my demand. So I hope that devils might. I nodded my head, clarifying. Why didn't you set it in the first place? Seraphal growled, still on about the incident earlier. My bad. Hey, I can't be at fault here. You're the one who hung up on me in the first place. If you didn't, I wouldn't have portal myself in your room. I shrugged my shoulders, quite nonchalant about the matter. Then why my room, of all places? Seraphal refuted, making me silent. Actually, she's right about that. I just felt like it would be much faster that way, and besides, I don't feel like meeting her parents for now, especially after the lie we pulled a few months ago. So, it's just capable devil architects and workers that you need. Seraphal then said, finally changing the topic herself, much to my relief. Yes. I nodded my head. Ah, then you're asking the wrong person. Seraphal said with a smug tone while crossing her arms. Seriously? She won't drop the matter? Sigh. Then who do I need to ask for it then? I replied with a sigh. From what I know, the Grimory clan are affiliated with a few famous architectures. Their territory has one of the best structural designs in the underworld. Seraphal wasted no time responding, mentioning the clan of the red-haired man that popped up from my memory. The main character in this world. Oh God, please anyone but that man. My face scrunched up after hearing the surname of the person I'll ask for help. Don't worry, as long as he knows I was the one who recommended you. He'll even give you a huge discount. Seeing my expression, Seraphal misunderstood and assured me, even winking her left eye on the process. Yes, thanks, I guess. I mentally sighed. I guess I would have to resort to asking that guy's help. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any negative feeling against the man. It's just that I could feel a weird vibes emanating from Surzex. Don't even mention his destructive aura thanks to his mother's devil trait that he inherited. Thankfully, Seraphal insisted on joining me to submit my request to Surzex, giving me at least a sense of security. Surzex, the man, the myth, and the legend, was busy doing paperwork related to his family businesses. At a young age, his father, Zealots, has already passed some of his small businesses from their territories and others to him, to train him as the heir of the clan. Although his mother told him that Zealots has grown jealous of him due to the fact that he's stronger than him and better at him when it comes to handling family business, Zealots still values the family's financial and economical growth, not letting his emotions drive his decisions. So now, Surzex was signing some papers concerning allocation of funds in their construction business departments. Surzex finished the paperwork. He sighed in relief and proceeded to lean on his chair, stretching his strained limbs. Just as he was done, the door to his office was suddenly smashed open. Zeki, a wild Seraphal, appeared, rushing inside and circling around Surzex's table. Following inside was a familiar face, Chamber, the first devil-reincarnated human. What are you doing here, Seraphal? Surzex's eye twitched several times, forcing a strained smile to welcome the two of them. I'm engaged and Chamber's my fiancé. PFFFDT. KKH. KHAK. Chamber, who was about to stand on the sidelines and let Seraphal handle and talk, suddenly choked on his own spit. Oh really? For some reason, Surzex's smile looks like he was more happy than Seraphal. Why do you look like as if you're the one who got engaged? Chamber couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's great. When's the wedding? Surzex clapped his hands and asked. Before Seraphal could answer his question, I immediately cut off in the middle, interrupting their discussion. Ahem. I'm sorry, but Seraphal and me are here for another reason. Chamber said with an apologetic smile, before turning to Seraphal behind him and whispered, That's not what we came here for, remember? Once I was done, I saw her eyes go wide before smiling. All right, I'm sorry, sigh. He's right. We're actually here not to discuss my engagement, which will occur maybe after the Great War. Instead, to offer you a great deal. Seraphal grinned while pointing her finger at Surzex. Deal? What kind of deal? Surzex immediately went on full businessman mode as he leaned forward and used his knuckles to support his chin. I'm interested. He continued with a smile. Good. My fiancé here wanted something to be built, but his demands are too high for humans to achieve. So maybe yours can. Seraphol smiled and said, Do you have a blueprint? Serzex asked first. Seraphol, clueless to what it is, turned her head to Chamber for help. Chamber sighed and pulled a rolled paper out of a portal and handed it to him. Serzex went ahead to grab it and unrolled it, reading its contents for a few minutes. This can be done in a single day. In a single day? Are you serious? Chamber's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting it to be that fast. Of course, unlike humans, magic spells can greatly contribute to construction and such. Serzex explained, then further goes into detail that went beyond a whole minute. Realizing that he's been rambling about how great their construction business workers and architects are, Serzex cleared his throat and blushed out of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Serzex chuckled and grabbed the blueprint that Chamber gave him. Consider it done. And don't worry, you don't have to pay, it's on the house. Deem it as being part of the anti-Satan faction. Before saying the last part, Serzex slightly leaned forward and whispered, After all, the entire faction, even just the name itself, is considered treason, and the punishment would no doubt be death. Hearing his words, Chamber sighed in relief before thanking the red-haired man. Thanks. You're welcome. Just tell me the exact details, and we'll finish it before the day is done. After writing down the details, such as the location, materials he wanted, and etc., Seraphol and Chamber finally left Serzex's office, much to the relief of Serzex. Why are you looking at me like that? Raising his eyebrow, Chamber asked Seraphol, who has been staring at him with expectant eyes. They just got back to the Citri territory, then to her room, and now she's looking at him as if he owed her millions of cash. Aren't you going to thank the great Seraphol who helped you? She said with a smug tone, crossing her arms under her bosom, making it look bigger than usual. Thanks. Staring at it for a few seconds, Chamber shook his head and thanked the girl. Seraphol, however, instead of being satisfied, she simply just pouted at him. What now? His eyes twitched. Mo, I want a reward. Give me a reward. She then started to throw a tantrum like a child. Chamber, in a panic, extended his hand forward and patted her head, causing Seraphol to stop and close her eyes, acting like a docile cat unlike when she was throwing a tantrum earlier. This girl. Chamber sighed, and they stayed like this for a few minutes until Seraphol started snoring. How can you even sleep while standing? He whispered under his breath as Chamber swooped Seraphol in his embrace before carrying her to her bed like a princess. First, the children, and now Seraphol. Who else am I going to tuck in on their beds today? Sighing, Chamber was about to leave when suddenly he stopped in his tracks and stared at Seraphol's sleeping face. You look beautiful when you're sleeping, he muttered lightly and was about to conjure a portal back to the farmhouse when instantly a hand grabbed his neck and pulled him back on the bed, burying the back of his head to a soft pillow. Or is it really a pillow? Mr. Poodles, you're back. Chamber heard Seraphol mutter to her sleep, calling out an unfamiliar pet name, either a pet or a teddy bear. Chamber guessed in his mind. For some reason, despite sleeping, her strength is in K-joke. As an ultimate class devil, Seraphol is stronger than him physically. As a result to this, Chamber was unable to free himself from her arms, forcing him to give up. How troublesome. Without anything else to do, Chamber, despite his heart against him being taken advantage like this, inched to the edge of the bed, being careful not to wake Seraphol up. For some reason, Chamber felt extreme comfort in her bed, or more like the pillows he was laying his head on. Before he could realize it, his eyes slowly blinked several times. His vision suddenly darkens as he fell into a deep slumber, too comforted by the mattress of the bed and the pillow. What Chamber failed to notice, however, was when he closed his eyes to sleep, someone opened them. Seraphol grinned to herself as she pulls herself down, pushing her further into Chamber, taking a whiff of his scent as she snuggled into his nape. You call me beautiful, she muttered to herself before falling into slumber too. As the light outside basked the room inside, one would see two figures lying on the bed, with one hugging the other. Some might mistake the two for a wife and husband. Fuck. Fuck. Chamber kept cursing to himself while trying to untangle himself from Seraphal's limbs. He just recently woke up, and he immediately felt something wet on his cheeks. It turns out he slept with Seraphal in the same bed once again, and this time she was drooling on him. Seriously, what is wrong with this girl? Thankfully, with his skills and flexibility, Chamber has successfully escaped from Seraphal without waking her up. Note to self: don't go to Seraphal's room. Chamber said to himself while fixing his clothes before conjuring a portal back to the human world and jumping inside, leaving a peacefully sleeping Seraphal on the bed. How long have I been sleeping? Chamber muttered to himself while staring at the enormous structure in front of him. The humans, who were supposed to be working on the Sanctum Sanctorum, were left scratching their heads in confusion and amazement upon witnessing the sudden arrival of a huge building that they had never seen before. The building is large and tall, made of dark bricks with stone decorations around the edges. It has big, arched windows and a huge circular window in the middle with fancy patterns carved around it. A wide staircase leads up to double wooden doors with some glowing symbols carved into them. On both sides of the entrance, there are iron lanterns with soft green flames. The roof has pointy spires, and there are small balconies with metal railings. The sky is cloudy, casting a soft, gray light over the building, giving it an old but mysterious look. They fucking outdid themselves. Chamber's face lit up in excitement. Like a child finding a new toy, Chamber wasted no time and rushed inside. The human workers, who were confused at first, upon seeing Chamber's presence, looked at one another before shrugging their shoulders and leaving. They know who Chamber is and his capabilities. If this building's sudden appearance is magical, no doubt it is connected to the only magician they know of, Chamber. The only thing they could do in this situation is to report it to the village chief and tell him that their job is done and has been done by simply magic. I wish I knew magic, they all muttered in their hearts, no doubt knowing that if they learned one, their jobs would be much easier. Inside, Chamber roamed around the hall, noticing the great detail applied to every piece of furniture, especially the design on the walls. There are even paintings that he has never seen before, yet comparable to great paintings he has seen in his last world. Then there's the huge stairs in the middle of the hall, something that you would automatically see first if you entered through the front door. It's almost the exact same as the blueprint I showed Surzex. I didn't know devils are great at constructing structures. Chamber muttered to himself and continued roaming around. There's even a library containing so many books, mostly human books and rarely books about the supernatural. I'm not going to be surprised if they got all these books from the Great Library of Alexandria that were burnt down hundreds of years ago, Chamber said to himself while skimming through some of the books that got his interest. Before he could indulge himself any more further, he realized that he was supposed to roam the sanctum, not to get stuck in the library reading books. God damn it! Chamber cursed himself in his mind before pushing the book he was reading back to the shelf. Chamber's next stop is the office, the Sorcerer Supreme's office, though it's more like just a simple room rather than an office. Sure, it has a table, chair, and its own set of library shelves. It's a pretty normal room, nothing much to say. What Chamber did like about the sanctum was the number of rooms it has, reaching almost 30 in terms of quantity, and for the quality, it's almost par with most 5-star hotel rooms back at his world. Then there's also the basement, which he would not check for now. It'll be for later. All right, that's all of it. Time to call the kids. Chamber could already imagine their faces once they saw their new home. In the farmhouse, Tam was the one who woke up first. Perhaps it is due to his devil heritage, but he rarely needs sleep. The only reason he slept last night was a chain effect. When Belle yawned and started sleeping, Augustus followed, and then Johann. The last one to sleep is him. When one yawned, he yawned, and when one slept, he also slept. It's kind of weird. Stretching his limbs, Tam scratched his hair and stood from the bed, heading towards the door of the bedroom for the bathroom. However, the moment he opened the door, he collided with a large figure grinning down at him while standing still, unfazed by the collision. I'm sorry. Tam apologized, still in a dazed state. However, when his brain finally registered that as a devil, barely anyone could stay still during a collision with him. His eyes widened in surprise, and his sleepy mood was immediately drained when he raised his head and saw his master's smiling face. "A master!" Tam immediately went still, and his expression was frozen in shock. His loud words woke the others up, forcing them to open their eyes and sit on the bed. "WH, what's going on? Where is he?" "Master. Monster. Oi." Hearing their comments when hearing about me made my mouth twitch in annoyance. "It's really Master." Johann stood from the bed and pointed at him with horror etched in his face. "Oh no, Master will eat us." Augustus ran around the room like a headless chicken, yelling profanities at him. What do these kids dream of? And it's about me being a monster. Chamber sighed. "You all, this is not how you talk to your teacher." Transfiguring a piece of cloth into a dreading belt with a metal head, Chamber held it from both ends and pulled it against each other, causing a crisp snap to resound across the entire room. Snap! Everyone froze, each of them staring at the belt as if it were the most vile and scary thing to exist on the planet. Gulp! A collective of swallows of saliva can be heard coming from the four of them. "Anyone else who likes to share their opinion to me?" Chamber grinned like a devil, scanning his eyes on each of them. They quickly shook their heads obediently, not daring to meet his eyes. "Good. Now you all will come with me, because I'll show you something. Oh, and pack your bags." Dread filled their faces when they heard the last sentence. "Is he kicking us out?" they all said in their minds in unison. "Welcome to your new home." Chamber smiled as he watched the children's gobsmacked faces. That's huge. Is that our new home? So Master's not going to kick us out then?" Snap! Putting the belt out of the way, Chamber smiled at them and explained, "From now on, this will be the new headquarters of the Mystic Society, where we will grow not only in strength but also in bonding. We will treat each other as more like a family rather than simple companionship. Understood?" "Yes, Master." "Good. Now go and find your own rooms. No fighting when doing it." Before Chamber could even finish his sentence, his four students already made their way inside, childish excitement plastered on their faces. After all, what could be more exciting than being able to choose your own room? Hope they won't be disappointed that their rooms are practically the same in appearance. Chamber whispered in his mind after seeing them go off. After what took long, almost an hour of just choosing a room, Chamber called them all to the training grounds. "I see you have chosen your own rooms." Chamber held himself back from laughing at their dull expressions. "Now, the reason why I called you all here is because this place we're standing on is where I want to see you all train. It's called training grounds. But not for now, because I'll be planning a rune on the entire training grounds that will help you all in training, understood?" "Yes, Master." Another week passed, and with the problem of housing solved, their training has been nothing but a smooth ride. As a matter of fact, even Chamber himself was training. The Merlin magic has been very useful and easy to train. Although the consumption of creating living beings out of nothing is very high, with enough practice, Chamber managed to dwindle it down to almost half of its original consumption. Of course, he shared this method with Balthazar, who had been nothing but grateful for him. Then there's also the matter of rings. Chamber has successfully found a recipe for creating the Merlin magic rings and learned his rune language, making Chamber finally capable of creating his own magic rings. Through this, Chamber modified his sling ring and fused it with the dragon ring, giving it a goldish tint while also having the capability to create portals. He also made the children their own set of Merlin magic rings and fused it with the sling ring for those who have it. Of course, a sling ring isn't exactly needed when implanting a magic ring with the properties to create portals. Simple magic rings with portal creation runes is enough. It's just that he thought it would be a waste to just create portal-capable magic rings and throw the sling rings aside. So he just fused the existing sling rings to the newly created magic rings. Many more have happened in just a single week, but the most notable thing that did is that the Merlin-affiliated wizards that Balthazar contacted a week ago has finally arrived at the Sanctum's doorstep. When I received a call from Balthazar about the situation, I wasted no time and abandoned my students and ordered them to self-study before conjuring a portal to Merlin's tower and jumping inside, leaving a bunch of confused kids behind. They're finally here. I've been practicing my speech in front of the mirror for the past few weeks. I whispered to myself, recalling the times when I would make myself too cringe or corny when speaking to the mirror. Thankfully, days of practice have honed my speech skills, and I believe I would be able to successfully convince Merlin's followers to join the Mystic Society. Once I arrived at my office, my senses immediately picked up hundreds of magical signatures from the first floor along with Balthazar's familiar magic signature. So many of them, I couldn't help whispering to myself in shock. I guess Merlin is greatly respected by his allies. Hopefully, I would be enough to fill in his shoes. For some reason, I grew nervous about this. How can I, who has crossed 2 worlds, live to tell the tale, fought with hundreds of exorcists that are the exact counters against my kind, and even met with God, who is supposed to be an enemy of mine? But now, I'm being scared that I won't live up to reaching the same status of a dead person. How laughable. Breathing in and out to calm my nerves, I faced the mirror and put on the best smile I could muster before leaving my office. While walking downstairs, my ears perked up to eavesdrop on the conversation occurring inside. Is he really that great? I heard someone say, from her voice, I could tell she's an old woman. Yes, he has this really convenient spell. He called it Portal. It's like a teleportation spell, but its use is more than just for traveling. It can also be used for offense and defense. Here, allow me to demonstrate it to you. This one is familiar. It's obviously Balthazar, and by his words, he seems to be praising me and my achievements. A few seconds later, after he finished his words, a small crisp resounded as if something was being deep-fry cooked, and a collective gasp was heard. Yep, those old wizards and witches are definitely amazed by the portal spell, no doubt. Magnifico! How breathtaking! Did the so-called Sorcerer Supreme really create this? Well, he's the only one I've seen using this spell, so he's no doubt its creator. I hear Balthazar respond. If I were to visualize their conversation, Balthazar would be shrugging his shoulders at this point. Good job, Baltzy. Just keep lifting your master's image to them. As if on cue, I decided to show myself to them. Hearing my footsteps on the stairs, everyone's attention quickly went on to me, their eyes glued on my presence. Master! Balthazar, who was showcasing the might of the portal spell, quickly dispelled it and greeted me. Nice to see you too, Balthazar. I see we have wonderful guests here. I nodded and replied to him, scanning my eyes on the crowd of young and old people around the room, acknowledging their presence. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. You all look amazing. Yeah, I know I'm being fake here, but what else can I do? This is the only way to gather their respect and trust, but doing the same to them. It's not like I'm being naive or anything. This is what the Ancient One did. Why even Odin himself respected her not because of her strength only, but also because she knows who and how to put trust in someone. Of course, the matter of Kaecilius is different. She allowed him to betray her because he would be Doctor Strange's stepping stone to becoming the next Sorcerer Supreme. Are you the Sorcerer Supreme? An old woman approached me. I could see doubt in her eyes. Ah, I see what's going on. She thinks I'm too young. Aren't you a cute little boy? Before I could react, as if some kind of force had blocked my senses, the old woman pinched my cheeks as if I were a grandson. Hey, that's the future leader you're pinching. Miss Margaret, please refrain from pinching Master. Balthazar couldn't help but smack himself on the forehead and try to stop the old woman, now known as Margaret. Meanwhile, the others on the side simply laughed at this, chuckling out of amusement. Margaret is still the same as ever, pinching all the children she comes across. I hear them talk among themselves. Ah, great. Now my reputation is ruined thanks to this old woman. You're right. But I heard it is because before she became a witch, her only family, granddaughter, was accidentally killed by one of her village's guards. It's a truly tragic story. The same man from earlier continued his story, earning a collective sigh from the rest. Oh, maybe this isn't that bad at all. After Balthazar had successfully pulled the gremlin away from me, I sighed in relief and wiped off the sweat that had accumulated on my forehead. There's no need for such greeting. I appreciate it, though. I forced a smile and said, making sure not to look annoyed at her. As I proceeded to introduce myself to them, I used my magical senses to see how would they fare against Balthazar. This is great. Though most of them are low class, there are at least 7 mid-class among them like Balthazar. As for high class, I don't sense any. Perhaps Merlin's half-sister would be one, considering she's also a famous legend like Merlin. Could I recruit her to the Mystic faction? Probably not. Her reputation would just taint me, and her atrocities are foretold by the old wizards who have seen her themselves. She's cruel, manipulative, cold-blooded killer, and finally, thirsty for power. Even making a deal with the devils, as the rumors around her say. No way I'm pulling someone like her to my side. As for if I can fix her, I'm a sorcerer supreme, not a fucking repairman. I ain't fixing anything. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chamber. I'm the current sorcerer supreme, and as you all already know, Merlin's successor. I made my voice louder for everyone to hear. Oh, and now that I've taken a look at it, I'm surprised the first floor of the tower, which can only fit around 50 people, has managed to accommodate hundreds of wizards and witches, as if the very space itself has stretched just for them. So Merlin knows a space expansion spell that can stretch space. Good, if I have the time, perhaps once the Great War is done, I'll spend an entire year hiding in the tower's library, absorbing as much knowledge as it can provide. May I know everybody's name here? Once I'm done with my introductions, I ask for them. Let me go first. As a society used to say, ladies first. Margaret, the old woman who pinched his cheeks earlier, was the one who stepped forward to introduce herself first. First of all, I hope the Sorcerer Supreme would forgive this old woman. It's just that you remind me of my granddaughter. She would have been delighted to meet you. I can see her sad expression as she apologized for her earlier action. Just when she wiped a tear from her eyes, she continued, this time, introducing herself for real. My name is Margaret Solis. I was 34 when I joined Merlin's band of wizards like me. I was really sad when I heard about what happened, and since then, I've dedicated myself in eradicating Morgan Le Fay's acolytes to avenge Merlin. And how old are you now? Ho, young man. You shouldn't be asking a lady that question, silly. For fuck's sake. Such excuse already existed during this time. What else? There are more than 2 genders. As if on cue, another wizard stepped forward. He was middle-aged and unlike the others. This man looks like a beggar, ripped-apart shirt full of dirt, his face smudged with the same substance, and he was bald. Cough, cough. Then there's also that. It's finally nice to see that Merlin's successor has finally appeared in this world. My name is Edward Orton. Just call me Ed. Merlin was the greatest friend and teacher I ever had. It's unfortunate his sister is the exact opposite of him. He shook his head and stepped back, allowing others to take a step to introduce. The introduction went on for about an hour before I finally memorized each of their names. I know everyone must be confused about why Balthazar called you all here. You see, I'm not only Merlin's successor, but also not a human. Finishing my words, I then unfurled my wings, the entire one, meaning I'm showing a feathered purple-colored 2 pair of wings from behind. Gasp! A devil! They all backed away in both shock and fear. Yeah, I could understand. Their worst enemy, Morgan Le Fay, has made a deal with a devil to get strength. I know what you're all feeling, and I won't hold it against you if you decide to leave right now. But before all that, allow me to explain. I may be a devil, but I'm different. I don't live like one, see myself as one, and I love humans unlike them. To me, I don't judge people by their race, only by their personality, so please, give me a chance to prove myself. After finishing my words, I stood still, staring at each and every one of them, gauging their reaction to my speech. That's right. This is the speech that I've been working on for an entire week. Hopefully, it will work, because if not, I would have no choice but to simply let them go. If you're truly a devil, then is it true that your kind has a way to make us powerful? An unknown middle-aged wizard stepped forward with a question, greed evident in his eyes. The others, albeit feeling a bit weird from his question, were also curious about the answer that I'd give. How wonderful! Out of all the questions they could ask me, they asked if I could make them powerful. If I can really do that, then there's no point of me asking you to pledge your allegiances to me. In layman's terms, my vague answer equals to no. The crowd grew disheartened by my answer, and I can already feel some of them wanting to leave already. Sigh. Human greed truly knows no bounds, no matter what era they're in. If that's your goal on why you are here, then I would kindly ask you to leave the tower. People who crave power is less likely to get it than someone who don't. With that being said, a simple flick of my hand conjured several portals underneath the feet of those greedy wizards before swallowing them whole, not even managing to voice out a scream of fear. Anyone else? My cold eyes scanned around the remaining less than 100 wizards. Obviously, there are no more greedy wizards among them. I'm simply establishing dominance here. Unless, of course, the said wizards are able to swallow their greed and hide it from me earlier, which is almost impossible for someone like me, who can read a person like an open book. To those who are still here, my offer still stands. Pledge your allegiance to me, and the Mystic Society's doors are open for you. We may not be strong now, but we would grow. My only promise to you is that as long as you're under my umbrella, no harm will come on your way. I declare before continuing, but in my mind. Unless, of course, under certain circumstances. I can't say that out loud, obviously. It would just destroy their expressions full of reverence towards me. Can't have them decreasing now, do we? Once everyone stayed, and none dared to move an inch, I smiled. Welcome to the Mystic Society, wizards and witches. My words were greeted by howls of excitement from the wizards, as if they've finally found a new home for the likes of them. After all, the human world is harsh to them, especially to the witches whom people started hunting recently. This is my people, my allies. I couldn't help but slightly tear up at the sight of them, conjuring meads and meats out of nothing to feast upon. My vision is slowly coming true, to stand at the pinnacle of this world. These will be your new rings, I said while letting several rings I fetched from the study room float around them. I have prepared hundreds of these just in case after learning how to create them, although less than 100 joined. They're enchanted with several of my runes. Think of it like your own magic rings, but more powerful and can open portals like what I did earlier. I explained, introducing the new effects of the magic rings to them. As for the portal conjuration, Balthazar would be the one to teach you on that field. On the other hand, once you learned it, I would be your next teacher. I'll teach you all about my own set of magic spells called the Mystic Arts. It requires no magic circles, calculations, and you can cast them even without your magic rings. To demonstrate, I conjured 2 whips on both of my hands and waved it around them before they morphed into Tau Mundalases. I showcased more of the Mystic Art spells, such as the Mirror Dimension, which they clamored as the strongest spell they've seen. Images of Arcane, which they deemed very versatile and lifesaver. Forced Astral Projection, which is useful against physically strong opponents but weak in spirit. Transmutation, which they compare to their own traditional transmutation spell before declaring mine as stronger and better. I showed them many more, ensuring that they would learn all of it and become a powerhouse in the universe. Although I didn't learn many spells back in Camartage during my stay there, but thanks to my Marvel Cinematic Universe knowledge, specifically on Doctor Strange, I managed to replicate most of the spells through devil magic, powered by my imagination. So far, I managed to replicate the images of Arcane, Shield of the Seraphim, Sword of Ashani, and even the infamous Crimson Bands of Sidorak, in which he added an effect of once you're bound by it, you wouldn't be able to use your mana as it would block the channel, so you can only use physical strength to get out of it. Settling the new wizards and witches to their respective rooms, I finally returned to my study room, sitting on the chair and leaning back with a satisfied sigh. Although we're still small and lacking in numbers. But I'll make sure that in no time, our population would reach more than 1 million, perhaps. Maybe I should start a school for wizards and witches, like Hogwarts. Now that'll be something worth trying. So many plans, yet why does it seem like I have so little time? Is it because of the upcoming Great War? Is that it? I muttered to myself while staring at the ceiling. I should get some sleep. I need rest. I haven't slept for like a month, I think. Closing my eyes, I kept muttering under my breath until I feel the darkness closing it and drowsiness engulfing me. How troublesome. I could have enjoyed myself in the human world, and instead, here I am, searching for Dad's father's killer. How fantastic. Yawning, Hermes intensified the flap of Boots' wings, throttling his speed faster. A few weeks earlier, after discovering that the Titan of Time, Kronos, was killed from Tartarus, the entire Greek pantheon grew alarmed, and they sent him, the god of travels, to search for the killer. A heavy yet mundane task for someone like him. Searching for the Titan Lord's killer is like searching for a needle in a haystack. If this killer indeed killed the Lord of Time, Kronos, no doubt they would be strong enough to hide their traces. It's simply impossible even for him to find a person like that. Not to mention, he's simply a god of travel, not hunting. In fact, this should have been his half-sister's task, not his. Artemis is the goddess of hunt. She should be the one doing this job, not him. The only reason behind it is because Artemis has long distanced herself from Mount Olympus, almost impossible to contact. I should definitely take some rest. It's not like Dad is expecting me to find the killer in a month. A year isn't even that long for us. With a sigh, Hermes stretched his limbs and flew towards the nearest civilization that he sensed. Landing far away from the village, Hermes placed an illusion over his figure, morphing his appearance from godly to average. This is the best way to blend in with humans, after all. Become average like them. Halt! A piece of silver for entry, please. Walking straight to the front gates, Hermes found himself face to face with the guards. All right, Hermes muttered to himself before presenting his palm where a piece of leaf rested. The guards looked at it, and one might think they would lash out on Hermes, but unexpectedly, they smiled and allowed him to enter. Welcome to our humble village. With a nod of his head, Hermes entered. Humans are seriously weak against such things, falling for such a simple illusion. Hermes smirked to himself, mocking the vulnerability of humans to supernatural things. Roaming the village's premises, Hermes finally found a place to rest, an inn where he rented a room for free. TSK. This bed is too hard, Hermes complained, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the bed in an inn room. With nothing else to do and the bed just giving him back pain, Hermes decided to explore more of the village he found himself. First, the tavern. I need a good drink after flying for a whole day. I don't know how long has passed when I finally woke up in my study. Shit, I forgot my students. I was supposed to train them today. Slapping myself on the forehead, I quickly conjured a portal and crossed, entering the Sanctum Sanctorum. I spread my senses around the snackdom and sensed them gathering in the training grounds. They're still training? It's already midnight. Just as I was about to approach them, I immediately frowned when I noticed that they're not alone. There's an unfamiliar magical signature among them. I should have focused on placing defensive runes on the Sanctum Sanctorum first. Damn it, didn't I tell them to not talk to strangers? Marching towards the training grounds, I prepared myself for an inevitable battle. Sure, I'm just a high-class devil, but if we're talking about my overall capabilities, including techniques and experience, I might not be less than someone who just entered Ultimate class. Yes, that's how confident I am in myself. Through the heavens and the earth, I alone am the confident one. I got that from my nerdy coworker back in my previous life. Slowly inching towards the entrance of the training grounds, my sharp ears can hear what's happening inside. Hey, you can really do that, Peter? The first voice I heard was Tam's. Peter? Who the fuck is that? My eyebrows furrowed. The reply soon came after, coming from a light-toned voice of a man. Not too heavy, but also not too light. It sounds like someone who has just entered their puberty. Of course. I'll show you. I can really fly. Wait, Peter? Fly? Peter Pan. Excuse me. Are you Peter Pan? Surprised, Peter and my students quickly snapped their heads to the side, seeing me standing there with wide eyes, staring specifically towards Peter. However, Peter immediately misunderstood the situation as he pulled the kids to hide from his behind and asked, "Kids, do you know this guy?" Peter asked, his eyes staring back at me in wariness. Oi, 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 what do you mean by that? Why does it look like I'm the intruder here? I screamed in my mind as my left eye twitched several times in annoyance. Thankfully, my students haven't abandoned me yet, as Tam came forward to my defense. Of course, Mr. Peter. He's our master, Master Chamber. As if on cue, they started escaping from his back and ran towards me in excitement. I smirked as I raised my chest in pride. Hee hee. Of course. No matter whose Peter you are, even if you're Peter Pan in the flesh himself, the children will still side with me. Speaking of Peter Pan, my eyes scanned the Peter. He's not blonde, check. He looks too old to be Peter Pan, check. He doesn't wear green or have a green hat, check. He looks like a predator, I'll check this one out. And finally, his appearance is just a mere illusion, check. Suspicious as fuck. All right, Peter or whatever your real name is. I own this building, so please kindly step out of it, or if you want, I'll escort you to the exit. Still, I can't let my guard down. This Peter no doubt belongs to the supernatural world. Knowing how it works, especially the gods, I grew wary. Who knows, this Peter might be the king of gods, Zeus himself. Haha, my apologies. It seems like you're the master sorcerer these kids have been talking about earlier. No? Allow me to introduce myself properly. My name isn't Peter. Yeah, no shit. I'm Hermes, the Greek god of travel. At the same time he finished his introduction, the illusion on his body disappeared, revealing his true appearance. He's indeed blonde, and he's wearing a weird type of armor that reveals more skin than metal. He's wearing a helmet and a pair of metallic boots with the distinct appearance of having a pair of wings that are moving, which means they're alive. Yeah, shit. Have you heard of me? Hermes asked. The children shared a look of confusion while mine turned grim. There's a Greek god in my house, and it's not God from the Bible. This is bad. I'm not sure how strong this guy is. Maybe he's just fast? He's the god of travels, after all. He doesn't have anything related to strength or divinities that gives him enormous power. Yes, Hermes, the Greek god of travel, messenger, and many more. I said, not bothering to state his entire divinities. Wow. He teared up slightly as he wiped it away. Why are you crying, Mr. Peter? Augustus frowned and asked. Well, you see, when humans first heard of Greek god, their first thought would immediately go to the big three, mainly Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. They're the most famous ones among us, you see. And my name is Hermes, not Peter Augustus. Hermes smiled warmly at him. So, what do I owe the pleasure of meeting a Greek god in my humble abode? I asked, maintaining my polite manner. No matter what, I should maintain the status quo. So if he attacks me or my students, I can justify retaliating. Not all gods are powerful and invincible like Big G after all. Gods can still bleed like us humans. Not much. I was just on my mission when I stumbled upon your village and encountered your students who thought I was invading them. It was a funny meet-up, that's for sure. Hermes softly chuckled, earning childish laughs from behind. This guy knows his way around children. Huh? Anyways, since you're already here, and I need to find a killer or my dad will whoop my ass once I get back to Olympus, I'll be taking my leave. Just as Hermes was about to leave through flight, he stopped in his tracks as his eyes noticed something in my chest. Nice necklace you got there. Where'd you get that? Hermes asked, referring to my Kronos Requiem. This? It's a gift from a friend. I answered, neither lying nor telling the truth. I'm not sure if Hermes has some kind of lie detector or something. Better be cautious. I see. Well then, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, kids. Without further ado, Hermes lightly stepped into the air before the flaps of his boots and helmet took him soaring into the skies, much to the amazement of the children. TSK, what's so great about flying? Calming my beating heart. Now that the time-ticking bomb was gone, I turned to face my students who were now zipping their mouths while lining up beside one another, each of them trying their best to lower their presence as much as they could from me. So, I was only gone for a day, and you guys already invited a stranger to our home. Sound great, don't you think? Flashing a forced smile at them. My fingers cracked themselves. Each pop was like the sound of their feet, marching toward their death. Not only that, but you guys also went and stayed up beyond your curfew, and it's already past midnight. By now, my smile was like the smile of a true devil, giving off a nightmarish aura. Any last words? I said, stepping forward and stomping my foot on the ground to add effect. We're sorry, Master. Sorry won't be enough. Starting later this morning, each and every one of you will run around the sanctum and will only stop until I say so. Understood. Why, yes, Master. Now go to sleep. Yes. What an interesting guy. Flying past the clouds, Hermes stared at the moonlight, unbothered by the immense cold that would have frozen a human to death in mere seconds. As someone who came from the blood of gods, he's obviously extremely resistant to basic things such as heat and cold. Should I tell Father about him? Hermes pondered himself. He had already found Kronos' killer, or at least someone related to the killer. Nah, it's too troublesome, and besides, didn't Father say that I'm a naughty child? Let me be naughty again, just this once, and hide this from him. It's not like finding the killer will bring Kronos back. Father is probably just too prideful to let something like this escape under his nose. Typical Father, and his pride is strong as his lightning smites. Now that he had decided to cover up for the master sorcerer and his band of misfits, Hermes grinned, excited to roam the world of humans and discover unique experiences through this journey of his. Peter Pan, huh? I wonder who that guy is and why that sorcerer called me that. Should I start calling myself Peter Pan? He who gets a good laugh out of a bunch of human children. Interesting. Thank you, Father, for giving me this mission. A week has passed, and only 2 weeks left before the Satans make their move, bringing the final battle to the human world. I still train the children, but I didn't focus much on my own training. Instead, I spent most of my time holed up in the sanctum, placing as many defensive and offensive runes across the building. Wards that can kill even a high-class being like me, runes that can enhance my student strength once inside the sanctum, and seals that could seal even ultimate-class beings. Truly, runes are on a whole other level. Although my strength is at high class, runes could allow me to contend even with the peak ultimate-class beings. Aside from those, my sense of cautiousness and wariness led to the creation of an invention. Through the use of Merlin's magic, I transmuted the strongest and toughest material I could think of and used them to create 5 large metallic guardians that would roam the sanctum's premises. I call them Mystic Guardians. What's unique about these guardians is that they don't require my devil energy to maintain themselves. With the help of runes, I was able to plant a self-sustaining rune on their bodies, absorbing the surrounding mana around them instead of mine, completely making them independent from my source of energy. Unfortunately, creating the rune took me an entire 3 days without rest. As for the strength of the 5 Mystic Guardians, aside from physical capability that is on par with mine, their magical is quite weak. In fact, a mere Hellspire, which is my own variant of Demonic Bullet, that spins to increase its piercing power, can put a dent on their body. So in layman's terms, the Mystic Guardians are still imperfect, lacking the qualities of a true Guardian. But still, I feel like I've done enough. The 5 Mystic Guardians, combined with the Sanctum's defensive runes, can put even Lucifer himself in trouble. That's how confident I am in my work. So to sum up the entire week, my Sanctum Sanctorum might now be one of the strongest strongholds in the human world, capable of defending against strong beings across the universe. Not only that, these past few days, I finally had a breakthrough with the supernatural warding rune, a barrier that will encompass the entire human world, protecting them against the supernatural beings that reside outside the human realm. In other words, if my supernatural warding rune is complete, devils from the underworld, angels from heaven, and many others won't be able to teleport or step on Earth without my permission. I would truly become the Earth's protector by then. But for now, it's still incomplete. The runic pattern of the said rune is placed on the Sanctum's basement, protected by a single Mystic Guardian and a bunch of other defensive runes. Once I have built other Sanctums on the Earth's most vital points, I will be able to connect every warding rune and finally complete the barrier that will protect the Earth. Another week has passed, and by next week, the devils would invade the human world, bringing the war to human soil. During this time, the Mystic Guardians' number has reached from 5 to 15, each having their own unique characteristics and weaponization. If only I have gunsmith knowledge, I would have implemented hot weapons to the Mystic Guardians, bringing their power to the next level. Too bad I don't. However, on the other hand, the Mystic Guardians no longer have weaknesses in magic, as I created a magic resistance runes to them. Although the resistance is quite weak and almost non-existent, however, it is better than nothing. If I have more time, no doubt I would upgrade the both of Mystic Guardians' defenses and attack power. Putting the Mystic Guardians aside, let's talk about other things, more specifically my strength. No, I don't mean my class strength. I'm talking about my sacred gear, Chronos Requiem. I trained the Longinus inside the mirror dimension, finding more of its uses, such as being able to combine the power of the mirror dimension and Chronos Requiem. If I forge a mirror dimension, I could use the power of Chronos Requiem, planting what I call time ley lines in the dimension. Once it is planted, I would be able to control the time inside the dimension. If the mirror dimension only allows me to manipulate the space of the dimension, Chronos Requiem would let me control the power of time inside too. In other words, I'm slowly inching towards being a literal god inside the mirror dimension. Inside the mirror dimension, I can finally control its time flow, manipulating the ratio of the mirror dimension and the outside world. For example, I could make it so a year would pass inside the mirror dimension, but only a single second would pass on the outside world. Of course, I can't exactly make it work on the whim. Doing a 1 year, 1 second ratio would require intricate control and immense demonic energy to maintain both the mirror dimension and time flow. To sum it all up, inside the mirror dimension, I'm almost unbeatable. I'm like Dormammu himself, almost like a god inside my own dimension. Now, let's talk about my own strength. Although I'm not yet an ultimate class devil, I feel like I'm nearing one, and besides, like I said previously, I could stand toe-to-toe with one despite being only a high-class devil. I'm talking about my techniques and strength. As a fast learner, I was able to successfully reduce the amount of demonic energy it consumes when casting spells. Speaking of spells, I'm referring to the demonic spells, the ones that require magic circles to cast. You see, I have 4 sets of different magic systems that I can use. First is my mystic spells, ones that doesn't require magic circles and can be cast instantly in exchange for having to manually form them by weaving my hands. Second is the demonic spells, ones that require no hand gestures in exchange for a magic circle. Third is the elemental spells, the magic system that I learned from the Norse elves. It mostly included spells that is related to manipulating nature. Last but not the least, Merlin's magic system. Through the use of the dragon ring, I'm able to manipulate the material world with the help of my scientific knowledge, such as creating fire by imagining how fires can be made using wood and friction, or picking a lock by imagining how locks can be picked using picking tools. As for the creation of life, even now, I'm still confused how Merlin was able to do such a thing and even have others learn how to do one by only wearing a fucking magic ring. I'll admit, in terms of magic, Merlin is way above than me, and even the Ancient won herself despite not seeing what she's fully capable. Heck, I'll bet my left ball that the Merlin in Marvel Universe is stronger than the Ancient one. Aside from the magic spells, I created quite a few useful techniques thanks to my prodigious talent. The first technique I made was inspired from the famous Dragon Ball, the Kaioken, by triggering the demonic energy inside me and letting it go wild. I was able to enhance my physical capabilities either 10-fold or 20-fold, depending on how much demonic energy I want to burn. Obviously, this technique has its downsides. Not only it consumes too much demonic energy, but it also leaves my body in a vulnerable state, like a small nerf of having my physical strength once the Kaioken turns off. It's a bummer for sure, but the advantages far outweighs the opposite. Unfortunately, this technique can only be used as some sort of last resort, not recommended to use at the start or middle of a battle. The second technique I created and even mastered is related to my Chronos Requiem, which I'll call Time Echo. It is basically a watered-down version of the loop ability of the Sacred Gear. Just in case you forgot, loop is an innate Sacred Gear ability that allows me to create a checkpoint in reality, allowing me to respawn upon death. The Time Echo, on the other hand, is not only single-use, but also weaker. The only advantage it has compared to the loop is the consumption of demonic energy, whereas loop's consumption doubles for every death. The Time Echo only consumes less the amount as the loop's initial consumption. In other words, if loop consumes 10 points of demonic energy, Time Echo consumes half of that. Time Echo is basically a technique that can be cast instantly, and instead of having the condition of death to activate like the loop, Time Echo only activates once an attack hit me, Whether it is a punch or a simple demonic bullet to a literal nuclear bomb, it would immediately activate and bring my status back to the way it was before during the time the technique was casted. It's a bit complicated, but just think of it as having a literal second chance in life. Unlike the Kaecilius, this technique only has the downside of a cooldown, so I can't just spam this shit. Now, the last technique I developed was still unfinished, but once it does, it would bring my overall strength to great heights. It's a seal technique, and not just any sealing technique. It's the same technique that God used on Lucifer, sealing his angelic bloodline and turning him into a devil. Basically, this last technique, which I will call as Eternal Binding Seal, or EBS for short, it's a technique that I took inspiration from an anime called Naruto. By touching someone's body, I would be able to block the person's bloodline, temporarily removing their access to their bloodline's passive and active abilities. Let's say, for example, a bloodline that can give the person 10 times the strength of a normal human. Using EBS on that person would cause him to lose that strength and weaken him greatly. It's a very powerful technique. Too bad it is unfinished. It was only thanks to one of Merlin's diaries that I found hidden in the library that I even managed to get this far. Basically, in Merlin's diary, he took inspiration from the heavens system when he worked at it along with God. In the heavens system, he found out that the system has the capability to create angels and also strip them of their angelic powers, like what happened to Lucifer and to the future angels that followed his path. I'm going to admit it, I'm not even close to half finishing this technique, and I doubt I would be able to complete it before the Great War, so I could only work on this as a hobby and not fully focus on finishing it. That sums up to my entire strength during this hectic week. Currently, I just got off from a meeting with the members of the anti-Satan faction where Zekrom told me, and the 4 future heirs such as Seraphol, Ajuka, Surzex, and Falbium to hold back our strengths during the Great War and don't stand out, emphasizing that our roles during the civil war that will arise after the Great War will be very important. Although I agree with him, however, I have long decided to cut off my ties with Zekrom after the Great War. The guy is too cunning, and I'm afraid that the longer I stay with him, the more I'll lose myself and unknowingly dance on top of his palm. It would be better off without him after this. After all, we both know we're just using each other at this point, so it's pretty normal for me to distance myself once our use on each other is finished. Putting that aside, I was secretly called by Seraphol to meet up with her in Ajuka's research lab. Now, I don't know the reason behind it, but seeing her serious look made me agree quick. A single portal later, I am now standing in the middle of Ajuka's lab, whereas the alarms quickly went off as soon as I stepped in. We will. Oh, it's just you. Damn it, I should find a way to block that portal of yours. It's way more powerful than teleportation spells. Ajuka immediately greeted me with a slight annoyance in his tone, treating me as if I'm the second coming of Seraphol in his mundane life. My apologies, it's just that I don't know the exact location of your lab, so I resorted to simply conjuring a portal to the place that I can recall. I apologized before continuing, changing the topic. Anyways, it was Seraphol who told me to meet up with her in your lab. Any ideas? As soon as I brought up this subject, I saw his eyes grew slightly wary as he whispered loud enough for only me to hear. It's a bit complicated, come with me. With that being said, he turned around to leave, gesturing for me to follow him. And follow him I did. We arrived in some kind of room where I quickly saw other 3 figures inside. Seraphol, who was manipulating an ice snake to fly around her. Falbium, who was sleeping on the couch. And finally, Surzex, the man was simply reading a book about business and stuff. Seriously, this guy has been doing nothing but business. We're all finally here. Seraphol was the first one to notice me as she launched and engulfed me in a hug. Sniffing on her ocean-like scent, I smiled warmly. Yeah, I definitely miss this girl. Surzex placed down a bookmark on his book and closed it before nudging Falbium to wake him up. It took him a while before Falbium finally opened his eyes with a yawn. All right, let's start the meeting. It was Ajuka who initiated. Interesting. I wonder why we're gathering up and having a secret meeting. I believe that we all have the same interests here. Am I right? Ajuka's question earned a few nods of heads, except for me. I'm sorry, but can someone please fill me in on the meeting? Why am I even here? I raised my hand like a good student before asking. You mean Seraphol didn't tell you? Ajuka stared at me with weird eyes before casting a glare to Serafal, who was whistling while looking anywhere but Ajuka. Ajuka simply sighed at this and turned back to me as he finally revealed. We think that Zekrom is being too ambitious, and if not controlled, he might be planning to replace the 4 Satans and rule the entire underworld by himself. Don't forget, greed is part of our personality, whether we like it or not. As soon as he finished his words, a grin was already plastered on my face. Well, would you look at that? I guess I'm not the only one who's growing suspicious of you, Zekrom. So, in other words, the point of this meeting is because y'all want to revolt against Zekrom, the same guy who introduced us all to one another. I asked for clarification. Although Ajuka nodded his head in reply, I can see the hidden, tensed expression behind his calm face. The other two, Surzex and Falbium, both looked at me, directly to my eyes, as if they were telling me that if I were to refute them, I would find myself in a bitter condition. As for Serafal, she remained oblivious to the choking atmosphere and continued to mush up her face on my chest like I'm some sort of bucket of cologne. I thought I was the only one. My answer was earned by a bunch of sighs and relief. Good. Looks like everyone here is on board. Ajuka nodded his head as everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around the small round table. As we all know, Zekrom has his way with words, almost fooling all of us. Thankfully, during our last meeting, I discovered a hole in his words. How and why did he actively search for the said apocalypse beast? Not anyone would be insane enough to risk their life by traversing the dimensional gap, a place where it was not only ruled by the 2 strongest beings, but also can rip a normal devil to shreds if one were to enter without any extreme safety measures. Ajuka explained his source of suspicion, stating how it has taken root during their last meeting. He's kinda right. Zekrom indeed has no need to risk his life entering the dimensional gap and coincidentally discovered the apocalypse beast, which itself is already suspicious. How can Zekrom find the apocalypse beast without any help, tips, or hint? It's as if he wants to hide something, or more specifically, someone. I think this apocalypse beast is either a lie or real, and Zekrom wanted to use it more than just against Big G. Ajuka stated his conclusion, which was continued by Surzex. You mean Zekrom wanted to use the beast against the other pantheons? Not just other pantheons, but also us. Ajuka's words made the rest look at him in shock. Are you serious? Serafal muttered a question, her eyes wide. I'm afraid I am. Ajuka replied by shaking his head. Zekrom, is it really greed? Or something else? He always talks about wanting devils to ascend and evolve. Surzex chimed in, as if he couldn't believe the shocking revelation. Surzex, any man will always fall into power. Even us. So don't give him the benefit of the doubt. Ajuka advised with a strict tone, catching Surzex by surprise. I guess he wasn't used to this version of Ajuka, even me actually. But what's the point of discussing it? It's not like we're going against him or something, right? By the time she finished her words, we were staring directly at her eyes. All right. Serafal awkwardly smiled as she started to doubt. Serafal, if Zekrom caught a word of what we're doing, we're going to face something worse than being caught as a member of the anti-Satan faction. Zekrom might act kind and all, but if you look at his past, you'll think otherwise. Ajuka answered as if stating the obvious. Zekrom's past? Now I'm curious. So what's our end goal here? I leaned on the wall and asked, acting both cool and mysterious. Can't help it. It runs in the blood. We don't have end goals. We'll simply watch over Zekrom and make sure he won't go overboard. He only wants what's good for us devils, but he also wants what's good for him. We'll be here to mediate between his ambitions for the devils and himself. Ajuka clarified, earning nods from others, including me. I agree. Surzex raised a hand and said, followed by Falbium and Serafal, with me being the last to raise a hand. Zekrom likes to set up a meeting with one of us personally in random interval. Whatever he talks to you about during those meetings, make sure to stay alert and not fall for his silver tongue. And once you're done, make sure to report to each of us. Ajuka then proceeded to lay a few set of instructions to fully maximize their guard against Zekrom. Once the meeting was done, Serafal quickly approached me. Cham, I missed you. I want to travel the human world with you. Seraphal clung onto me like a koala, as she says her wont. Just as I was about to find a way to refuse her, Ajuka, for the first time since we met, came to save me. I'm sorry, Seraphal, but that travel might be delayed. I'll borrow Chamber for a while. Before Seraphal could refuse her in my stead, I quickly snatched it first. Sure, I'm free today. Let's go. Casting an apologetic look towards Seraphal, who was pouting, me and Ajuka then proceeded to leave the room and advance to his study. What's the rush? I asked as we entered the study room. It's about this. Ajuka grabbed something from his table before showing it to me. It's a pawn evil piece. What am I looking at? I asked for an explanation, which he gave. I also read the file about Zekrim's plan towards the evil pieces. He doesn't just want humans to be turned into devils, but other races too, such as vampires, werewolves, and many more. Ajuka then dropped a folder on the table that he grabbed from a drawer. So I made a plan. Obviously, I can't leave a loophole of reincarnated devils being spies and using the strength of our own to deal against ourselves. During my free time, I added 2 effects on the future upcoming evil pieces. Ajuka proceeded to turn the file to the first page. First is an effect where reincarnated devils would slowly feel loyalty towards our kind over time. To make it not suspicious, it will start slow, but once it has taken root on their heart, it will immediately spread. He then turned to the next page. Lastly, a side effect of betrayal. Each evil piece is connected to its dedicated king piece. Since the effect of loyalty will start slow, betrayal is still possible. Hence, I decided to make it so betraying the master shall be met with a punishment. This, however, isn't that effective. If the reincarnated devil is stronger than their master, the side effect would be nulled. So, what's the punishment? I asked. I have no idea yet. Their demonic energy inside their body will become chaotic and cause them to become disfigured and weaken them greatly. If their master is strong enough, they can even be killed by the punishment. All in all, the punishment is decided by how strong their master is. Ajuka concluded, raising his chest in pride. Me, on the other hand, just cast a confused look towards him. Why are you telling me this? Well, first of all, you're the first reincarnated human, and I want your thoughts about this. Second, I'm going to need your permission to do this, and lastly, I want to assure you that you're exempted from these effects, as what Seraphal used on you was a prototype containing neither of the side effects I mentioned. He uttered, my thoughts, huh? To be honest, even if I were to tell him that I don't like it, Ajuka wouldn't make an exception and still proceed with it. So what's the point of opposing him? However, that doesn't mean I'll let him do what he wants without anything in return. Sounds good to me, and it's pretty normal to have such suspicions. However, that doesn't mean I'll let you use it to your own advantage instead. Crossing my arms, I can see the relief on Ajuka's face being dashed upon hearing the end of my sentence. And that is? Ajuka asked with a sigh of defeat. I don't like you taking advantage of humans by luring them with nothing but benefits. I only want 2 things when a devil wants to reincarnate a human into a devil. I raise a single finger up. First, each and every devil will have to go through me before they could reincarnate a human of their choice. Their chosen human will have to be screened by me, and what I meant by that is I would see if their mind is tempered or being blackmailed. Hearing my words, Ajuka didn't hesitate before nodding his head consecutively. Then I raised another finger. Lastly, when reincarnation a human, I want them to be aware of what they're dealing with, such as knowing that their loyalty will be manipulated against their will and the side effects of betraying their master. At this point, I can see the hesitation taking effect on Ajuka's face. But won't that make it hard for devils to convince humans then? Ajuka's face grimaced at it. Not my fault. Devils are supposed to have their way with words. Make good use of it. In return, I simply shrugged my shoulders and left him to deal with it. As long as those 2 conditions of mine can be met, I'll have no problem with this. Ajuka fell into contemplation for a few moments before, sighing and relenting. Fine, but only humans, right? Not the others. Ajuka asked for confirmation. Yes, only humans. My answer earned a sigh in relief. Okay, that doesn't bad. though that would make humans less picked by devils when choosing their peerage member. Ajuka muttered the last one, which was heard by me. Peerage member? I asked. Haha, that's the second reason what I wanted to talk about. I have a great plan to fully maximize the evil pieces. A tournament game of some sort where every high devil with peerage members can play, displaying their intelligence and peerage strength to the public. Handing me a folder, Ajuka proceeded to explain, giving me a gist of his plan. Not gonna lie, his plan sounds like a goddamn FIFA World Cup or something from my past life. But still, it does sound good and attractive. No doubt devils, like humans, would love to compare themselves to others of their kind. It's like comparing their dick size, but on a whole another different level. So what's your thoughts? Ajuka asked. It could be improved, but overall, it would be wonderful to watch. Have you ever thought about making a leaderboard about it? I replied, leaderboard? It seems like Ajuka is a bit unfamiliar with that word. Let's put it like this. If a devil has more wins than the other, he'll be known as the number one. Now, here's the twist. While he's the number one, his position can still be stolen if someone dedicated enough gathers more win than him. In other words, it would be a competition not just inside the tournament, but overall. The more I speak, the more fascination appears on Ajuka's face. This is amazing. If we implement this, the tournament won't be as boring as I initially assumed. With this leaderboard, more and more devils will try to climb the ranks and try their best to maintain their position. You're a smart man, Chamber. For the first time since I met Ajuka, he smiled. A genuine smile. Not only that, but what if the number 1 to 3 have benefits? Think about it. If you're placed on the first rank, fame, reputation, money, and titles can be given to them like some sort of social standing. The higher your rank, the more respect the devils will give you. There's a reason I came up with this. You see, I remember my last encounter with Seraphul's uncle, Demeter, the weak, low-class devil who wants to climb the ranks through family relations. If devils crave for attention and recognition, then this game tournament would be their ticket to it. For the rest of the day, we discussed the potential benefits and processes that the tournament will undergo in the near future. Before the end, we came up with a name for it. Rating Games. The next day, I was standing in the training grounds, instructing the new batch of students I have. Though some of them looks older than me, that's because they're the new members of the Mystic Society, the former wizards affiliated with Merlin, who are now under my umbrella. Wrong. That's not how you conjure a portal, Stella. I fiercely yelled at the old woman, who's been making the wrong gestures for the past few hours. How hard is it for them to rotate their arms in a circular motion? Even an elementary student can do the job perfectly. I am trying. Stella, the old witch, yelled in frustration and fear. Why fear, you might ask? Because the last time they made a mistake I didn't like, I gave them a Dr. Strange treatment, and by that treatment, I meant throwing them to Antarctica. You know what's even more fascinating? The ozone layer of this time hasn't been destroyed yet, and there are no things such as global warming yet. So the Antarctica is much colder than when it is in the modern era. Trust me, I know. I tried it myself, and even with my high-class devil physiology, I can feel the cold trying to pierce through my skin. I don't want you to try. I want you to do it. As if to encourage them, I conjured a bunch of portals on their sides, letting the piercing cold for the other side to hit them. That's right, on the other side of the portals is the Antarctica. Fear filled their faces as they tried to maximize their focus on portal conjuration. I can't believe I'm being forced like this by a kid that is years younger than me. I can hear one of them mutter under their breaths. Can't blame me. I see quality and quantity at the same time. Less talking. I threatened by enlarging the portals, letting more cold seep through. Call me harsh or strict, but this is my way of instilling discipline and making sure that each and every member of the Mystic Society is top-notch. Hours passed, and more than half of them has finally managed to conjure their own portals. I congratulated them by letting them have access to the small but meaningful magical library of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Since it hasn't been a year since the Mystic Society was established, there aren't much books about mystic arts yet. So the library isn't filled to the brim like the one in Kamar-Taj. You see, in Kamar-Taj, most of the books inside were created by several master sorcerers from the past generations, expressing their opinions and theories about mystic spells or the universe. It's a complicated matter. In my case, the small library would soon reach the same level of Kamartaj library once more and more sorcerers joins and write their own books that will be added to the library. For now, the library was painstakingly filled by me alone. All the books inside were written by yours truly. 3 days left until the Great War. Zekrom informed me about the movement of the devils. Large clans such as Gremory, Citri, Baal, and many more are preparing their armies for the inevitable battle. No doubt this would cause many casualties not just to devils, angels, and fallens, but also to humans. This is why I've been preparing the Mystic Society for the upcoming disaster. I told them about the upcoming upheaval, and suffice to say, their love towards their own kind made it, so their learning process became faster. They started picking up the pace, and the prominent figures such as Balthazar were learning spells left and right. Not only that, some of them decided to band and form a group of magical construction workers, building safe havens for the humans just in case things goes awry and the human world gets destroyed during the war. In case that happens, the safe haven would ensure humanity won't go full extinction from the Great War. You might think that the Great War would expose the supernatural world to the humans. Wrong. Seraph and Michael contacted me and informed me about their plan to cast a world-wide memory wipe spell, making sure that the humans would forget about the war that will occur and go on with their daily lives. This would be achieved with the help of the Heaven System, whose capabilities far outweighs what I expected it to be. Turns out, Heaven's system is like some sort of universal weapon, capable of manipulating reality itself if the user is strong enough. And with God himself being its user, it's like handing a gun to the greatest marksman on the universe. A perfect combination. Hence, why I'm not worried about humans discovering the existence of the supernatural world. The heaven would take care of that. What worries me the most is that God hasn't been visiting me for a while. The last time he did was the day when I met Michael. Since then, it's like I've lost contact with him. No matter how loud I call for him, he doesn't appear to my side in a flash of light like usual. It feels unnerving. It's like something from me was taken away. Is God deliberately avoiding me? Knowing him, he'll do it for my sake. But why though? It's not like I'm in danger or anything, and he doesn't have enough reason to avoid showing up to me. Sighing, I shook my head from these thoughts and decided to focus on the current situation. Or at least that's what I was supposed to do until I received a call from Zekrom. She has escaped. The Apocalypse Beast has escaped on her own. When I asked Zekrom when did it happen, he simply answered, "I'm not sure. I just discovered about it now. This is bad, Chamber. The Apocalypse Beast isn't supposed to face him this early. If God defeats her and gets the time to recover, our plan will be messed up. To hell with your plan. I'm more worried about him facing that beast alone than messing up your plans." I roared in my heart. Before Zekrom could further inform me of the situation, I quickly hanged up on him and prepared myself for the worst. So that's why he's been avoiding me. He's been busy dealing with something that I already warned him about. And what's been Michael all this time? He didn't tell me about this during our last call, and that call was just 2 days ago. Did Michael purposely not tell me about it? Or was something else in play here? Or was Zekrom lying to me? Or maybe, just maybe God didn't tell anyone. Damn it. If the latter is the truth, then finding him would be a problem. The dimensional gap where the Apocalypse Beast resides is as huge as a universe, an infinitely expanding space. Even if I spent years looking for them, I wouldn't be able to and only cover 0.01% of its true space. In layman's terms, it's impossible unless I get the exact coordinates. And the person I could get those coordinates from was just hanged up by me. Great. Now who am I going to call that will help me? For some reason, a green-haired guy flashed in my head. Sitting on the chair, Ajuka tinkers on a rook evil piece, weaving a bunch of intricate seals and runes to ensure that the evil piece would live up to its capabilities. Sigh, this is getting tiresome. Maybe I could make something that would automatically create evil pieces? Like my supercomputer. Ajuka muttered to himself, pondering over his future plans when suddenly an orange-colored portal manifests behind him, earning a sigh of defeat. Again, Ajuka whispered under his breath, Stepping out of the portal was a familiar black-haired man. Ajuka, I need your help with something. It was Chamber, and by a single glance, Ajuka could already tell that something is troubling him. What is it? He asked, not outright denying to help his friend. Have you heard of the dimensional gap? Chamber suddenly dropped, causing the green-haired man to rotate the chair he was sitting on to face him. What brought this up? Ajuka recoiled at the mention of a familiar, yet dangerous place. Zekrom just told me that the apocalypse beast awakened ahead of time. Chamber once again dropped another bomb. What? Ajuka's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting such grave news to arrive at his doorstep. Big G is fighting it. We can't afford to lose either of them. I need your help to pinpoint their exact location inside the dimensional gap, so I could stop them. Chamber explained, coding the truth with lies. I've barely studied the dimensional gap. However, from what I know, it is similar to another universe, but empty. So if we take the universe as a reference, we can assume its coordinates. What we need is an energy sensor device that could both read energy signals and pinpoint its direction, all while mapping out its surroundings. But it would take a very long time to create one. Ajuka replied, stating the dilemma. Time is not an issue. Chamber grinned as he assured Ajuka, his newly upgraded mirror dimension spell taking place in his mind. Time is not an issue? Are you serious? Don't tell me you want to ask the Agar's clan for help. I don't think they're powerful enough to manipulate time to such an extent. Time is a very delicate concept, and tinkering with it wow dash. Before he could finish his words, Chamber slammed his hands on Ajuka's shoulders, cutting him off. Ajuka, do you trust me? Chamber's words were met with a slow nod of the head from Ajuka. Good. When I say time is not an issue, it isn't. As if on cue, Chamber snapped his arm on the side, causing a small orange magic circle to appear on the tip of his fingers along with a crack on space. Shall we? Chamber offered with a smile on his place. Ajuka, of course, trusted Chamber and stepped through the broken space, his eyes widening as his senses felt the disappearance of the magical beast that he kept for experiments. Where are we? Ajuka's curiosity got the best of him and asked, looking around the exact same place, except there's no sign of any living beings aside from them. Not only that, Ajuka also noticed how everything around him feels like reversed. His notes and letters feels unreadable unless you focus enough. Welcome to the mirror dimension. In this place, I control both time and space. Chamber smiled and introduced the spell to him, explaining its uses. Currently, we can spend a month here, and only a second will pass in the real world. He explained, earning a gasp from Ajuka. What? How? Ajuka asked with a slight stutter. Have no one ever tell you to never ask a magician for his secrets? Instead of telling him how, Chambers simply grinned and winked at him, making Ajuka frustrated. Fine, keep your secrets. Though as much as I want to start making the device now, I don't have the tools and materials needed for it. Ajuka explained first. Just state them, and I'll fetch them for you. Valuing time, Chamber didn't hesitate to help. Ajuka doesn't know how much time has exactly passed, but he kept his entire focus on creating the energy sensor device. At the first few months, he was able to make a crude version of it. However, it is not only big, but also lacks the mapping function. Just so you know, Ajuka is doing this not only because Chamber told him to, but also because he wants to discover more about the dimensional gap too. He's just been too busy to shift his focus on studying the dimensional gap. However, with Chamber asking his help being the reason, he finally abandoned what he's currently working on and focused on the dimensional gap. Home to two of the strongest beings in the universe. And here, two mere devils are going to attempt to visit it and rescue our worst enemy, Big G. Even Seraphal, with her wild brain, wouldn't believe me if I tell her this. Ajuka muttered to himself, chuckling at the irony of what they were doing. They're supposed to fight against God, not save him. But still, I wonder what truly made him worried. The plan failing, or something else entirely. Ajuka made an assumption as he sneakily glanced at Chamber pacing around the room with a worried face. You gotta tell me the truth after this, Chamber, he whispered for the last time. Another month has passed, and a small circular device rests on Ajuka's palm. A series of complicated numbers, altitudes and latitudes roam around the edges, courtesy of its mapping function. Is it finished? Chamber appeared behind him like a phantom. Excitement filled his face upon gazing down on the energy sensor device. Yes, but we still have two more problems. First, how are we supposed to survive the dimension gap without necessary protections? For what I know, oxygen, air, and even gravity doesn't exist inside it. Lastly, what do we do if the Infinity Dragon discovers us, much less Great Red? Crossing his arms, Ajuka laid out the problems they would have to face. Although he trusts Chamber and sees him as a friend, that doesn't make him blind. Following through Chamber's plan would be a death sentence go the both of them. And he's someone who values his life. Did you think I was idle this whole time? Smirking at Ajuka's confused expression, Chamber smirked and continued. During the time you were creating the device, I was creating a bunch of spells and runes that would hide our presence and allow us to survive inside the dimensional gap and roam there as if we're still in the underworld. To prove his words, several complex runes manifested around Chamber's body before disappearing. Not only Chamber's turning a bit transparent, but his breath becomes weaker, so weak that Ajuka thought the man is dead. The same goes for his smell. Ajuka knows that if he were to close his eyes, it would be impossible to find Chamber. Not even his sense of hearing and smell can detect the man. It took me quite a while to create this, but it's worth it. Do you know how effective this is? For some reason, Ajuka grew uncomfortable seeing some sort of pride welling on his chest. Ow! Gulping his saliva, Ajuka asked, I used this to myself and entered one of the Satan's home, more specifically Beelzebub's mansion. Trust me, that guy's security is lacking. I could have choked the life out of him when he was sleeping with women. Ajuka's blood grew cold after hearing what he just did. You did what? For the first time, Ajuka lost his composure. Who wouldn't be? What Chamber just could have gotten him a war against one of the Satans and probably half of the entire devil race, considering Satans are like messiahs, and messing with them is akin to messing with the devil race. It's not much, and like I said, it's effective that even Beelzebub failed to realize I'm standing in his room while watching his copulate in the weirdest way I've ever seen. Let me tell you, when it comes to him, it's the opposite. He's the one taking it. He's taking it. Chamber words just made the entire situation more unusual and dreading. Please tell me you're not going there again as an experiment, and I don't need to hear the last one. I could have lived the rest of my life without knowing it. Ajuka grew angry as he yelled at Chamber. One of the feared Satans, being the one who takes in when it comes to bed activities? That's an information he would rather forget than know. My bad. I was just trying to prove it to you like I said earlier. Anyways, are you sure the device is ready? Chamber deliberately changed the topic. Ajuka, of course, prefers the same and cleared his throat as he replied to his question. I haven't tested it on the dimensional gap yet, but I'm 99.9% sure it would work. Chamber raised an eyebrow at it and asked again, and what are the chances of that 0.1% happening? I used one battery instead of two. Answered Ajuka. I'm not sure if he's attempting to be comical or something. Chamber whispered to himself and decided to simply chuckle. Yeah, right. Haha. Anyways, let's go. Sigh. I'm not trying to be funny, but okay. Ajuka rolled his eyes and nodded his head, watching casually as Chamber pressed his palm on his chest and several runes appeared around his body, like earlier on Chamber. Once that's done, Chamber proceeded to conjure a portal. The familiar portal slowly came to life in front of them, but the place on the other side was a mix of various colors swirling on a dark space like a kaleidoscope. So this is the dimensional gap. Seeing it is better than reading about it. Ajuka muttered to himself, his grip on the energy detector device tightening as he nervously stepped forward to approach the portal. I'll go in first, Chamber said, feeling like Neil Armstrong who's about to take his first step to the moon. As Chamber found himself floating on the other side, his eyes couldn't help but wander around in fascination. Thankfully, the spell seems to work as Chamber was breathing and functioning properly without any problems. I'll go next. Ajuka trusted Chamber and followed suit, now floating next to him inside the dimensional gap. Similar to Chamber, Ajuka was also left staring at their surroundings with a dazed expression. The portal then closed by itself, leaving the two of them alone in a vast expanse of space. Unknown dangers might be lurking around them. Chamber was the first to snap out of it and unfurled his wings. Let's go. We can't exactly stay here. Chamber grabbed Ajuka's still dazed state and yanked him out of it, dragging him along as Chamber flew forward. Hopefully, it won't take them long to find God. I don't know how many hours have passed, but the energy signal that the energy detector device detected earlier turns out to be further than I expected. It's not like the device is faulty. Ajuka already assured me it's not. It's just that we're quite a bit slow in terms of flying. Though I can just simply activate my sacred gear and use the chrono shift ability to speed both my and Ajuka's time, but that would leave me exhausted instead. With the possibility of needing my strength against the apocalypse beast, I can't afford to go into battle without being in my prime state. Hence, we have no choice but to resort to using our full natural speed. We're getting a bit close. Ajuka's voice snapped me back to reality, his words filling me with anticipation and anxiety. I might have the biggest battle I'll ever had ahead of me once we reach their position. A few minutes later, true to Ajuka's words, we finally saw a glimpse of a huge being in the distance. Not even the darkness and the kaleidoscope of colors around them cannot hide such an enormous beast. Is this the apocalypse beast? I hear Ajuka mutter behind me. In fact, I'm in the same position as him, wondering if the huge beast in front of us is the apocalypse beast. Because if it is, then we're doomed. The said being is larger than Earth. I can't even see the end of its body. Despite its large and enormous figure, a small dot stood out, a blinding white light rushing towards the apocalypse beast's head. Speaking of head, the beast's face was disfigured, 6 large eyes, 3 on each side, and a large open mouth in the middle. Each and every part on its face is grotesque that even its mother won't dare to kiss. In other words, it looks like something that came out of a child's nightmare, tenfold. Is that? Ajuka seemed to have also noticed the small dot light in the distance, facing against the huge monstrosity. It's the Big G. I finished his words. Should we go ahead and help? Would Big G even let us help him? What if he kills us on the spot after seeing us? No, he won't. I swiftly respond without hesitation, surprising the green-haired devil. He won't, Ajuka exasperatedly replied, wondering where I got my confidence from. Yup, come on, let's go. A green glow surrounded my figure and blurred away. Even Ajuka, an ultimate-class devil, was shocked and unable to see how I disappeared. How can he? I used the power of time to increase my overall speed. I bet not even Lucifer himself will be able to react to my speed as long as I take advantage of the moment of surprise. In an instant, I reappeared beside God, shrugging off the intense heat that he's radiating around him. God himself looked shocked at seeing my presence, not expecting me to appear. Chamber? What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. God immediately warned, ignoring the countless planetary-sized tentacles smashing against the barrier that enveloped us. The same goes for me. Instead of worrying at the enormous beast, I was more worried about God. What else but to help my grandpa from killing himself before the Great War could even start? I rolled my eyes as I answered him, as if stating an obvious fact. Then I continued, "Why didn't you tell me about this?" I asked him first, ignoring everything else. This is what has been nagging me on for the past few months. It seems like my question made God speechless. Explain later. For now, let's deal with this guy. I already warned you about it, didn't I? My words were met with a nod of head from God as he spoke. Is your friend going to join, or just watch us? God, WS, referring to Ajuka, who was just standing on the sidelines with a shocked face. It seems like no matter how smart he is, he can't comprehend the fact that I could get close to God without being burnt to ashes, and not to mention, chat together like we're friends. Yes, he'll be joining. As if on cue, Ajuka was magically pulled towards our position, swiftly evading the large tentacles attempting to squash him to death. Right exactly as he appeared on our side, inside the barrier, God purposely lowered the intensity of his holy energy aura, protecting Ajuka from being burned into ashes. I guess I'm built so different that God doesn't need to adjust his holy aura when it comes to me. Hello there. Instead of anger as Ajuka was expecting, God gave him a wink and a warm smile instead, slightly easing the fear on Ajuka's face. This is the first time I've seen him scared shitless like this. Oh, what a shame that cameras doesn't exist yet during this time. If I did, I could have gotten myself a bunch of high-quality blackmail materials against this aloof yet intelligent devil. Hey, are we seriously facing this monster? Ajuka gulped his saliva and shifted his fear from God to the apocalypse beast. Chambers said you'd help. God replied as he glances at me, who was busy checking the weather in a place where the atmosphere doesn't exist. Ajuka's fear disappeared and was replaced with unbridled anger towards me. What do you mean I'd help you, dumbass? I only said I'll help you locate them, and I already did. We didn't talk about fighting against the beast. Ajuka grabbed the hem of my robes and shook me back and forth consistently. As for me, I had a delightful expression on my face, satisfied smile plastered on my mouth. Everyone knows how ecstatic you'd feel when you successfully rage-baited your friend. All right, you too, stop this instant. Thankfully, God was there to prevent Ajuka from taking my life away from me, albeit I doubt he could do that. My barrier won't last long, and this beast would for as long as it wants. He continued, it is impossible to kill it. Trust me, I've tried it several times these past few days, and nothing worked. We can only seal it again. His last sentence caught me by surprise. Again? What do you mean? You fought this beast before. I asked while pointing at the apocalypse beast, thrashing widely towards the small holy barrier. God nodded his head with a grim expression as he explained next. Before the creation of humans, where only gods roam the universe, I met this beast here, belonging from another universe that I have no idea of. Not only was it unkillable, but it also possesses the capabilities to destroy the entire universe if you were to leave the dimensional gap. Hence why I asked the Infinity Dragon God to watch over Trihexa after I sealing it billions of years ago, since the dimensional gap is technically her resting place. If that's the case, then where's the Infinity Dragon God? Why can't she help us now? For some unknown reason, I wanted to be angry towards this dragon god. There's a being capable of destroying the universe, and this dragon god doesn't seem to care about it. In response, God simply shook his head and said, Dimensional Gap is no longer her home. It was stolen by Great Red thousands of years ago, so her current whereabouts are unknown. At this point, my anger that is about to be lit was immediately extinguished. Well, I guess I can't blame her then. But at least this Great Red should be able to help us, right? When I asked God this question, he simply shrugged his shoulders. That's what I have no idea of. I haven't met the Great Red personally yet, so I don't know if it would help us in this matter. God admit, why are the two strongest beings in the universe so unreliable? Don't they know that with great power comes with great responsibility? Since you already sealed it once, can you seal it again? Ajuka, who has been sitting on the sidelines, watching us interact, finally gathered enough courage to ask, his question directed at God. God simply gave him a look. If I could do it, I would have done it long ago. Trihexa has grown stronger, and for reasons I don't know. His words poured a bucket of cold water over Ajuka's head, dousing the hope in his eyes. That's before, but you have us now. It increases the chances of sealing Trihexa. In order to revive the solemn mood, I try to cheer them up. You're right, and besides, I wasn't alone when sealing the beast. God then responded, causing me to freeze in my tracks. Oh, God had a wry smile on his face as he dumbly scratched his cheeks. I should have said it soon, right? He admitted his mistake. Before I could yell at him out of anger, he quickly changed the topic. Ahem. Anyways, I could have asked the man's help, but I'm too occupied holding Trihexa off, so I couldn't find a time to go back and ask him. If that's the case, then leave it to me. I'll hold Trihexa off. Both Ajuka and God stared at me in shock, as if I just said something dumb. Are you sure? But convincing that man would require a bit more time. It was God who said this. Of course I am. I have something in my sleeve. Something that I've been waiting since forever to use. I smirked as the pocket watch hanging on my neck glowed in green light. My mind immediately went to one of its abilities, the loop ability, a skill similar to what Dr. Strange used against Dormammu. It could make me respawn as much as I want as long as I have the reserves necessary. After successfully convincing God to leave the beast to me, he finally left along with a Juka, who insisted that he's good at convincing someone. That's a lie, obviously. He just wanted to get as far away as possible from a being that could kill him in a blink of an eye. All right, you beast. Have you ever heard of bargaining? Slamming my fist in my palm, causing a shockwave, I grinned in the process. The green light on my sacred gear, physical form shining brightly. Rower, despite it having no oxygen or air in the dimensional gap, Trihex's roar managed to release a deafening sound that resonated across the large and open space. Dodging to the side, Chamber swiftly evaded the enormous tentacle, threatening to squash him to death. However, his senses soon went haywire again, and before he could react, another 2 large tentacles appeared on both of his sides. Although his senses has warned him, Trihex's incredible speed, despite being larger than a planet, made his body unable to react fast enough. Splat! The 2 tentacles smashed against each other with him in the middle, causing a splash of blood and flesh around the space. However, just as Trihexa was about to release a howl of victory, the person that had just squashed to death suddenly flew down from nowhere, facing it with a smirk on his face. Trihexa, I've come to bargain. Chamber grinned as he crossed his arms. Just as Chamber was about to initiate the fight again, a purple beam descended from Trihexa's large mouth, pulverizing everything in its path, even though there's nothing to pulverize in the area. Chamber quickly cast a shield of the Seraphim's spell to block the energy of destruction heading his way. Unfortunately, Chamber underestimated the power of the beam and, as a result, saw himself being turned into nothingness in mere seconds, the shield not even managing to slow down the beam. Trihexa, once again seeing itself being victorious against its opponent, was about to cheer when the same exact scene as before happened again. Chamber, with his ever-glowing pocket watch hanging on his neck and his loose orange robe fluttering against his descent. Trihexa, I've come to bargain, Chamber said, and this time, his face bore a serious look. He wasn't expecting Trihexa's attack to be able to pierce through the shield of the Seraphim spell and kill him in a single second. Like people used to say, don't underestimate your enemy. In his case, however, he didn't underestimate Trihexa. Its strength is just too strong that it can't be estimated. All right, you beast. I know I'm supposed to buy time, but what you just did is pretty pain-fa-dashed. Pointing my finger at the huge beast, my words were interrupted when a large and grotesque spear large enough to pierce a mountain suddenly protruded from a random part of his enormous body before attempting to penetrate my body. Thankfully, my sharp senses combined with my Longinus's passive ability, time sense, I was able to reach fast enough to dash to the side, successfully evading the spear. That was close. I whispered in shock under my breath, sweat accumulating on my forehead. As if that wasn't enough, Trihexa doesn't want to give me a breather, and instead, 10 more same spears protruded from several parts of his body before hurling them towards me through some unknown force. For some unknown reason, this being knows when exactly to attack me and where. Does this beast possess some sort of intelligence? If it does, maybe communication is possible? Like convincing it to keep calm and carry on or some shit. Once again, I dodged the spears it threw at me before speaking. Hello, can you understand him? Dashed. Before I could even finish my words, Trihexa roared again and lashes out its tentacles towards me. I quickly flew back and forth, desperately dodging hundreds of large tentacles before perishing a few moments later, squashed to death from it. For countless times, I kept dying over and over again, to the point that pain became non-existent. As if I can't feel anything anymore. My sense of touch becoming null. It feels weird, and at the same time, I feel happy. Because I no longer have to endure the gritting pain when fighting against this monstrosity. Ha ha! Come on, fight me. Spreading my arms away, I grinned as 2 spears pierced through my chest, blood dripping from my mouth. I ignored it. Why wouldn't I? I can't feel it anyway. The beast, on the other hand, doesn't look like it endured any injuries. As a matter of fact, Trihexa looks like it was enjoying itself. The sound it's making from time to time sounds something akin to an evil villain cackling. What's with this creature? What are you waiting for? Kill me. I grinned further as I raised a middle finger towards the being. My confidence in my Longinus's loop ability soaring higher than ever. Trihexa, as if sensing my INT tie-in behind the middle finger, growled in anger before bending down, attempting to swallow me whole. Wow, that's new. I smiled as I let Trihexa's face slowly descend towards me, its wide mouth like a black hole, swallowing everything in its path. And what I mean by everything, I meant even the space itself. Wait a second. This attack is a bit weird. I confusedly questioned myself as I stared at my trembling hand and my senses alerting me frenziedly. My eyes widened in surprise as I quickly conjured a portal that swallowed me whole, teleporting me a few light years away in the distance. Although it sounds far, I can still see Trihexa's body from this distance. I stared at my hand that finally stopped trembling. I raised my head and looked straight into Trihexa's 6 eyes. Those blank yet deeply shallow eyes tells me that the beast was surprised by me dodging away. Why wouldn't it? These past few deaths of mine, I kept dying and dying over again without even trying to defend myself and dodge its attacks. Then suddenly, for some reason, my senses and body warned me that whatever that move that Trihexa was about to execute is capable of killing me despite being under the loop skill. I guess loop wasn't as invincible as I expected it to be. I should have known. Right now, my reserves are still large enough, at least not around half yet, so I could still continue to buy God and Ajuka some time to call whoever they deem necessary in sealing Trihexa. However, once I see that being tried to swallow me again, I'll avoid engaging against it again. Teleporting back in front of Trihexa, there was no longer enjoyment in my face. Instead, cautiousness replaced it. I can't afford to die any longer. Who knows when Trihexa can pull the same move again, but in a different way, which would catch me off guard. Trihexa was smarter than I thought. It knew what I could do, so it decided to play with me for a while, pretending to be incapable of breaking the loop ability and kill me. Then once I let down my guard, it would strike with its killing move. Well played, you beast. Well played. Mentally clapping for the apocalypse beast in my mind, I prepared myself for the worst. In this kind of situations, I should drop my earlier enthusiasm and instead finally take this seriously. Using Mana Field, I expanded it to cover at least half of the apocalypse beast body before finally reaching my limits. Next, I started casting hundreds upon hundreds of Hellspire spell, my own upgraded version of demonic bullets. Trihexa's 6 eyes looked around it, feeling the piercing power of the Hellspires around it. Oh, so you can feel danger? So that only means you're not totally unkillable. You're just hard to kill. Since the last few hours, I've been defending myself from Trihexa. It's time to switch sides. With a swift thought command, the 1,000 Hellspires rained upon the huge body of Trihexa, each and every spinning bullet being able to put a scratch on its scales, with some successfully penetrating through the scales, and then the flesh. Splash! My ears were met with me gruesome, yet satisfying sound of Trihexa's flesh being burnt and pierced. However, I can't exactly go around jumping in victory. Why? Because despite being attacked by the Hellspires, Trihexa still found some space to use its tentacles to attack me. Hey, this isn't on the script. You're supposed to release a blood-curdling scream out of pain and start thrashing around. Flying back, I use Chrono Shift to myself, dodging the tentacles with ease. I've been holding back from using skills that consumes large amounts of energy, hence why I've been dying several times by Trihexa. Chrono Shift, while overpowered, is like a tiny black hole swallowing a small bucket of water, consuming my energy so fast if I used it carelessly. Now that I've committed to avoiding death, I'm now going to need you more than ever, God. I pray to my heart, knowing that I can only hold on for around 30 minutes before exhausting myself. Using Loop, Chrono Shift, Mana Field, and Hellspires was depleting my reserves at extreme speeds. In no time, I would have to either say goodbye to my life or to the dimensional gap. Thankfully, as if on cue, a flash of light appeared in front of my vision. welcoming 4 figures to the battlefield. Trihexa stopped in its tracks, and its 6 eyes stared at the arrival of the newcomers. First one I noticed is obviously God himself, and guessing by his haggard expression, convincing this person must have been very exhausting. The second person was no doubt a Juka, and this man looks like he had just seen a ghost. I wonder what God made him experience out there. The next 2 figures on their right looks quite a bit unfamiliar to me. One is an old man with a long white hair covered by a tall hat, wearing a monocle and a long golden spear on his left hand. Seeing this appearance, I had an assumption of who this might be. If I'm not wrong, only one person have this kind of unique appearance. The Norse king of gods, Odin Borson. The other one, on Odin's right, was an unknown variable. Not only was this figure glowing in a goldish hue, he's also sitting on a meditative position. His long, elongated ears is quite distinctive along with his unique clothing. Wearing a single white cloth that is wrapped around his body, exposing no skin except for his right arm. Although he looks familiar to me, but I still can't comprehend who this guy is. Is he a new god or something? Then, as if sensing my stare on him, the golden man smiled warmly. His smile was so warm that I felt like this man is the kindest man in the entire world. Good evening, Chamber. I see you've kept the beast busy. I'd like to express my gratitude for your sacrifice. Please allow me to introduce myself. Then the man floated towards me, still in his meditative sitting position. As for Trihexa, the stupid beast was just standing there, watching and waiting for us to finish our interaction. His actions reminds me of the infamous villains from movies and films. My name is Siddhartha Gautama, or you may call me Buddha, whichever you want to refer to me. Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha? As on the Buddha, my eyes widened in surprise as the glowing in gold man with large earlobes was actually the famous Buddha. I am. You must be Chamber. I've heard so much about you from my friend. Unfortunately, as much as I want to have a chat with you, we, my friend, have a problem to solve. Buddha, without looking behind, pointed his thumb towards Trihexa, who roared out of what seems to be happiness for finally being acknowledged. So what's our plan here? A few minutes later, we're once again inside God's holy bubble, watching the beast thrash its tentacles onto us. We seal it like what we did thousands of years ago. God answered Odin's question, reminding him of their last battle against Trihexa. But the past can't be repeated against Trihexa. The beast is smart and knows how to adapt against its enemies. Remember, Odin almost lost his life back then, and it took quite a while to convince him to join us. Buddha reminded them, causing Odin's face to grimace, recalling a certain event. Don't remind me of that. It was but a mere moment of weakness on my part. But I'm different now. For the king of Norse gods, Odin obviously had a pride as one to withhold. While the big 3 talks, me and Ajuka stayed on the sides, watching them. How did it go in convincing? When you arrived here, you looked like you already gone through the Great War. I teased him, chuckling on the process. Don't talk about it for now, please. The horrors I've witnessed. It makes me want to use a memory wipe spell to myself. Just by finishing his words, Ajuka shivered constantly. This guy must have been traumatized by whatever God put him through. I whispered to myself, casting a silent prayer of recovery for Ajuka. Poor child. Hey you. I heard you held the beast all by yourself. You must be pretty strong then. Suddenly, Odin interrupted my thoughts, expressing his opinion towards my recent contribution. God must have told him what I had to go through just to buy some time to convince him. Yes. I politely nodded my head. I also heard you've been wanting to meet me. The heir of the Alfheim queen told me so. What was her name again? Sylphie. As he finished his words, the wise and aged look on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a perverted grin. Wait, what? I heard that Sylphie is a beauty to behold. Too bad, she already swore to not let any man into her life. Odin then shook his head in disappointment as the perverted expression earlier faded away. Okay, what the actual fuck? Was Odin this perverted? Or just in this universe? Where has the wise Odin, God King of Norse, gone off to? Who is this old man? Where did he take the powerful Odin to? Suddenly, the mighty image of the old and wise Odin in my mind cracked and fell apart, replaced by the earlier perverted face of Odin. God damn it. Odin, you haven't changed yet. On the side, upon witnessing the dark side of Odin, Buddha shook his head with a sigh. Guessing by his words, Odin has been like this for years. Sigh, I should have known. This is a different universe, after all. Are you three just going to have a chat there and wait until my barrier breaks, or we're making our move? Thankfully, God interrupted the conversation, pointing at the small cracks appearing on the holy bubble. After God told them off, Odin grumbled for the last time before nodding his head. Fine, but don't forget about our agreement earlier. Odin continued for the last time, in which God nods his head. I wonder what they talked about. Ajuka has been refusing to tell me what went to them earlier. Since we can't casually repeat what we did back then, we're going to need a new strategy, preferably a fast one, so the beast won't be able to adapt to our tactics. Odin suggested, showcasing his strategical prowess. Despite the awkward interaction earlier, Odin is, after all, still a king of Norse gods, whose achievements can pile up on top of each other and reach the ceiling. Albeit perverted, it's hard to deny that Odin is an intelligent god. In fact, in some cases, Odin more known for his intellectual rather than his strength. Say, kid, I wonder how you managed to survive against Trihexa. Suddenly, the God King turned his attention to him, his question out of the place. Why'd you ask? Instead of answering his question, my answer was another question. Well, whatever you did back here earlier, we might need it again. Odin explained. However, after what I just experienced with Trihexa, when I'm alone with it, I was hesitant to do it again. Can you blame me, though? Earlier, I felt invincible when facing it, when suddenly a single attack attempt from Trihexa changed that perspective. However, despite my fear for my life, I felt responsible in helping dealing with the apocalypse beast threatening to end the universe. In the human race that I swore myself to protect. It's my Longinus. I then proceeded to explain the loop ability to him, drawing a curious yet fascinated look from the god of wisdom and magic. That's oddly familiar. Controlling the concept of time? I know a certain someone who used it to almost conquer the world, but failed to do so. Odin muttered to himself, loud enough for us to hear. Using time to almost conquer the world? The same world where several other gods existed? This guy is either strong or nuts. I prefer it being the latter. Still, enough about that. Although I'm curious what this Longinus is and how you got it, but that's not important right now. Odin said before continuing. This is what you'll do. I want you to do it again, but approach with caution. We don't want to try Hexa knowing you're using it again, or else it might pull the same move you said earlier. As for us, while you distract the beast, we'll slightly weaken it off without it noticing. The best we can do here is to siphon its energy to serve as the power for the runes that would be sealing him. Back then, Trihexa underestimated us, so we managed to seal it off. But it's different now. It's stronger than ever and learning against us. We can't treat it as a mere mindless beast anymore. Odin said seriously, his eyes staring at Trihexa's deep six eyes. So I'll just distract it. Okay. I sighed. Just as I was about to conjure a portal to leave the protective bubble, someone I wasn't expecting came forward in a sudden manner. I think I can help you, Ajuka said, offering a hand to me. What do you mean? You? Helping me? Weren't you almost on the verge of pissing yourself earlier? What changed? I'm not mocking him or anything. In fact, I'm being sincere here. My question is meant to be taken seriously. I may not be as strong as you might think, but I developed a personal technique that would help us buy time. I haven't used it on someone as strong as Trihexa yet, but I think this would be a good opportunity to test my limits. From the look on his face, I can tell the determination of Ajuka. Fine, but does this consume large amounts of your demonic energy? I asked first. Albeit confused by my question, Ajuka still answered truthfully. No. In fact, I developed this technique to use as little amount of demonic energy as possible. So using it in 100 consecutive times won't put much a dent on my reserves. Good. I nodded my head and said before placing my hand on his shoulder and applied the loop ability on him. That sums up to my entire strength during this hectic week. Currently, I just got off from a meeting with the members of the anti-Satan faction where Zekrom told me, and the 4 future heirs such as Seraphal, Ajuka, Surzex, and Falbium to hold back our strengths during the Great War and don't stand out emphasizing that our roles during the civil war that will arise after the Great War will be very important. Although I agree with him, however, I have long decided to cut off my ties with Zekrom after the Great War. The guy is too cunning, and I'm afraid that the longer I stay with him, the more I'll lose myself and unknowingly dance on top of his palm. It would be better off without him after this. After all, we both know we're just using each other at this point, so it's pretty normal for me to distance myself once our use on each other is finished. Putting that aside, I was secretly called by Seraphal to meet up with her in Ajuka's research lab. Now, I don't know the reason behind it, but seeing her serious look made me agree quick. A single portal later, I am now standing in the middle of Ajuka's lab, whereas the alarms quickly went off as soon as I stepped in. Wee Iwu. Oh, it's just you. Damn it, I should find a way to block that portal of yours. It's way more powerful than teleportation spells. Ajuka immediately greeted me with a slight annoyance in his tone, treating me as if I'm the second coming of Seraphal in his mundane life. My apologies, it's just that I don't know the exact location of your lab, so I resorted to simply conjuring a portal to the place that I can recall. I apologized before continuing, changing the topic. Anyways, it was Seraphal who told me to meet up with her in your lab. Any ideas? As soon as I brought up this subject, I saw his eyes grew slightly wary as he whispered loud enough for only me to hear. It's a bit complicated, come with me. With that being said, he turned around to leave, gesturing for me to follow him. And follow him I did. We arrived in some kind of room where I quickly saw other 3 figures inside. Seraphal, who was manipulating an ice snake to fly around her. Falbium, who was sleeping on the couch. And finally, Surzex. The man was simply reading a book about business and stuff. Seriously, this guy has been doing nothing but business. We're all finally here. Seraphal was the first one to notice me as she launched and engulfed me in a hug. Sniffing on her ocean-like scent, I smiled warmly. Yeah, I definitely miss this girl. Surzex placed down a bookmark on his book and closed it before nudging Falbium to wake him up. It took him a while before Falbium finally opened his eyes with a yawn. All right, let's start the meeting. It was Ajuka who initiated. Interesting, I wonder why we're gathering up and having a secret meeting. I believe that we all have the same interests here. Am I right? Ajuka's question earned a few nods of heads, except for me. I'm sorry, but can someone please fill me in on the meeting? Why am I even here? I raised my hand like a good student before asking. You mean, Seraphal didn't tell you? Ajuka stared at me with weird eyes before casting a glare to Seraphal, who was whistling while looking anywhere but Ajuka. Ajuka simply sighed at this and turned back to me as he finally revealed. We think that Zekrom is being too ambitious, and if not controlled, he might be planning to replace the 4 Satans and rule the entire underworld by himself. Don't forget, greed is part of our personality whether we like it or not. As soon as he finished his words, a grin was already plastered on my face. Well, would you look at that? I guess I'm not the only one who's growing suspicious of you, Zekrom. So, in other words, the point of this meeting is because y'all want to revolt against Zekrom, the same guy who introduced us all to one another. I asked for clarification. Although Ajuka nodded his head in reply, I can see the hidden, tensed expression behind his calm face. The other 2, Surzex and Falbium, both looked at me, directly to my eyes, as if they were telling me that if I were to refute them, I would find myself in a bitter condition. As for Seraphal, she remained oblivious to the choking atmosphere and continued to mush up her face on my chest like I'm some sort of bucket of cologne. I thought I was the only one. My answer was earned by a bunch of sighs and relief. Good, looks like everyone here is on board. Ajuka nodded his head as everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around the small round table. As we all know, Zekrom has his way with words, almost fooling all of us. Thankfully, during our last meeting, I discovered a hole in his words. How and why did he actively search for the said apocalypse beast? Not anyone would be insane enough to risk their life by traversing the dimensional gap, a place where it was not only ruled by the 2 strongest beings, but also can rip a normal devil to shreds if one were to enter without any extreme safety measures. Ajuka explained his source of suspicion, stating how it has taken root during their last meeting. He's kinda right. Zekrom indeed has no need to risk his life entering the dimensional gap and coincidentally discovered the Apocalypse Beast, which itself is already suspicious. How can Zekrom find the Apocalypse Beast without any help, tips, or hint? It's as if he wants to hide something, or more specifically, someone. I think this Apocalypse Beast is either a lie or real, and Zekrom wanted to use it more than just against Big G. Ajuka stated his conclusion, which was continued by Surzex. You mean Zekrom wanted to use the beast against the other pantheons? I call this technique Kankara formula. In other words, this little shit can manipulate reality? My eyes twitched several times as realization struck me to my core. I just underestimated this smart dog, and he turns out to be stronger than I expected. Thanks to Ajuka's unexpected reality or probability manipulation technique, me and him managed to last long enough for the big three to prepare their sealing runes. They started from the bottom of Trihexa and slowly made their way up. Countless characters and letters appearing on Trihexa's body and engraving on each of its scales. On the other hand, me and Ajuka did our best to distract the Apocalypse Beast, going as far as getting close to its face just to prevent it from noticing the sealing runes creeping up to its body. Albeit risky, but very effective, and combined with Ajuka's Kankara formula, I haven't experienced death yet, which is a good sign. Can you still keep up? Reuniting with Ajuka, he proceeded to ask me. I should be the one asking you that. I replied. On the surface, Ajuka looked calm and cautious, but with the help of my senses, I could already tell that his reserves were already half. Kankara formula indeed consumes very little of his demonic energy. However, I noticed that it actually depends on how much of the natural feminema that Ajuka wanted to manipulate. Let's say, for example, Trihexa's beam of destruction. If Ajuka wanted to manipulate it so it would miss the target, it would only consume little from his reserves, but if he wanted to make something grand and completely cut off the beam of destruction, the demonic energy consumption would tenfold. Hence, why Ajuka's reserves are running low fast. A few of Trihexa's earlier moves caused him to take drastic measures and manipulate the probability of things to their extent. They're already halfway there. Warn me once your reserves are dangerously low. Nodding at my words, Ajuka raised his hand, and the familiar greenish hue appeared on his palm, causing the spikes to miss the hem of my cloth. Watch your back, Ajuka said after. Damn it. He sounds cool by saying that after saving me. Refocusing on the Apocalypse Beast, I hovered near it, using my fast reaction and smooth reflexes to dodge several of its attacks. With Ajuka's Kankara formula, no attack can hit me, not even when I'm floating a few meters away from Trihexa's face. Since my job is to buy them some time to finish their sealing preparations, I didn't have to do any counterattacks that would just be a waste of my energy reserves and just try to stay alive as long as possible. However, I don't plan to leave this place unpaid. I want to see if I could somehow make use of Trihexa's blood and scales and maybe obtain its DNA, if it has one. For the next few hours, I flew around Trihexa, using little of my strength to pluck a few of its large scales and transfer it back to the Sanctum Sanctorum through the portal. As for the blood, Trihexa doesn't seem to have one. Why use the Hellspires like how I did earlier? No blood seeped out when some of them pierced through its flesh. Well, although there's no blood, Trihexa still has some flesh. So I shifted my focus from obtaining its blood to its flesh, which didn't take me that much time to complete. I don't know how much time has passed, and I've already spent half of my reserves. If it wasn't for my fast energy recovery that could recover even when using it, my reserves would have long been depleted. Just as another wave of tentacles came flying towards me, I was too occupied transferring some more scales that I snatched away from Trihexa, so I expected Ajuka to manipulate it again and cause Trihexa to miss. However, right exactly at the moment I heard his shout, "Chamber!" I ran out. Fuck. Unfortunately for me, it was too late, so I prepared myself for my inevitable death and respawn later on. However, much to my surprise, instead of smashing me into pieces, the tentacles curled around my figure and tightened their grip on me. Oh no, I muttered to myself in horror as the tentacles slowly brought me toward Trihexa's mouth, threatening to swallow my entire existence and truly kill me. The happening was too fast, and it was only thanks to my time sense that I was able to see Ajuka trying to force himself to use the Kankara formula to save me again. Then there's also God, who has abandoned the holy bubble and teleports to my side to save me. However, the Apocalypse Beast has long expected this and intercepted him by bringing countless more mountain-sized tentacles towards him, preventing God from saving me. As for myself, I was trying my best to, even trying to use the Longinus's temporal lock ability in hopes that it would buy me enough time. Unfortunately, temporal lock is only effective on beings that aren't stronger than me. If they are, the lock would only delay them for a single second. But in this case, Trihexa is not only stronger than me, but 1,000 times more so, rendering my Longinus ineffective against it. Shit. Dread came over my face as I tried to brute force my way out of the tentacles, who had brought me to the center of Trihexa's mouth, a deep and dark hole that looked as if it could swallow even the universe itself. I felt very helpless at this moment. Flashes of good memories appear in the back of my mind. My small yet short interaction with my new devil friends, my recent dates with Seraphal, a fiancé I didn't expect I would have, my students huddling up together in a single room as they wait for me to narrate them a bedtime story, and then finally, the entire earth flashed in front of my darkening vision. I guess I failed at my job, huh? I didn't know being the Sorcerer Supreme and humanity's protector would be this hard. I thought I could just relax and imitate the Ancient One, holed up in Kamartaj, training a bunch of student sorcerers. Instead, here I am, falling to my death to the dark and deep abyss. Maybe, just maybe I should have used my time here to have a vacation and rest for as long as I wanted rather than trying to become someone I could barely become. Now I feel like a child. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and I can't turn back the time in a place where the concept of time doesn't exist. As I find myself falling deeper into the abyss, my ears have long muffled the sound of Ajuka's yells and God's roar in an attempt to save me. I guess nobody was expecting this, huh? Closing my eyes, I ignore my senses going wild about me being in danger and my body shivering from sheer fear of death. Bam! It was the last thing I heard before Trihexa closed its mouth, sealing me off as its first lunch since its escape. Feeling my consciousness fade away, I raised one more question in my mind. I wonder how I taste? Surely, Trihexa won't be choosy and suddenly puke me out just because I taste bad, right? That would look like something that came out of a comedy genre of an anime. Chamber. Ajuka yelled at the top of his lungs, blood dripping out from his face orifices as he forced himself to the Kankara formula to try and make Trihexa spit out Chamber. However, as he was forcing himself to use the Kankara formula while having his demonic energy reserves exhausted, his body automatically used another energy to power the technique. The life force energy. Ajuka felt his vision darkening as extreme exhaustion settled on his body, and before he passed out, he saw Trihexa open its mouth and spit out large volumes of unknown liquid. But before Ajuka could fall and forever lose himself in the endless space, a pair of arms caught his body. I don't know if I should call you an idiot for using your life force as a power source, forever damaging your soul, or commend you for your attempt to save a friend. Odin stated as his eyes scanned Ajuka's body and soul, seeing the exhausted on the body and cracks on the soul. Either way, take a rest and leave the rest to us. Odin then tapped the tip of his Gungnir spear on Ajuka's forehead, and soon, a rainbow-colored light shone down on their figure, and Ajuka's figure slowly vanished except for Odin. A Bifrost, Norse's ultimate transportation that could bring anyone anywhere as long as the Bifrost Guardian can see the place. It's quite similar to the portal, except Bifrost can transport hundreds of people all at once, and even has the capability to be used as a weapon of destruction. Odin shifted his attention back to Trihexa, who had been spitting out an acidic substance that made him, the Norse god king, feel the burning sensation of the acidic liquid, even though he was light years further. While God was now serving as the distraction, Buddha, on the other hand, continued the sealing runes, trying to finish it as fast as he can despite being alone. Odin, on the other hand, closed his eyes, spreading his senses forward towards the apocalypse beast's monstrous body. He's currently searching for any life force inside the beast's body, in hopes that Chamber had miraculously survived. Unfortunately, after seeing the acid being puked out, Odin shook his head. If even he, a certified major god, can feel the danger that the acidic liquid is emanating, Chamber miraculously surviving is not even worth mentioning. It would be miraculous if Chamber would still have some remains left for them to recover after. In the end, Odin simply bowed his head and gave silent prayer to the young hero. God wasn't wrong about him. That Chamber kid is indeed a good devil. I don't know how long have passed floating in the darkness. I remember being swallowed by the apocalypse beast, Trihexa, and then suddenly I found myself here, floating endlessly. Am I, perhaps, in Trihexa's stomach? Doesn't seem like it, though, because if it's true, then I should be dead by now, or at least feeling something hard to step on, instead of floating to nowhere. Still, it doesn't feel that bad. I muttered to myself, relaxing as I finish my words. It's like finally having the well-deserved rest after a very hectic year or a week of restless nights. I almost wanted this to last forever. Thinking of this, my body was immediately jolted awake, not from sleepiness, but from my thoughts. But I have my life out there. I muttered under my breath, my breathing hitched slightly. I have friends. My mind went to Diorno and Ajuka. I have family. My mind went to God and my students. I have someone I love. Then Seraphal flashed, with her usual goofy grin and laugh that reminds me whenever she finds something interesting or simply pulling a prank. I can't stay here. They're waiting for me. Seraphal, she doesn't know where I am or what I'm currently facing. She's being kept in the dark. I can only imagine what would be her reaction when she receives the news of my death tomorrow. Would she be sad, depressed, or maybe both, but only for a short time, and she would move on and maybe find another man? Fuck, I don't want that. My face grimaced at the thought of other man trying to win my Seraphal's affection. It feels like someone that belongs only to me is being stolen by a thief. No, I can't die. I should not. Not only for Seraphal, but also for me. I have so many unfinished goals, such as losing my virginity, building a strong force, and marrying Seraphal. Maybe, just maybe also take my revenge against my former master, Kaecilius, if I somehow found a way to go back home. After all, in the world of Marvel, multiversal travel is like a coin that you can randomly stumble upon in the streets. Someday, I'm confident that I'll be facing Kaecilius again and watch the shock on his face upon revealing that I'm alive and 100 times stronger than before. By then, I would no longer have to look over my shoulders every second in the Marvel Universe. Maybe I'm actually not dead. I thought to myself, if I am, then why am I still here in the darkness and able to form thoughts? If I'm dead, I should be in the afterlife or heaven or even hell. But none of those happened yet, which leads me to one thing. I'm still alive, or at least my soul is alive. And if my soul is still alive, then I can bring myself back to the world of living. But first, before all that, I should figure out where I am. All I know is that I'm in the darkness, and this might be perhaps my soul. I can still feel my demonic energy, but it was around me instead of inside my body, thus leading me to the conclusion that I'm inside my soul. How exactly can I get out of here? I can't. That's because I don't have a physical form, and hence, I don't have any place or body to return to. In layman's terms, I am stuck here unless someone like God from the outside world would help me find a new body or recreate my original body. Please, God, send help. I prayed inside my mind. Just as I was about to let myself fall endlessly and wait for someone to help, the dark surroundings suddenly shone brightly, as if the light bulb had been switched on. My eyes! My eyes! I screamed in my mind, using my hand to cover my eyes. However, I noticed that my entire body was actually translucent, and there's no place to cover my eyes from. Everything around me is lit up in bright white light, as if I'm in a room where the walls, ceilings, and floor was full of light bulbs. Who the fuck thought it was a bright idea to turn on the lights? I yelled at no one. Of course, I'm alone here, so I don't expect any response dash. It was me. Suddenly, my entire body shivered, and I felt a cold chill down my spine. Oh God, Please don't be a ghost. While praying in my mind, I slowly turned to town, facing the source of the voice. You're me? My eyes widened in surprise, shakily pointing my finger at the figure in front of me. I couldn't help but scan every detail on his appearance. The same black hair, loose orange robe, and that dark green eyes. Yep, this is me. Or maybe I'm just staring at a mirror. I wonder to myself out loud. I'm not a mere reflection of a mirror. My reflection answered with a monotone voice. The same also goes to his expression, showing no hint of emotion in his face. If you're not my reflection, then who are you? Are you really me? After gulping a mouthful of saliva out of nervousness, I asked, Yes, but not what you were thinking of. I'm you because we're the same. Me but not me. Then walked forward, approaching me as he proceeded to continue. My name is not Chamber like yours. My name is Raviel. Raviel Morningstar. His introduction made my eyes go wide. I've heard of that name before. This man is really me. It's as God told me a few days before. How the colorful orb that I absorbed in the dimensional gap during my transfer to this world was Raviel's soul, whom God left in the dimensional gap for sake keeping, because heaven reeks of holy energy, and Raviel, despite being a soul, is still a devil at birth, so being in heaven isn't good for him. Raviel, I didn't think we'll actually meet. I mean, from what I know, you died as an infant. I'm surprised you're already this old. I chuckled, initiating a conversation with myself. Or Raviel. I see Raviel shaking his head as he answered me. You're right, but the moment you took me inside your body, I've grown alongside you, quickly catching up to your age. Hearing his words made me nod my head in understanding, until he said the next words. I've been watching you, Raviel said with the same monotonous expression. Watching me? I repeated, and Raviel nodded his head. I want to say, the world is very interesting. I wish I could have been alive to see it. For the first time, Raviel showed an emotion and its sadness. I'm sorry. I feel responsible somehow for it. Feeling my emotions, Raviel placed his hand on my shoulder as he smiled assuringly. Please don't think that it's your fault. It's no one's. Raviel then stepped back after. Did he feel awkward by that? I mean, not every day you could just go to someone, pat their shoulder, and encourage them to continue with their lives, and drop an empowering word. Thanks. Still, I understood what he meant and smiled. Why am I here anyway? I asked, changing the topic at the same time, hoping that Raviel might have an idea and shed some light to it. Unfortunately, I'm on the same boat as you. I'm just an infant with barely any memories, and the only reason I can behave like this is mostly thanks to your memories and knowledge. Like I said earlier, we're the same. Oh, so that's what he meant by that. I thought it's because we share the same body. I muttered under my breath, sighing in relief in the process. Sigh, okay. First things first, we need to find a way to get out of here. But with my original body gone and destroyed, there's nothing we can do without any outside help. I slumped on the ground and drew circles on it. Raviel also sat beside me and started waving back and forth like a kid. Well, he's a child, all right. Why don't we create one ourselves? After some time, the silence was broken by Raviel, asking me a question in which I answered. We can't. If I'm alive, then maybe I can, but now? I don't mean it that way. You can still feel your demonic energy, don't you? Albeit confused, I nodded my head. Then that means you can still use it, right? As soon as he finished his words, instead of answering him, realization dawned upon my stupid face, and I stared at my translucent hand. Feeling the demonic energy around me move and swirl, a small red ball of pure, demonic energy manifested on top of my palm. Holy shit! My eyes widened in surprise, and I immediately jumped from the ground. Raviel, you're a smart dog. I slapped his back out of excitement. Thankfully, we're in our soul forms, so my hand just passed through his shoulders. Ow, he said with the same dull tone, which made it a few times funnier than normal. Looks like we'll be getting out of here in no time. I excitedly said, missing the change of emotion in Raviel's face as he silently thought to himself. Getting out of here, huh? Thankfully, I can even access my Chronos Requiem. So, with it, I was able to increase our perception of time and also slowed down the time inside my soul. I'm not sure if there's a difference in time between my soul and the outside world, but I'm not taking any chances. What if suddenly, when I wake up, years have passed? It's scary just by thinking about it. Hopefully, by the time I get out of here, they're still fighting Trihexa. True to Raviel's words, as I was able to access the demonic energy inside my soul, I started working on creating my new body. But Chamber, how can you create a physical body when you're inside your soul? Great question. I don't know. For some reason, at least in my theory, my soul is inside Trihexa's stomach, floating endlessly. As for how it survived, that's what made me confused. But I'll leave the curiosity for later. It's important to focus on the present rather than the past. Now, with my soul still being alive, I can directly construct the body with the soul as its core. So no, I won't be making the physical body inside the soul, but outside. It's a bit hard to explain, but just think of it as me being able to use my demonic energy to affect the outside world despite being in my soul form. However, I can't just recklessly create my physical body without proper knowledge. That's where my habit of reading every book I come across has finally shown its usefulness. Having read the entire library of the Citri family, whom are very knowledgeable when it comes to bodies, as they're known in the underworld for their hospitals and health services. Thanks to it, I have a considerable amount of physical body knowledge, such as how muscles are formed, devil brains barely using 20% of its capacity, and many other useful things. Of course, knowing about them doesn't make him capable to creating the perfect body that has the strength of a titan or a brain that can use 100% of its capacity. Knowing and mastering are two exact different things. Though that doesn't mean I would be reckless and quickly create my new body on a whim. With my possible long time inside my soul, I have as much time as I need to practice, make mistakes, and learn from those mistakes. At my first try with Raviel's help, the body turned out a bit weird and disfigured. I knew I shouldn't be thinking of Goku while creating one. Note to self, after me and Raviel had a good laugh out of it. We proceeded with a few more tries, and with each being both bad and good, depending on me changing my preferences. In the end, I decided to stay with my original look with a small improvement on my appearance, and somewhere down there. I mean, can you blame me? When the chance to make yourself look good is in front of you, pass from it. That's what I thought. Second try, third try up until my 10th try, the appearance has finally taken a good path. I no longer look hideous or as punched by Mike Tyson 100 times. Although I have no idea the standard of women when it comes to being handsome, but I decided that I'll take my own taste on it. And oh boy, I look handsome. Those piercing green eyes along with my jet black hair, chiseled jaw, and everything else that makes a man handsome. How do I look? I asked Raviel, taking in my new appearance with the help of an illusion. Raviel looked at me from top to bottom, scanning my new look. It fits you. Or us. Raviel smiled as he answered. Thanks for the unbiased opinion. I appreciate it. I jokingly replied. Of course, that would be Raviel's answer. After all, my body is practically his also. With my new appearance already decided, it's time for the crucial part, which is if I should stay as a devil or turn myself back into a human. Now that I can recreate my body, that means it's finally possible to make myself human again. However, by doing so, not only I would lose access to the demonic energy, also all the benefits that being a devil has given me, such as the physical strength, senses, durability, and many more. The only advantage of doing this is that turning myself back to being a human would remove my devil weakness, which is the holy light. To be honest, for me, I personally think it would be better to just stay as a devil. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Maybe I can just turn myself into a human and just keep the benefits of being the devil. Thinking of this, I decided to give it a try. I don't know how many times have passed, but so far, my progress in turning myself into a human with devil strength was very little. The farthest that I can reach was turning myself into a half-devil and a half-human. Only through it, I was able to keep my strength and remove my weaknesses. The only disadvantage of this is my decrease in my demonic energy capacity. Actually, it doesn't sound that bad considering that my weakness in anything holy would be removed. After all, not only my demonic energy recovery is faster than normal, but the potency of my demonic energy is thicker than everyone else. With the combination of these two, a demonic energy capacity decreased nothing. Still, there are many ways to increase my demonic energy, so there's no point crying over them. What I do want to do is, if it is possible, to plant more genes to my body. Imagine if I have the blood of both a devil and an angel. I would be an unstoppable force that could rival even the strongest gods. If beings like Lucifer was rumored to have the same strength as a major god, then being both a devil and an angel might make me stronger than Lucifer. You might be thinking why I'm even saying this when it's impossible for me to become both. Well, it all started when I proposed my wild idea to Raviel while I'm busy working on my body, when suddenly, Raviel's words made me freeze in shock. Aren't we already one? His words were followed by an explanation. According to him, Lucifer isn't exactly a devil, but more like a combination of a devil and a fallen angel. Hence why, despite having the blood of devil run through his veins, Lucifer can still use his dark holy light, a corrupted yet stronger version of the holy energy. This is the reason why Lucifer was said to be 10 times stronger than the other 3 Satans, because he holds a power that is deemed as a devil's weakness. And by being his firstborn, Raviel has inherited his father's blood with a little dilution to it. In other words, the more children Lucifer bears, the lesser they will inherit his true, corrupted angelic blood. So being his firstborn made him lucky enough to become like his father, inheriting both his bloodline and his trait. However, Raviel then poured a cold bucket over my head by stating he doesn't have his father's corrupted holy light, only the blood of the corrupted angel. Although being a corrupted angel still gives the holy light, but it's a shame that it isn't the corrupted light. Nonetheless, this mind-blowing information from Raviel gave me the inspiration to try and combine the blood of the devil and angel into a single body. And now, back to the present. So far, the body in front of me looks the same as usual, but if you were to look at the inside, 2 opposing energies were fighting against each other. Obviously, being a devil and an angel at the same time is not that easy to achieve. The fact that the nature of demonic energy and holy energy are opposites makes the body unstable, whereas a few minutes passed, the constructed body suddenly became disfigured and bloated. It didn't take long before I immediately looked away from the scene as my body reached its limit and exploded into nothingness. Well, I was expecting mashed up flesh and blood to fly around, but thankfully it didn't. Raviel appeared behind me and stared at the empty space before turning to look at me. "Fail?" he asked in a simple tone, no longer as dull as when we first met. During my time here, Raviel was the only person I can talk to, so our constant conversation and interaction must have improved his social communication skills. It was all thanks to me, of course. "Yes, I'm missing something." I nodded my head in response, exhaustion appearing on my face. "Missing something, huh?" Raviel also went into a deep contemplation as he tapped his finger on the chin. We both stayed still for a few minutes, deep into our thinking. Sigh. If only Ajuka was here. Suddenly, we both sighed and said in unison, causing us to become shocked and stare at each other before laughing. "Huh." After a moment of happiness, Raviel made a suggestion. "Well, how about just turning yourself into a half-devil first while make your other half blank?" I stared at him in confusion. Noticing this, Raviel went on to explain. Basically, what he meant is that I should address this problem in another day and simply leave an empty space for my corrupted angel bloodline to fit in later once I find the answer to the problem. Well, he's kind of right, but my situation outside is kind of dire, so I can't afford to go back out there weaker than before. Unfortunately, it's the only plausible thing that I could do in this situation. I don't know how many times I've passed outside, and I don't want to take a risk and spend more time in here only to realize that hundreds of years have passed outside. Hold on. Wait a second. Just as I was about to create another body, but with a half-devil blood, I stopped in my tracks along with Raviel, who seemed a bit confused. How can I still have access to the demonic power when I no longer have a devil body? What if I simply create a body with an angel bloodline instead? Thinking this was a great theory, I decided to put it into a test. Raviel also looked interested and stood on the sidelines to watch me do the work. A few hours passed, and I reconstructed my body that contains the corrupted angel bloodline. And true to my theory, it didn't explode or anything. No collision of opposing energies inside the body. If this is the case, does that mean my demonic energy is already permanently engraved in my soul, that having a devil bloodline is no longer necessary? True to my theories, the newly body made was very compatible with the corrupted angel bloodline, as it didn't explode into tiny pieces of nothingness. Not only that, with this new body, I can now use both demonic energy and holy energy without any problems. Although I have no idea why demonic energy, which is supposed to originate from a devil's body, suddenly latched onto my soul, but I'll take my chances and figure this out later once I'm out of here. Maybe the same will happen to the holy energy, and it would latch itself on my soul in the future. This is it, I excitedly muttered under my breath, breathing heavily in the process. Now, all that's left is to bring this body into fruition. Raviel, it's time for us to get out of here. I turned to Raviel and informed him with a hint of joy in my tone. However, the said joy soon vanished when I noticed that Raviel became even more transparent, to the point that it's almost impossible to see him. Raviel, I confusedly uttered, approaching him to help. However, Raviel simply took a step back and flashed a smile for the first time since we met. I have a bad feeling about this. My chest seemed to tighten for a reason. It looks like my time is up, Chamber. It was good knowing you, he said as his transparency continues to disappear. No. Realization struck me like a lightning bolt, and I quickly stretched my arms to reach him. However, as usual, I just passed through him. This has been common knowledge to us since the last time we attempt to touch each other. Raviel, what's going on? I couldn't but growl at him, the only friend I had in this lonely space. It's the only way for your soul to survive inside Trihexa, he explained in a weakened manner, his smile faltering as the transparency intensifies. You didn't tell me something like this would happen. You knew? You knew. The more I yell, the more desperation spread over my entire being, due to Raviel turning more and more transparent as time passed by. Instead of answering my question, Raviel simply gave me a smile and waved his hand. Raviel, I gulped my saliva, muttering his name for the last time. It has been nice knowing you in person, Chamber. Now, please don't waste my sacrifice and bring yourself back to your loved ones. Bringing his hand down, Raviel then finally revealed. But before I could reply to him, he continued, which would be his last words. Can you tell my mother that I love her and I'm sorry that I won't be able to see her? Please? Thank you. And with that, I fell on my knees as Raviel finally disappeared and turned into motes of light that soon vanished into nothingness, leaving me alone in the wide expanse of space. Raviel, I muttered to myself once again as tears were forming in my eyes. The surroundings grew quiet to the point that silence became the loudest thing I've ever heard. I promise you, Raviel. A few moments later, I finished my words with determination in my voice. His last wish to properly say goodbye to her mother would be met, even if I have to defeat Lucifer himself while at it. Wiping away my tears, I shifted my focus back on the body, but this time, my face bore a serious expression. I have to go back outside. No, I need to go back outside. From Raviel's words earlier before his disappearance, I have concluded that he was the reason why I'm still alive. He must have used something precious to him to preserve my soul while I'm being eaten by Trihexa. And now that he's gone, that means my protection time is up, and I would also turn into nothingness like he did. Which means I have to hurry up and bring myself back outside. With the help of my demonic energy, I closed my eyes and saw the sight outside my enclosed soul space. It was dark, with my pure white soul orb floating endless, also providing the only light inside this darkness. A few moments pass. A blob of flesh appeared out of thin air, swirling around as it expanded tremendously, forming a figure. A few minutes passed, and the figure has turned into a full-fledged naked body. I slowly opened my eyes, and it didn't take long for my vision to adjust from the darkness. I looked around me, and despite having adjusted, I still can't see my surroundings. Still, that's not what's important here. Looking down on my hand, I clenched it, feeling the familiar power coursing through me. I can feel it with the help of tweaking my body a bit. I'm now physically stronger than before. If my guess is right, then physically, I'm as strong as a peak ultimate class devil. As I played around my body for a bit, I used my magical senses on myself, and as I expected, I can sense both my demonic energy and my brand new holy energy not having a conflict against each other. Mostly thanks to my demonic energy being situated inside my soul instead of my body. My body, on the other hand, holds the holy energy, hence why there has been no opposition between the two. It's like two rivals being placed in different rooms, resulting in a peaceful and quiet environment. I need to get out of here. They need my help. My eyes widened in surprise at the realization, and I quickly prepared myself to get out of Trihexa's stomach. Suddenly, before I could do anything, my surroundings started to shake, and I could feel something down me coming up. What the? I muttered to myself out of confusion, and before I could react, a sticky and wet feeling came surging from the bottom and enveloped my entire body. Fuck! I cursed under my breath and felt myself being lifted upwards. The sticky liquid that has clung into has some acidic properties, as I can feel the burning sensation it gives me. God damn it! I curse once again. Although it won't actually hurt me, but still it's annoying to deal with. However, deep inside, this acidic liquid would help me get out of Trihexa's stomach. Since when did beings like the Apocalypse Beast become capable of puking? What a weird thing to experience. But still, I'm grateful the big beast can puke. It would make it easier for me to get out of here. A few seconds later, I started to see the light. Finally, as soon as I was out, I tried to yell on top of my lungs, only to realize that there was no oxygen around me. Fuck, I totally forgot I might still be in the dimensional gap. Quickly, I placed the same previous spell on my body, and only then did I sigh in relief. Casting a clean spell on me, my eyes scanned my surroundings. From the looks of it, only a few seconds have passed during my stay in my soul. All hail the Kronos Requiem. Chamber, I see God sigh in relief as he called out for me. Looking at his ragged appearance and battered white robe, he must have attempted to rescue me from the Apocalypse Beast. I'm back. I smiled and waved my hand at him. Just as God was about to approach me, his eyes widened in surprise. You're an angel? No, but close to one. God kept muttering to himself, loud enough for me to hear. He must have figured out that I'm no longer a devil, but an angel, albeit a corrupted one. I'll explain later, I said to him, and he nodded his head. Flying towards him with my telekinesis, I asked, "What's the situation?" I stared at the huge beast in front of us. After puking the hell out of me, Trihexa remained unmoving. It seems to me that the sealing worked. I asked him for confirmation. Instead of an answer, God simply pointed a finger towards the small golden figure that is past the lower half of Trihexa, where thousands upon thousands of large rune characters can be seen on its body. Buddha did the work? I said with an impressed tone. Not exactly. While the beast was busy trying to puke you out thanks to your green-haired friend over there. God then pointed at the unconscious Ajuka, who was being princess carried by an old man, Odin, before continuing. Me and Buddha did some quick work to plant a paralyzation rune on the beast. It seems to have lowered its defenses while it was puking. Must have been some sort of weakness. God muttered the last one to himself. I see. I'm glad I brought Ajuka along with me. If not, I'm not sure I would have gotten this far. So, what does that mean it's done? I changed the topic. That's right. And thanks to you, Odin didn't lose an eye this time. God whispered the last sentence to me, making the both of us chuckle while Odin felt a twitch on his eye. Why does it feel like someone's making fun of me? Odin muttered to himself as his remaining eye glanced at us, hiding our laughs in suspicion. Seriously? I thought he lost it because he sacrificed it in exchange for great wisdom. I was shocked by this information. Does this also apply to Odin from the Marvel Universe? If so, then I just gained a very crucial knowledge. However, I remembered that Trihexa might have never existed in the Marvel Universe, so I just decided to scratch it. I guess it's time to go home, huh? I muttered to myself as Buddha finished the sealing runes on Trihexa, fully covering its enormous body. I wonder how many hours have passed outside? Hopefully, we haven't passed through the Great War yet. I'm surprised you survived that. While cleaning up the aftermath of the battle, and when I mean cleaning up, I meant removing traces of the fight, such as Trihexa and our flesh and blood along with Trihexa's puke earlier. It was a decision that came from me, which although confusing them, but still did as I suggested. After all, I've been living in a world where cloning and copying abilities are made possible through science genetics and stuff. Although this world isn't part of the Marvel universe, I still need to be cautious. I'm just lucky, I guess. I simply shrugged my shoulders and replied to Odin, lying through my teeth. Can't trust this old man yet, especially after the perverted stunt he pulled earlier. His wise and intelligent image in my mind has been ruined forever. Luck, huh? It's good to have such skill. Odin massages his chin for a few moments before nodding his head and understanding, probably missing on a lie I just did, or he knows, but didn't bother pressing on. Anyways, I heard from Princess Sylphie of Alfheim that you've been wanting to meet me. She just returned to her realm just this week from what I know. Odin then changed the topic to something more crucial. She's right. After knowing that Odin turns out to be a pervert, I have long changed my mind from having a private meeting with him. However, now that he brought this up, I have no choice but to nod my head in agreement. Well then, after settling yourself, then you'll be having an audience with me. I'll try my best to answer the questions you seek. Odin graciously offered. Thank you, Lord Odin. I slightly bowed my head to the Asgardian king and thanked him. By the way, this is your friend, right? He exhausted his energy and used up some of his life force to pull the last move that made Trihexa puke earlier. I've already stabilized his status, so he just needs a good rest. He explained to me before handing Ajuka's unconscious body into my arms. Looking down at his pale face, I sighed in relief and silently muttered a word of gratitude to him. Once he wakes up, I'll thank him properly. But for now, I need to bring him back to the underworld and tell Seraphol what happened, so Citri Hospital would know what to do. It's been a great experience meeting you, my new friend. Buddha came flying over and approached me with his usual friendly tone and golden aura, along with those long earlobes. Me too. I nodded my head to him, and we didn't speak any further after that. He must be the silent type. After bidding farewell to them, I opened a portal back to the underworld, specifically one of the Citri's main hospitals. Thankfully, the staff inside already knew who I was, so they let me in, and I met with the director whom I told of Ajuka's current state. After leaving my green-haired friend in good hands, it's time for me to go home. Opening another portal that leads to the Sanctum Sanctorum, I went through and noticed it was empty. Where are they? I muttered to myself in confusion as I spread my senses around the entire village. Everything seems pretty normal. Grandpa Rad is sleeping in his farmhouse alone. The villagers are going on in their daily lives, and yet the kids are not here. Suddenly, I grew suspicious as I could smell that something was wrong. But before I could investigate and find them, a flash of light appeared before me. It was God. If you're worried about your students, I sent them to Merlin's tower first. We need to talk my grandchild, God said, and we sat around the table in silence. You died there, didn't you? Was God's first words that initialized the conversation. Instead of answering, I nodded my head, and he proceeded with the next question. When you came back out there, I sense that you're no longer a devil, but an angel, similar to Lucifer. At this question, my response is still a nod of my head. Sigh. So that means Raviel's gone. The small holy energy I planted on him has disappeared. So at first, I thought you both died when the beast ate you. But when you came out with a new body, I knew what happened inside. Raviel must have used his little life force left on him to save your soul from being destroyed by Trihexa. God, the ever-all-knowing God, shed some light on the situation. So he's really gone? I asked, trying my best to keep myself from choking on sadness. Unfortunately, yes. If his soul were still alive, I would have been informed of his arrival in heaven, but he didn't, and even if he's alive, the holy energy I planted on him wouldn't have disappeared. God explained in a solemn tone. We both went silent after that. An entire minute of making no sound before it was broken by none other than me. He told me to relay a message to his mother, Lilith. He wanted to officially say goodbye to her. I said, and God frowned. I see. Then I'll make sure you would be able to meet with Lilith after the Great War is done. God nodded his head and assured me. However, my next words made God's face turn grim. So that means you're not going to die? I asked in a hopeful tone. I'm not sure. When I learned that Trihexa has escaper seal, I knew fighting it might cause me of my death, or at least weaken me enough for Lucifer and his band of Satans to deliver the finishing blow. How did you even come up with that conclusion? I looked at him weirdly as I say, Haha, well, it's a long story, and it involved the Longinus that I gave you. God chuckled and pointed at the pocket watch hanging on my neck as he dropped a bomb on my head. Kronos Requiem? I muttered to myself in shock. That's right. I might be strong, but I'm not powerful enough to conjure God-killing artifacts out of thin air. So I resolved to using other beings as a catalyst for the artifacts. I immediately understood what he meant by those words. So, who is the being that you use for my Longinus? I leaned forward in a serious manner. He used to be feared by everyone millions of years ago, to the point that his own children decided to kill him. His name is Kronos, the Titan Lord of Time. And my encounter with him is what made me realize that my death is coming and it is inevitable. God then sighed before continuing with the story. As for me, I perked up my hearing to make sure I won't miss anything from his story. Just the introduction of the being that he used as a catalyst already made me come up with a few theories of mine and some guesses that only God will be able to answer. What does the almighty, all-kind, and forgiving God wants to do with a fallen lord like me? To laugh? Mock me? You're million years late for that. Arriving at the Tartarus that was said that no mortal can possibly exist and can even give minor gods a hard time breathing. God floats towards the enormous head of the Titan Lord of Time. As the Titan Lord of Time was known to be unkillable, the Greek gods has decided to imprison him and to make sure that no rebellion or escape would happen. Kronos was cut into pieces, and each body part was placed on different parts in Tartarus. Laugh at you? What's there to laugh at? God replied in a teasing manner. However, instead of earning anger, Kronos simply gave God a mocking laugh. Laugh now, you thief. Your fate will be worse than mine. Kronos grinned, showing his crooked teeth. Fate worse than yours? What's worse than being overthrown by his own children and cut into pieces? God casually replied, engaging in conversation with the Titan. At least, I wasn't killed by my own son, unlike you. The Titan's words made God frown slightly. Is there a need to tell me something that I already know? Ah, yes. But knowing about your fate is different than being sure of the said fate. Kronos chuckled heavily. Despite losing everything he has when he used to be at the top, the concept of evil still flows through his veins. Is it you talking based on your experience? Although Kronos' words had shaken him, God still maintained his cool and even pulled another tease. And it seemed God has successfully bait the Titan Lord of Time. Screw you, thief. This isn't over. Once I receive the news of your death, I'll make sure to laugh at your corpse. Although God is only talking to Kronos' head without a body, his shout alone caused shock waves that pushed his white hair and robe back. Don't worry. By the time you'll receive the news of my death, you'll be dead by then. His words made the Titan squint his eyes. What do you mean by that? Titan spat with a venomous tone. It's nothing, really. I just need the perfect gift for my grandson. His birthday is coming up, after all. And I think turning you into an artifact is much better than being wasted imprisoned here. Grinning, God's body radiated intense, holy energy as Kronos' eyes widened in surprise and realization. You are crazy. I'm unkillable. Immortal. You can't kill me. You're declaring war against the Titans, and my children won't let this matter go once they find out. Suffice to say, Kronos felt true fear for the first time. Fear for his life. You're right. God nodded his head and said, earning a sigh in relief from Kronos. I'll just have to make sure to clean up any traces so your children won't find a culprit. With that being said, the holy energy emanating from God intensified as Kronos yelled, Enolo, you can't do this. The end. God smiled as he finished the story of how he purified each and every dismembered parts of Kronos and proceeded to turn his soul into the Longinus, Kronos Requiem. So that's where you got that time ability of my sacred gear. I nodded my head as realization finally settles in. No wonder God told me that possessing a Longinus would give the user the capability to kill gods. Because the Longinus itself is a god. But still, did you really believe his words? What if he's just bluffing to distract you from your original goal? After all, if he's capable of seeing the future, he would have seen the day his own children overthrow him. I was skeptical by Kronos' words. It's hard to believe the words of an evil being, not to mention someone of Kronos' stature. I didn't. That's why I decided to ask the three ancient fates themselves. Three ancient fates? I confusedly asked. I'm not that versed when it comes to Greek mythologies, because back in a Marvel world, many gods, including the Greeks, has long abandoned Earth and doesn't meddle with humans anymore, especially after Odin's bloody conquest that turned Earth part of the Norse pantheon's territory. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, the personifications of fate itself. They're also the one who predicted that Kronos would be overthrown by his children and told Gaia and Uranus about it, in which the two then passed it to Kronos, hence why he tried to kill them during their birth. God explained, shedding some knowledge for my clueless self. I didn't know Greek mythology was this deep. I thought it's just a simple story of a bunch of children with daddy issues fighting against their traumas and shit. So, what did the three ancient fates told you? I shifted the topic back and asked. They told me the same as Kronos told me, except that there's a chance that the prophecy wouldn't happen. God shrugged his shoulders and said, making me wide-eyed in shock. So the prophecies can be broken? I said in shock. However, God soon shook his head. Not exactly. Prophecies are very hard to break, and no one in the entire history of the universe did someone manage to break a prophecy. So I don't have any hopes in it. His words almost made me throw a fit. How can he be this calm and nonchalant about this? His life is on the life here. At least be concerned about yourself. His words made me go silent. Was breaking prophecies that hard? I mean, he's kind of right. Let's take the ancient one as an example. According to her, she couldn't see the future beyond her death, hence she died. Then, there's also Doctor Strange's prophecy about the final battle against Thanos. So many prophecies happened in the Marvel Universe, and the people who broke them can only be counted in one hand. That's how hard it is to go against destiny and fate. But still, it was the personifications of fates themselves who said that breaking the prophecy of God being killed by his children could be broken. If other people says the same thing, it would sound unbelievable, but we're talking about the fates here. Their words are 1,000,000 times heavier than the others. Okay, fine, that's it. I'll be the one breaking the stupid prophecy. This is my grandpa we're talking about here, the only possible family I have in this world, though it is mainly because of Raviel, but even without that, I started to see him as family. And you don't turn your back on family, no matter what. Unbeknownst to me, a certain bald-headed warrior smiled and gave me a proud nod of recognition. It's time for preparations. I know you want to protect humans, so you're going to need every time you can get ready. God said before standing up, indicating the end of our conversation. How about you? I asked him. He's the one who's going to die in this war, and he barely got any rest. I doubt a single day is enough for someone like him to fully recover himself. Not to mention, he also need to prepare the angels. He doesn't have the time to lay back and rest. I'll be fine, Chamber. In fact, if it weren't for you, I would have been in a worse state than now. So thank you. Flashing me his usual kind smile, God patted my shoulders as a farewell and was about to leave when he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, before I forget, that Johann kid of yours, groom him well. He possessed one of the Longinus I created. With that, God gave me a chow salute before disappearing in a flash of light. As for me, I can't afford to waste time, so I immediately conjured a portal to my tower, and there, I found Balthazar along with my students. From the looks of what they're doing, Balthazar is training them while a bunch of wizards were also training with their new magic rings and the magic system of the sorcerers. Tens of wizards were standing in the front yard of the tower that was transformed and enlarged to accommodate the wizards who wanted to train. As for why I haven't allowed them on the Sanctum Sanctorum yet, I'm just delaying for a bit as I wanted to build at least 2 more sanctums before I officially open them for the rest of my forces. And besides, I intend to finish this great war first before everything else. Right now, It is currently the most important event that will happen in the entire supernatural history. The wizards seemed to be training through battle, facing one another as they danced around the training field, sparks of eldritch magic clapping. The old wizards, despite their age, were moving as if they're still in their teens, their spars filled with vigor. My students, on the other hand, were training amongst themselves under the tutelage of Balthazar. Unlike the wizards who were experienced and looked like warriors as they danced on the training field, my students, on the other hand, could barely knock each other out. Bell was too much of a coward to land a proper hit on Johann. While Tam was doing fine, Augustus kept running around as he tries to outrun Tam, turning the spar into a marathon. Balthazar, on the other hand, slapped his forehead as he shakes his head in disappointment. It's partially my fault. I barely let them spar, and their training with me consists of simply honing their magical skills and such. This would be a problem, I guess, though nothing that I can't solve. Balthazar was the first one to notice me after recovering from a moment of embarrassment. Master Chamber. His face brightened up, and he quickly approached me. Tam and the rest of my students also stopped whatever they were doing and did the same as Balthazar. You've been gone for 2 days. We were so worried about you. Balthazar teared up a little as he quickly wiped them out and composed himself to maintain a single shred of dignity before the children could see him. Johann and the rest who just arrived also expressed their worries for me. Master, where were you? Master, are you okay? Is something wrong, Master? Relax, my dear students. Your teacher is just fine. I chuckled and reassured them. Balthsy. Then I turned my attention to Balthazar, who grumbled. You're still calling me that? I chuckled at such a reaction. Call everyone to gather up. I have an important announcement. Hearing my words, Balthazar nodded his head. Just as I was about to enter the tower, Balthazar suddenly came up to me and called me. You have visitors early this morning. Balthazar then said to me before continuing. I'll let them in since they said that you know them and they mean no harm, and I can tell through magic that they're not lying. Who? I confusedly asked. I don't remember encountering enough people. A pack of werewolves. His words made me remember who he's talking about. Wallace and his pack. I muttered to myself, which was loud enough for Balthazar to hear. So you do know them. That's good. They've been waiting for you since this morning in the guest room. I told them that we don't know when you'll be back, but they insisted they'll wait, even if it would take years. Balthazar shrugged his shoulders as he explained. After he finished, he rotated his finger in his temple, indicating that the werewolves have screws in their head. He's kind of right, I guess. Did they say what they want? I asked while walking towards the door of the tower. Following behind me was Balthazar, who replied to my question. They didn't say anything except wanting to meet you. They seem a bit desperate. As he finished his words, we're already inside the tower, where 2 familiar figures sat on the couch. Wallace. I frowned upon seeing their small number. Where are the others, I wonder? From what I can remember, there should be around 4 to 5 of them when I last saw them. Sorcerer Supreme. Wallace, along with Lupus, quickly stood up and faced me with respect in their tones. Not only that, Wallace was missing an ear and a finger. What happened to you two? Where's the rest of your pack? I asked them instead of greeting them back. Wallace bowed his head as Lupus sniffed on the verge of tears. We were wiped out, or at least our remaining warriors. A week ago, the vampires suddenly invaded our territory and started attacking us, killing us, and collecting our bodies for unknown reasons. Their numbers are too much for us to repel them. So we decided to buy time for those who can't fight to hide. After calming down, Wallace explained, with Lupus adding in a few SMA details that he missed out. In other words, the vampires, under my contract of being unable to hunt humans, shifted to hunting their rivals instead, collecting their dead bodies for reasons unknown. So why are you two here then? Don't tell me you want me to help your kind fight against the vampires? I don't do mercenary work. I crossed my arms and coldly said, are these werewolves seriously trying to take advantage of my kindness and the fact that I had a conflict with vampires? And no, we're not here for that. We just want a safe place to recuperate. We'll do whatever you want. You can use us as long as it won't harm our kind. We can do many works. Wallace, the ever-proud alpha of the werewolves, kneeled on the ground as he pressed his forehead on the ground, shocking both me and Lupus. Even Balthazar from behind also gasped in surprise. "What is this?" After the surprise of the werewolf, Alpha, setting aside his pride and kneeling to me, I quickly helped him to stand back up. "You're ruining your image as an alpha of a werewolf pack. Stand up," I said as I assisted him. Wallace, reluctant to release his kneeling form, widened his eyes in shock when I effortlessly lifted him. "Show some dignity," I said as I patted his knees from a non-existent dirt. But I'm supposed to kneel to show my sincerity," Wallace hastily retorted, drawing strange looks from me and Balthazar. "Our cultures are kind of different. To us, a simple bow is enough to show sincerity, and kneeling to someone means you're acknowledging them as your master or teacher," I calmly explained to him, making him blush out of embarrassment. "I see. Please forgive me." Wallace scratched his cheek, and instead of kneeling when apologizing, he simply bowed his waist this time. "Please, I beg of you, to the deepest part of my heart, take our kind under your wing for protection, at least until we can stand on our own again." Wallace proposed again. 100 years, I simply said as I materialized a contract out of thin air and presented it to him. Then I explained as Wallace schemes over the contract. "For 100 years, I'll protect you from the vampires and other races that are hostile to you for as long as you don't initiate the fight with them. In exchange, you'll join and follow me in protecting humans from the supernatural side of the world until the end of the 100-year contract." I summarized the contents of the contract to him. Of course, in the contract, there are clauses such as harming me, and those in my interest would not only break the contract, but forever make Wallace under me, without any conditions. In other words, Wallace wouldn't die, but become my slave. Both Wallace and Lupus took their time skimming through the contract and making sure it was balanced before Wallace nodded his head in agreement. "Where do I sign?" he asked. "Simply drop your blood on the contract." I instructed him, and once he had done that, I took back the contract and dropped my own blood. Similar to the contract I made for the vampires, the slave punishment is only applicable to Wallace, not me. "Then, welcome aboard, werewolves. Just tell Balthazar here the location of your settlement, and he'll fetch the rest of your pack." I gave a nod to Balthazar, who responded in kind before leaving. "Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme." While leaving, I heard Wallace yell for the last time. I waved my hand without looking back. I went to the study room to study the remaining books that Merlin had written about runes while waiting for Balthazar to do the task I gave him. Knock, knock. Opening the door with a wave of my hand, Balthazar stood in front of the door outside. "They're ready, master," Balthazar said as he stared at me. "Then, let's go and not keep them waiting," I said while placing the notebook that I was reading on the table and proceeded to follow him outside. Arriving at the wide hall, I stayed on the landing of the stairs and looked down upon the 100 wizards looking up at me. I know this may come as a sudden to some of you who are busy training, but I have an important announcement to make. I amplified my voice with magic, catching their attention. All of you know that tomorrow will mark as the beginning of the Great War. No one knows how long this will last, but we only have one goal in this war. I exhaled and inhaled before shouting. That is, to protect humanity. Behind us stands the defenseless humans, and it is our job to make sure they get the least casualties from this war. I was speaking casually and just below yelling. It is only thanks to the amplification magic that my voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Then I continued. That's why I want all of you to dedicate your hearts to our goal. Protect our future. I raised my hand and said for the last time, this time I yelled, further enhancing the loudness of my voice when combined with the amplifier. Hoo-hoo! The wizards, regardless of whether they were young or old, man or female, all yelled at the top of their lungs, their blood boiling, energy being rejuvenated for some reason. Damn, the new spell is effective. In the meantime, in my mind, I was amazed by the effects of my newly created spell that not only can magically make my voice louder without having to yell, but it could also increase the morale of my allies and even instill fear in those I consider as my enemy. All in all, it's a useful spell to have as a leader. After giving a few more minutes of inspirational speech, the crowd finally dispersed, but this time, determination and resolve gripping their hearts. With that done, I returned to the sanctum sanctorum in my personal training room. This training room has a variety of enchanted steel weapons of different kinds, magic dummies that can fight and as strong as a high-class devil, and many more. Time to test my new body, I guess, I whispered under my breath as the first test I did was to unfurl my wings. The first thing that I noticed was the quantity. Instead of the usual 2 pairs of wings, I now have 6 pairs of wings, totaling 12 wings overall. My eyes widened in surprise at this scene. Literally, my face looks like the surprised face of the Pikachu meme. Aside from the quantity, the quality is also different. Previously, my wings had a tinge of purple from the tip of each feather, but now, everything is dark violet, almost black, but you can still see the hint of violet. What the fuck is this? I unconsciously blurted out in shock. I fluttered them a few times, taking in the feeling of their lightness. Despite their large size, they're surprisingly very light, almost as if I'm just carrying a single feather on my back. I was, after all, expecting some sort of pressure on my back. Minutes passed, and after growing bored with my wings, but taking note of its enhanced flight capabilities and toughness that has the same durability as my own skin, I shifted my turn to the new energy inside me. On my left hand, a deep red orb of pure demonic energy floats harmlessly, while raising my right hand conjured a pure and shiny dirty white orb floating the same as the demonic energy. That's weird. I was expecting pure white, but it's dirty. Is it because of my corrupted angel blood? Is that the reason? I muttered under my breath. The holy energy orb looks like that glass of milk that has too much brown sugar. Still, I can feel the holiness in it, almost on par with what I felt about Michael when I last met him. Time for some experiments. I muttered under my breath with a grin on my face as the orb of demonic energy vanished and the orb of holy energy slowly morphed and turned into the shape of a spear. I threw it towards the immobile dummy, and it easily pierced through its chest, but not enough to penetrate. Well, that was already more than what I expected, so I wasn't disappointed. In fact, I'm amazed that my first holy spear was this strong. Was it because I'm an ultimate class being? You heard me right. I'm now a certified ultimate class being, and I'm now among the strongest beings in the universe, or at least in this universe. I'm not sure how strong gods like Zeus are, but I'll put them on the same level as Lucifer, a peak or beyond ultimate class beings. According to the books I read, my estimate on the strength of ultimate class beings is that they're capable of destroying kingdoms by themselves with pure ease, much more if they're beyond ultimate class and strength. Does that mean I am now capable of destroying a kingdom all by myself with a flick of my finger? Yes, possible. But still, just because my strength is ultimate class doesn't mean I'm strong as one. Wrong. I'm stronger than one. With both my more than 2 magic systems and a holder of demonic energy and holy energy, which are both strong in their own right, I can hold my ground against Lucifer, and with my Longinus in the fray, maybe it would take the 4 Satans themselves to have a chance against me. Keyword there, maybe. I have many tricks up in my sleeve, and I won't be revealing them anytime soon unless I'm in a pitch. I continued exploring with my new body and discover a few things. First of all, my body is now stronger than my previous one. I'm not sure if it is because I'm now an ultimate class or simply because the body of an angel is stronger than a devil. I think it is a bit of both. Second, my previous weaknesses, such as being very vulnerable to anything holy, such as the holy energy or items enchanted with holiness, is now gone. I'm literally a being with no weaknesses now. I can sin just fine and suffer no consequence, unlike pure angels. A perfect being, perhaps? Nah, I'm still far from it. I still have qualities that I'm lacking. Last but not the least, my height actually increased, which I just noticed now. I'm not sure why, though. So far, these are the things that I gained. Although I can't exactly use holy energy to create spells using imagination like the demonic energy, but it's still useful nonetheless, especially since I'm going on a path where I'll make many enemies, and most of them would be dark creatures like vampires and such. All in all, I like the changes in my body, and I'll give it a rate of a 5-star review.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account.
If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.